Good morning. This is the time set for a rehearing for Seth Stephen Patterson. Is that you, sir?
It is, yes.
Do you know your offender number?
241879.
Very good. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead and put your hand down. Mr. Patterson, did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
Yes, I did.
Do you believe that you have received all of the disclosure materials?
I hope so.
Now you'll be addressing one of them today, I believe, one of the items. Other than that, did the disclosure materials appear to be fine, or are there any issues you need to bring to my attention?
I believe my attorney sent in any response to anything that was not correct.
All right, so nothing else as far as disclosure, it appears. Is that right?
I think so, yes.
Now, Mr. Patterson, your attorney asked for this hearing in order for you to do 2 things. One is to respond to victim impact testimony, and the second is to reply to a letter. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Which would you like to do first?
We can do the testimony or the victim impact statement.
All right, so victim impact testimony first. When I look down, Mr. Patterson, that's because I'm taking some notes, but I want you to know I'm paying very close attention to you. All right?
Okay.
Go ahead and tell me what you would like the board to know in regard to the victim impact testimony.
Well, I'd like to say that once again, I'm very sorry for what I did. The shooting of the gun that night. I tried to convey that last time as well. But I feel like there's been some false information given to Officer Hager's spouse. She mentioned some things about she's worried about who I am, basically. And I feel like they have the wrong information there. She mentioned that I'm not worried about reoffenders. I'm not a reoffender. I have no criminal history before this took place. It was the event was totally out of my character. And I don't know if they know that I was on a medication at the time that was causing me some reactions, adverse reactions. And like I said, what I did was totally out of my character. Never had any problems before in my life. Always been a law-abiding citizen. I still am. Since that happened, since I've been incarcerated, I haven't committed any crimes. I've done my best to show that I'm a good person. I love my family. And she also mentioned about being worried about my kids and if I were to get out or whatnot. My kids have been writing me letters since I've been incarcerated, stating that they want to see me, that they love me, they want to give me a hug. It's kind of heartbreaking because they've sent me letters saying this for, I mean, it's been 6.5 years or so, stating those things. And it's just been very heartbreaking because I can't respond to them. There's a no contact order. And that's been very, like I said, heartbreaking and kind of devastating to me. And I'm sure to my kids as well, it hasn't been, you know, a healthy thing. Yeah, in terms of, you know, I'm sorry, it's hard for me. I have some medical history that causes me anxiety and stuff. So I try to do my best here, but.
You can go ahead and pause for a moment and gather your thoughts if you need to. Go ahead and pause for a second.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say just how sorry I am. It was totally out of my character. I wish that the Hagers knew who I was before this took place, who I still am. And there's an interview between Officer Champagne and my ex-wife that was done and kind of gives an accurate depiction of who I was and who I am. And it'd be nice if they could see that Officer Hager and his wife, I don't know if they're able to, but I think that would give them a peace of mind of who I am and not be worried about anything. So yeah, I just want to convey that and let them know that, you know, this was a one-time situation. I am a good person. I do the best I can. I think I've tried to prove myself since I've been here, taking classes, just doing everything that I can to improve myself. I recognize something I didn't know before with the medication, what to look for in terms of adverse reactions that I didn't know about at the time. So I know what to look for. I have support. I see the doctor regularly, the social workers that are here. I have tons of support from my family, from psychologists and doctors that I have that are out there that I've talked to that still support me and want the best for me. And like I said, I know all those things now, and I'm able to know that moving forward, how to maintain my mental health and what I need to do there. So I think that is about what I wanted to say there.
All right, your attorney said that you also wanted to respond to a letter. You indicated that she filed an additional document, which is correct, and I reviewed that this morning, where she talks about the letter on your behalf. Is there anything that you want to say about that letter?
Well, kind of reiterate what she said. I don't know who the person that wrote it is. He's never been someone I've known, and doesn't know the truth about it. There's a lot of false allegations of domestic violence that none of them are true. And once again, I think it's important to look at that interview with Detective Champagne and my ex-wife. She says, or my ex-wife says to him in there that I've never hurt her. I've never been violent before. She even said that the news media was trying to make her look like she was a victim of domestic violence, and that's not her life, she said in there. So yeah, there's a lot of discrepancies there. I was also, if there's more that's needed to know that I have never done domestic violence, she wrote me love letters for about 4 to 5 months after the event took place, stating that, you know, she loved me, felt safe in my arms. Like I said, I've never done any domestic violence. And in her own words, on those documents, you'll see that that's the case. So.
All right, thank you. You recently wrote a statement for the Institutional Progress Report, correct? You remember that?
I'm not sure.
I'm going to change screens here. You won't be able to see it. Okay. But there's an Institutional Progress Report. Do you know what that is?
No, I don't think so.
So that's a report. It's a report from the prison. And there's a statement from you. Okay. Where you filled out a form where you fill in some pre-set spaces, and then you've also included writing on separate pages to supplement that. Do you remember filling that out?
I think so. Now, I think I know what you're talking about now, yes.
When do you think you filled that out? What's your memory of that?
Well, I was sent, my caseworker called me in after I had been given a notice of this hearing, and gave me some papers to fill out. That it comes before you guys send blue packets, I guess. Right. And so, yes, I filled that out again. I had already filled it out before too, at the prior hearing, but yes. Right. When do you think you filled out this latest one? I would have been, I'm guessing, late November, early December. All right. Thanks for answering that question. It's very well written. In this statement, you indicate that when you committed the shooting, you're not entirely clear on what happened because you disassociated from the event. Correct. Can you tell me how much, let me switch screens back to you here. All right, Mr. Patterson, I'm interested in your viewpoint. Tell me how much you remember from the event. Do you remember very much at all? I don't, it's hard to say because I've been told, I mean, it's been almost 8 years since this took place. And I've been told a lot of things over that time of what happened. So some of it I think I remember, and some of it I think I just remember what I've been told. I don't know. Does that answer the question? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. What part do you think you actually remember yourself? Well, I remember hold on there, your volume stopped. Let's see if we can get your volume going again. Can you hear me? Raise your hand if you can hear me.
Try speaking there, Mr. Patterson. I can't hear you for some reason. The volume just went out for you. Try speaking again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now you're back. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Sorry about that, Mr. Patterson, but I want to make sure that I hear what you have to say. So go ahead now. You were at the point where you were talking about what you can remember yourself.
Right. I know that there was an argument between my wife and I about she had brought up divorce, and I remember a little bit of that, and I just remember it kind of felt like I was watching myself. And I don't know how to describe it. It was more like, it was like a dream, I guess you could say. But I remember that there was an argument. She was bringing up divorce, and, you know, she had said some things and, you know, threatened to take the kids away, that kind of thing. And after that, I just don't. I remember it's just images really of watching the shooting taking place. Like I said, it's hard to remember what happened, because I've been told so many things that I don't know if it's truly what I remember or not, if that makes sense.
Sure. Let me ask you this.
Yes.
From your memory or any other thought that you may have, how many people do you believe were endangered by the shooting? What are your thoughts there?
Well, the officer, for sure. And I know a neighbor's house. I was told that a neighbor's house got hit by a bullet, so they were in danger. The community, I guess. And I know I caused a lot of pain, a lot of fear for my own family and Officer Hager and his.
Thank you for answering that question, Mr. Patterson.
Yes.
Is there anything else that you think the board needs to know in making the decision?
Well, once again, I'd like you guys just to know who I am, who I was. Like I said before, I've always been a law-abiding citizen. I've never had a problem with anyone, really. I respect the police. I never had an issue with them. I still don't. You know, it was way out of my character. Anyone who knows me knows that this was a very big surprise. You know, and I just wanted to reiterate that, you know, there was a medication that was messing with my body chemistry. That's also in that detective's interview where my ex-wife's talking to the officer. She mentions it was out of my character over 10 to 20 times in that. It's something that I still have a hard time believing I did, just because of, it's just not, that's not who I am. And I couldn't, it's been horrible. It's horrible to think that I did it. and I still don't understand all of it. But I know nothing like this will ever happen again. Like I said, I have the support, I have the knowledge now. I know what to look for in terms of how I feel on medication. Make sure I'm on the right one, and that, you know, I don't get on something like I did before where, you know, I couldn't be myself with it, I guess. So, yeah, I promise that if you guys let me go, release me, I'll obey the law. I'm not going to break any laws that are going to bring me back to prison. I love my kids. I love my family. I only wish to move forward in peace for everyone that's involved, including the officer and his family, my family, my ex-wife, everyone. I truly am ready to go, and I've got a job lined up, got support.
Let me ask you this, when you say you know what to look for in regards to medication, tell me what that is. What do you look for to know that there's a problem?
Change of mood, my thoughts. If I'm feeling more depressed, just my overall mood and behavior. So that's one thing that at the time this event happened, I didn't know. They had just given me that medication and did a dosage change on me there. And I didn't realize exactly how it was affecting me. And once again, that in the Detective Champagne interview, my wife talks about noticing that I got more suicidal than I was before on it. And just noticed, you know, my behavior was different. So yeah, those kind of things. And I have therapy now, so I see, you know, and I have a therapist lined up on the outside that will help me. That was helping me before I got here. So I'll be carefully monitoring that for sure, to make sure that nothing's affecting me chemical-wise.
All right, thank you for answering that question. Have you been able to address everything that you wanted to address, or is there anything you haven't had the opportunity to address?
I hope I've addressed everything. Just a reminder, I sometimes forget things. My doctor, I don't know if you guys have my medical records, but they said to write things down, which I did. I wrote some things down, but I tried not to look at it. But I hope so. I hope that I conveyed who I am. And like I said, I do believe that interview is very important. If you guys haven't read it, I'm sure you have. But the interview with Detective Champagne kind of shows an accurate depiction of who I was and who I am. And this was just totally out of character, so the event. So.
All right, let me ask you this, Mr. Patterson. Do you want the board? You want the board to go ahead and start the decision-making process, or do you want the board to hold off for a few weeks to give you and/or your attorney the opportunity to send us anything else that you feel we need to have?
That's a good question. I would just say, if you guys have reviewed everything, I think it's okay to go ahead and let's do it, Let's
All right.
let's get this going. But yeah, just take the time to read through those things. If I think they're very important. They kind of show the truth about who I am and who I was and all that. So.
All right, Mr. Patterson, we're going to wrap this hearing up. As you know, the decision must be made by majority vote, so at least 3 members of the board must agree on a decision. That process won't happen today, obviously.
Right.
It takes some time. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Any questions about that process?
No.
All right. Well, Mr. Patterson, I appreciate you appearing today, and I appreciate the officers who made this hearing possible, because without their help, it wouldn't occur at all. So thank you, Mr. Patterson, and thank you to the officers. We will conclude the hearing at this time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we are on the record. Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. ALVIN NORTHRUP. Am I saying that correctly, sir? Offender number 157563. Is that you, sir?
Yep.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yeah.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yeah.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yeah.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No.
So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over a description of the offense. I'm going to give kind of a brief version. The longer one was in the pre-sentence investigation, which was part of your blue disclosure packet. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And at the end of the hearing, if there's anything we haven't discussed or you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay? So it looks like a special attention happened in December of 2021, where the board continued the original hearing to now with an institutional progress report and sex offender assessment. Prior to this hearing, they noted that they expected you to complete residential substance use treatment as evaluated to be appropriate and to remain case action plan compliant. They returned case 201800077 to the trial court to determine restitution and then sent it to the Office of State Debt Collection. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yeah, that's.
In regards to your offense, I show case 201800077. I show on December 19, 2019, an officer was approached by Mr. NORTHRUP at a library. He stated he'd been kicked out of his brother's house where he had been staying, and he had no place to sleep because he was a registered sex offender. He sexually assaulted the 11-year-old victim at his brother's home. He was asked to leave the residence immediately. The victim stated she got up to use the restroom, and he had told her to sit on his lap. The victim sat on his lap and he sexually assaulted her. He blamed the victim. Is that correct, sir?
I mean, it is in their eyes, but.
What do you mean by
She
that?
sat on my lap, but nothing, nothing happened. I don't know where she got that from, to tell you the truth. But, I mean, if that's what she said, then I got to go with it. I'm not gonna say I didn't do it when I know she sat on my lap, but nothing else happened after that.
I mean,
She was always sitting in the chair with me and we were playing games all the time. So, and yeah, it was a dumb move on my part completely. I put myself in a situation that I should have never done. And
what should you not have done?
I should have never put myself around children, for one thing. And I did. So, I know I could be punished for that. But for the other, I can't say it in truth that I touched her. You know what I mean?
So you knew you were right.
My ex-sister, she didn't like me anyways. They wanted me out of that house. And they knew I had priors. When I took it to court, it was my prior before that kept me, if I would have fought it, I would have went to the, and fought it, I wouldn't be here. But I couldn't, because if I fought it, they were threatening me with 1 to 15, 2 of them. And I worked it, so we got it down to 2 0 to 5s. And if I hadn't had my previous sex offense, things would have went a lot different. But they used that, and there was no way, I had no.
So did you know you were a registered sex offender?
Yeah, they did.
I'm asking you, did you know that?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Did you know you were not supposed to be around children?
I did.
And so why did you continue being around children?
Yeah, I hadn't been around my family for quite a while. And it was like, I don't know. I miss being part of a family. And I just wasn't thinking about the consequences. It was until it already had done. And then I realized, what I used, if I used the stuff that I learned, in sex offender class, I wouldn't have put myself in that place in the first place. But I didn't use the tools that I was taught, I was not thinking right.
Sir, is there anything you want to say about victim impact or victim empathy?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. If it hurt the girl, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to in any way hurt her. Is that what you mean? Or,
I mean, yeah, I'm asking.
yeah,
if-
yeah,
So right now, this is being live streamed. I don't know if the victim's listening or the victim's representatives or victim
Right, right.
family. But if they were listening,
yeah.
is there anything you'd like to say?
No, I'm sorry that it happened, you know. I'm sorry that they had to go through that, you know, whatever they had to go through. That's, you know, I apologize for all that, but it is what it is. I'm here and, you know,
When's the last time you had contact with the victim?
that night, it would have been, I don't know.
Was the date of the offense?
Yeah, well, it would have been, it wasn't that day. It was
Or around that time?
around that time, yeah. I can't really say a certain date.
Sir, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides, but I've never seen them grant parole without some kind of no victim contact condition. Would you abide by that, sir?
Yeah, no,
No contact with the victim.
right. Oh, yes, definitely not. No, I'm not going back out there. I'm done with, trying to be with, you know, with my family and stuff. That's not gonna. I know
And
what
so-
I gotta do this time. Just gotta be really careful and stay away from stuff that I shouldn't be around.
What do you mean by that?
I should not be around kids at all, you know? And I
So
was,
why do you think that's, because obviously, sir, you had a sex offense. You then went and lived in a home with children or a child.
yeah.
So, and now you're saying, well, it's not going to happen. So what has changed? Because obviously you've already once been convicted and then went and met children.
Well, I just understand more about it, you know, than what, you know, the fence does to people. You know, I feel bad that I, you know, put myself in that situation. I can't say it anything better than
So what do you think your risks are?
they're way low. I would never do it again. There's no way. And that's honest. You know, I'm never going to put myself in that situation ever.
So tell me about your last sex offense. I show it's from 2003, right?
Yeah, that one, I did that one. I paid it, you know, I did the time.
But tell me what happened.
It was, twin girls. And it started when they were 9 or 10 till they were like 11.
That
I
you sexually
would-
assaulted them?
Yeah, I would grope them and
So obviously this is, you're saying that this has occurred. So what do you think your risks were? Why did that occur in that 2003 offense? Why did you commit these offenses?
yeah,
Is-
I don't know. I just,
Because, sir, I mean, obviously part of this hearing, right, is to discuss your offenses, prior offense, but I want to know, and the board wants to know, I'm sure, whether it's going to happen again and whether you properly identified the issues that resulted in the offense, right? And you're telling me you don't have any insight into your risks. So I'm trying to understand more. Okay.
well, it finally come to me, you know, I mean, just, I realized, you know, that I can't be around kids, you know, obviously.
Okay.
And, like I said, I put myself in a situation that I knew I should have never done. You know, I registered in Vernal and everything, so they knew they were coming to check me, but, you know, the kids were only there, you know, a few times. It was a mess. I was doing meth a lot and. you know,
During the 2003 offense or the
The-
most recent?
This last one,
Okay.
we were all doing it, you know, but I'm the
Were
one
you doing meth during your 2003 offense?
No, didn't even know what it was.
Were you,
I was an alcoholic,
so you were using alcohol during that time?
alcohol.
So do you think substances can be a risk for you?
Yes.
Okay, and so I want to make sure I get to the psychosexual evaluation, because obviously that's an important part of today's hearing. Do you remember that evaluation?
So what,
It was from 2022. It discussed your risks. It gave some diagnoses. It made a recommendation. Do you remember that? Okay. It's been a little while. So it said your risk level, like I said, this is an assessment from 2022. It said your risk level was average. It recommended that you complete sex offender treatment within the institutional setting. And that at that time it was offered in Draper, obviously the prison's no longer there. And that it specifically recommended the Footprints program as part, which is part of the sex offender program. What do you think of those recommendations?
yeah, they're right. I don't remember ever reading them like that, but yeah, that's,
It should have been part of your blue disclosure packet. You don't remember receiving?
oh,
it?
I don't remember.
Okay,
I
so-
barely got a packet.
Right. No, I know, but you don't remember receiving it in that packet. Okay, so you have a couple of options, sir, because that obviously is an important document. I went over it briefly, but you have two options, and it's up to you. We can stop this hearing right now. So you can either, if you don't remember receiving it, either go back and look at it, or we can have it disclosed again, or disclosed for the first time if you don't have it. And then we have this hearing continued to a different date. I don't know exactly when, but I'll try to get on the next available calendar. Or you can continue with today's hearing and waive your right to having received that psychosexual evaluation. What would you like to do?
What, was it somebody that come and seen me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, I remember that.
Okay,
It was just maybe 3 weeks ago, and he evaluated it, you know,
So I
and I
showed,
thought it went really good.
okay.
Some guy come in and was asking me all kinds of questions about the case and stuff.
Okay.
Is that what you're talking about?
I show from a 2022 evaluation. So maybe you have somebody else.
Maybe they did. I might have went up and,
So what do you want to do? What would you like? Do you want to stop the hearing, or do you want to
oh,
go?
no,
forward?
let's go on.
Okay, so
You
can
know,
you waive your right to having received it?
yeah, well, I can't remember having it. But yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
All right, sir. So you're mentioning doing sex offender treatment, right? Do you also think you need substance use treatment?
yeah,
Okay. In prison, in the community, what do you think?
what,
Substance use treatment and sex offender treatment?
yeah,
In the prison?
yeah.
Okay. How long had you said for your 2003 offense, you were using alcohol, and then for your most recent offense, you were using meth. How long had you been using meth?
That was in 2020. Probably about 2018 is when I first started trying it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your insight, sir. One of the other things I think it was mentioned in the pre-sentence investigation was that you have a head injury. Can you tell me about that, sir?
Yeah, I had a rod elevator off an oil rig come down and hit me in the back of my head and broke my hard hat and put some stitches and staples in my head.
Sorry to hear that, sir.
Huh?
I said, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it hurt. I was knocked out for a while.
Were you hospitalized for some time?
Oh, yeah.
How long were you hospitalized?
About a week and a half
And when was this? Approximate year? You remember?
when it happened. I think it was like in 98, 90 something. It was
Okay.
in the 90s.
Do you still have residual effects, medical issues as a result of it?
No. Right now it's my hips.
Okay.
I just had surgery on my left hip, and my right hip's gonna get done in 3 more months.
You said you just
I
had
can't
surgery?
hardly walk, huh?
You said you just had surgery on you?
Yeah. Yeah, about 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
They want to do the next one in 3 months if,
Do you know, sir, and I appreciate your insight on this, and I'm not trying to ask this to be rude, but I'm just trying to make sure I understand. When you said the elevator hit you, were you diagnosed with a traumatic brain injury? Do you know?
no, they never did.
Okay.
An elevator, what it is, it's what carries the rods. It weighs about 45 pounds, but it was up in the air and it slipped off. And what happened, then that come down, broke my hard hat and hit me in the head. It broke my pusher, his shoulder, because it hit him in the shoulder after it hit me. But
Okay.
that's been a few years ago.
Okay.
And I don't know, I don't think I've had, I don't know, headaches, really bad headaches and stuff like that. But
Okay.
now it's just my hips that are giving me trouble. I just turned 65. 63, I think everything started going south. Getting old. Because
Okay.
I did a lot of construction and a lot of hard labor work.
Okay. So, sir, the one thing I'm a little bit confused about, that 2022 evaluation recommended sex offender treatment, but I don't show that have you started any sex offender treatment?
No, they haven't sent me anything to do anything like that.
Okay. And you were ordered only for an assessment by the board, so maybe that's why you have not started the program.
Yeah, because yeah, they haven't asked me yet. I would already be in it if they asked me. Yeah, I would have been there.
Okay. I also note that you have no disciplinary violations, sir. That's good.
No.
Regarding release plans, I show that you said you would be homeless, and you asked for a halfway house. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
yeah.
Do you
Yeah,
have
it's
any
hard.
idea of which halfway house?
It's usually the one at Nuke in Ogden. Is the one I go to.
All right, sir. Those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, it's posted on our website. It's not immediate, just so you know, even on the website, but it's faster on the website than the mail, so someone can look that up for you while you're waiting for the written one, which will
Yeah, I
still
don't
take some time.
so.
Well, case managers could look it up too, as well. So if you ask them. In regards to your guidelines, sir, I show 59 months or January 5th, 2025. Obviously, that's passed, right? And the board decides. So they can go below that date. They can go above that date. They can go with that date. It's basically, easiest way to think of it is a suggestion. It's based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses. And I show the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is February 5th, 2030. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
No, not at this time. Hope it goes good. I mean, I know I regret what I've done. You know, I understand now really more so than ever in my life, you know.
Why do you think that is, sir?
I just older, I think, and I'm not a myth, you know, now I'm straight. I look at it and it would never happen again. I know. I'm tired of going through all this. You know, I want to, I don't know, live my life rest in peace. And it's hard, you know, being a sex offender out there. It was tough for me anyways, you know, because you have to register every 6 months. You got to tell your renter that you're a sex offender, and they'll slam the door in your face. Jobs, you can't get them because you know, you got to take all the low jobs that people don't want, you know. But it's just been tough. Really, you know, I don't want to do that no more.
And I'm making notes of everything we've been talking about. I want you to know that's why I have been listening. So, you know, you're talking about difficulties.
Oh yeah.
Do you think compliance with the sex offender registry will be a problem?
No, I'll do it.
Okay.
No, it's no problem. I mean, that's not really the big problem. It's just trying to get work and, you know, and I'm 65 now, so it's going to be a lot harder on me when I do get out, you know, because I'm going to be in a wheelchair for a little while, quite a bit. And, you know, because I got lower back problems too that they got to get taken care of too. So, you know, it's going to be tough.
Are you planning to work? Are you planning on disability?
Well, I want to work, yes, if I plan on working.
Okay.
Whatever jobs I can get, you know, I'm not going to do the disability unless I have to.
Okay.
Because I'm only 65. If I get my hips fixed, I can go out and work again. I'm not, no, I don't like to be idle. I'd rather work. It keeps me out of trouble too, so.
Okay. All right, sir. Well, I appreciate all of your comments. I've made notes of all of them. We'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
You have a good day.
You too. All right, we are on the record. Today is the time and place set for a rehearing for Mr. Samuel King, offender number 10210. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you can put your hand down, sir.
Okay.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I have it here.
Okay, you brought it with you. And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Absolutely.
Okay, are there any errors or corrections you want me to know about in that blue disclosure packet before you begin today?
There's no errors or corrections or anything of that nature. Although my situation has changed a little bit since I received my packet.
How has it changed, sir?
Well, I just came off a 5-day hospitalization with stage 4 prostate cancer.
Okay.
And on Christmas Day, I started chemo.
Okay, and and how is that going, sir?
Well, I had my first session of chemo. I am waiting for him to invite me back to Huntsman's Cancer Center and continue with it.
Okay, and so it's ongoing?
It's ongoing, yes.
Okay.
Which brings to mind, I received a letter from the VA, okay, saying that I need to get information from Huntsman's Cancer Center for the VA.
Okay.
I don't know how that will impact any of this, but I've sure been worried about it.
Okay. And I did want to talk to you about your physical health issues. That definitely was something I wanted to discuss at today's hearing. I would note part of this hearing was to have an updated medical report.
Okay.
That was not completed. I did not receive it.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
I have a letter for release of information.
Oh.
Okay.
okay. Well, but yeah, the Department of Corrections usually, Ashley, she's usually the one that provides that information. I have not received it. So, sir, I want to give you two options, okay? Because it's completely up to you. Since I have not received it, and I'm guessing I don't think she's completed it.
Now, who is she?
Ashley Bird, I think, is usually the one that completes it.
Ashley Bird.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's usually the one that completes them. So, and it might be forthcoming. I might be receiving it, but you should receive it before this hearing. So I want to give you two options, okay, sir? It's completely up to you. We can stop this hearing and have it continued to a different date. So that report can be completed.
Okay.
And then you'll have time to review it. Or you can waive your right to having received that report and we still go with today's hearing. What would you like to do, sir?
Let's go with today's hearing.
Okay, so do you waive your right to having received it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir.
Okay, now again, okay, this is a medical update or?
Yeah, it should have been from the department, just the department letting the board know about relevant health issues and diagnoses. But we
Okay.
can talk, obviously you're here today, so I will ask you, and you've kind of already provided me some information about how your health is going. Okay?
Yes, uh-huh.
Okay, so just to tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm not going to go over your offenses individually or go over what they said in the pre-sentence investigation. I'm just going to ask you for any comments. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments or things we haven't discussed that you would like to, let me know, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like you had a rehearing after a parole violation original hearing, where this rehearing was ordered for now with an updated medical report, which we've already discussed. It was noted that the board expected you to complete case action plan programming prior to this hearing. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, sir, do you have any comments about your offenses?
No.
Do you have any contact with the victim?
None whatsoever.
And I'm just making notes of everything we're talking about. I am listening, okay?
Okay.
So why do you think I know you're here for multiple offenses, but why do you think the kidnapping charge occurred?
Well, hanging out with the wrong people, doing the wrong things, okay?
What do you mean you were doing the wrong things?
Okay, drug abuse, just a lot of immoral, okay, behavior, fast tracking.
Can you elaborate on what you mean by that for me, sir?
Okay, fast tracking, okay, living, okay, on the edge.
Okay.
Okay.
So has things changed for you since that time?
Absolutely.
And how have they changed?
Okay, they've changed because of the last 16 years put my effort into reinventing myself, re-educating myself, writing. I've involved myself with updating, okay, my craft and developing my craft.
What is your craft?
I'm a poet,
Okay.
okay? And in my poetry, okay, if you were to read, okay, read it, you can tell that there's been changes because it's all been about the change process. Okay, if I may.
Go for it, sir.
Okay, all right. I would like to do, okay, a poem that express exactly where I am in life. Okay,
Please.
and the name of this poem is called The Lost Traveler. I am that lost traveler. And it goes this way. One morning, upon awakening on a city bus bench, angry, disoriented, disgusted, and drenched, too distraught to travel even another single inch. I didn't know where I was going, and I wasn't quite sure where I had been. You see, I had lost my ticket along the way as hassles and plots thickened. Attempting to shift the blame, I justified every little thing, implicating foes and friends as the reason the saga began. Then reality struck like lightning in the midst of stormy weather. A voice from the wind whispered, "Look within, for only you can choose to be better." So I made a vow with my head unbowed to first pull myself together, empowered by choice, and decision was deposed, and I've taken control of body, mind, and soul. That's The Lost Traveler.
Sir, you seem very talented in your poetry.
And I have quite a bit of it. In 16 years, I've developed that.
And I commend you on that. And it
Thank you.
sounds to me, based on the poem that you just recited from memory, is that you you have been searching and found the change that you want. And
It's etched on my soul.
so I am very it sounds like you really thought about it, and I commend you for that.
Thank you.
So you mentioned substances,
Yes.
and that it sounds like you attribute your offenses to substance use. Is that right?
That had something to do with it, yes.
Okay, what else do you think had to do with it?
Okay, when you are fast tracking and living, okay, as it says in the poem, okay, you justify everything, okay, and you become very, very selfish. You don't care about anything except for, okay, satisfying your need to get high.
Okay.
So I've had to think quite a bit about it. As a matter of fact, in the last 16 years, I don't know if you noticed it in the packet, but I've been doing a lot of work with Alcoholics Anonymous. Okay, I've put my effort into developing an AA group here at the prison. Okay, it's called the Hour of Hope. And on every Sunday night, that's where you'll find me.
Okay.
And also, I write, okay, for the Lifeline, okay, so as to share what I've learned and what I've experienced with others.
And I would also note, I show you completed Conquest, is that right?
Yes, I did.
So tell me about that program. What'd you think of it?
Well, Conquest has a lot of information that one can benefit from. It's through Conquest that I first started to initiate what I call the change process. Okay, it gives you the opportunity to take a look at your behavior and inventory yourself. Okay, and then try and put those, it's not easy. Okay, then you try and put those changes into effect. Okay, like I said, it's not easy.
But it sounds like you've been working at it. Anything in particular that you learned that you thought was interesting, or maybe you didn't, maybe the program didn't really help, but anything in particular that you thought was helpful?
There's a lot of things, okay, it would probably take an hour, okay, to.
Anything in particular, or one particular thing, I guess?
Well, as I said earlier, okay, the change process, okay, taking a good look at yourself and figuring out exactly how I got here. Okay, it's like the poem, The Lost Traveler, okay? You know, you wake up and suddenly it's like, wow, how did I get here? What was I doing, okay, that resulted in my ending up? You see, I didn't come to the penitentiary until 59 years old. Okay, that's a lot of time, okay, to run around wilding, okay. A lot of, I don't like to make excuses, okay, but when you lose everything, okay, you have a tendency to try and replace those losses, okay, with other things. And that's not always good, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I'm understanding what you're saying, sir.
Okay.
I do want to make sure, since part of this hearing was to talk about your health issues, I want to, you kind of already at the beginning of this hearing made notes of some issues. Is there anything else that you want the board to know about your health issues? What's the, I guess you've talked about chemo moving forward, is that right?
Yes.
Anything else you would like the board to know in that regard?
That it's really important at this stage in my life, okay, that I find freedom again. I haven't seen my children. I don't even know where they are in 40-something years. I can't affect that from in here. I'm also trying to get my works published. I can't get any of that done in here. And I think that the fact that I want to make amends, well, that's important to me, okay? Because I've acted very, very selfishly as far as my children are concerned. I haven't seen them, as I said, in 40-something years. I think that I have experience through my writings to share with others. I would also like to share some of those attitudes and feelings with my children as well. And if I could, I would like to, I would like for the victim to know, even though, okay, for years, and I still stand on that, okay, innocence, I did not kidnap her, okay. I would still like to make amends and say, hey, I'm sorry that this happened this way.
And sir, I would note, and I understand that you want to say sorry to her, but that if you're paroled, I've never seen the board grant parole without some kind of no victim contact condition.
That's no problem.
Okay, so, and I understand that you're saying that you would like to apologize, and maybe you just mean at this hearing.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
And
This is more for the hearing than it would be for that individual.
okay, and that's why I clarify, right?
Okay, thank you.
So anything else about your health issues that you wanted to note that the board should know?
Well, just that I'm doing treatment. I haven't received a deadline, so to speak. Okay, I don't know how long I have. It's stage 4. So I would like to enjoy some, freedom time. Well, it's pretty intense when you're facing your mortality.
And thank you for discussing that, sir. In regards to release plans, I showed that you'd like to live with your friend John
Yes,
and you're retired. Is that still kind of the plan?
absolutely.
Okay, and is John a family member? Is that here in Utah?
John is a friend, okay, and an individual who I met through AA.
Okay.
Okay. He's also responsible for helping me to get AA here, okay, at the prison.
And he's sober.
Absolutely, 32 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, sir, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post on our website. Just saying it's not immediate, so it'll take some time, but it'll be faster on the website than you'll get it in the mail. So maybe somebody can look that decision up for you and tell you what that decision is while
Okay.
you're waiting for your written decision.
And your name again?
My name is Kelly,
Kelly?
Kelly Perry.
Kelly Perry.
I would note your guidelines, sir, is 256 months or January 22nd, 2030. I want you to understand that's just a suggestion, okay? The board ultimately decides. They can go below that date. They can go above that date. They can do the same date. I want you to understand the board decides what happens moving forward, okay? But it is based on a number of factors. The CCJJ do issue them, one of them obviously being your offenses. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I appreciate your comments today. I've been making notes of all of them.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I
Oh,
do. Now, you said 2030? Now, what is that about?
So that's your guideline date. That's what your matrix, people refer to it as well by that name. It's calculated based on factors, one of them being your offenses. It should have been part of your blue disclosure packet. There's a formula that it's figured out, how it's figured out. But like I said, one of them is based on the actual offenses for what you've been convicted of. And that's how that date is calculated, but the board ultimately decides, just so you know, okay? Any other comments or questions?
I think you've been clear.
Okay, well, I appreciate you attending this hearing, sir. We'll go ahead and conclude.
Okay.
All right. So I want to go ahead and welcome everybody that's in here to You Have a Collect Call From, where we deal with pretty much anything that has to do with prison, phone calls, interviews, video visits, parole board, meetings, releases, all that good stuff. And I am your host, James. Anyhow, appreciate you guys being in here. If you guys haven't done so, if you please could hit that thumbs up, and we'll go ahead and see who's up next. If anybody happened to catch that individual's name that just went on, if you guys wouldn't mind sharing that, so I could go ahead and look up the next individual's information. And I'm currently running 2 streams, so I'm running right now. We're doing Connecticut and Utah simultaneously, so I'm bouncing in between both of the chats, if you will. All right, so I see nobody wants to drop any comments in the chats. That's okay. Let me check. So I'm guessing maybe was that Samuel Kings that just came on? I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that right there. Let me check. The next person should be this individual here. Let me just go ahead and get their info ready and do a little Googling around to check if I could find anything on the next individual. Let me see. Let me stamp that there. Oh, the next guy is all bad. If it's, oh no, hold on. No, hold on. I think I was convicted of 2 counts of, oh man, that's awful. Yeah, it is. It's an bad. As a matter of fact, what I'm gonna do right now is let me get their name on the chat.
Okay.
Thank you for
All right,
that.
we are on the record. Today is the time and place set for a rehearing for Mr. ASGIA Jai Hannigan.
Oh, yeah, this
Offender
guy's
number
bad.
142677. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Do you mind getting a little closer to the microphone? It's being recorded, and I just want to make sure we can hear you, okay? Or have that microphone brought to you. Awesome. Okay. All right. My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes,
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
yes,
And did you have a chance to review that?
yes.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing? Are there any errors or corrections I should know about before we begin today?
The report that was sent to you by a CSW,
Are you talking about the sex offender treatment memo?
that might be it. He exaggerated numbers a lot. We only had like 40-minute talk. I've sent a packet in of the different clearances or things that I've done over 25 years. And the caseworkers that I've worked with and other staff members that I've worked with had put stuff in, and they're completely opposite of what he put in. I mean, one of his exaggerations was he said I had over 100 places on the outside, therapy places that I could go to on the outside. And I had already sent the board the packet. There's 42 listed there. I would have never said 100 because I already sent you the list that I made up. It took me years to research those places.
And just so you know, we'll probably be talking about that again, but I appreciate you letting me know already.
Yeah.
Is there any other comments that you'd like to make about corrections or errors, excuse me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would also note one other thing before we begin. There was supposed to be an updated medical information provided to the board for this hearing. That report was not completed. I have not received it, and from my understanding, it has not been completed. So I want to give you two options, sir. It's completely up to you. We can stop this hearing right now, and you can have it continued so that report can get completed. You have time to review it. And then, like I said, the hearing will get scheduled. It's not immediate, but it'll get scheduled as quickly as possible. Or you can waive your right to having received it, and we can go forward with the hearing. What would you like to do?
Well, my health is worse than it was in 20. And I just recently had surgery that failed within a few days after surgery. So I'll have to go back for more surgery.
What was the surgery for, sir?
My bladder's been damaged. And it was supposed to try and open things up so that I could actually urinate. And it failed right off.
Okay.
I have to do catheters now on an average of 90 minutes, every 90 minutes around the clock. So I don't get much sleep anymore. I have to be up. The pain wakes me up. So.
And thank you for sharing that with me. It's still up to you, and I appreciate you and because obviously you know your medical information, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't receive an official report from the department.
Right.
So what would you like? Do you want to stop this hearing or do you want to go forward?
In the packet that I sent to you, I sent you copies of medical records.
And I received your letter. I'll call it a letter, but yeah.
But,
So-
I mean, is that sufficient information for you?
Well, so it's not even about I mean, this is your hearing, right? So it's not even necessarily about what is sufficient for me. It is about what you feel prepared to do because, right? Because that's a disclosure document that you haven't received. So it is up to you whether you want to go forward with this hearing or not. What would you like to do?
When they submit it, will I still receive a copy of it? Like-
Yeah, if you, yes.
Okay, then we can go forward with
So
it.
do you waive your right to having received it?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So just to tell you how today's going to go, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm not going to go over the pre-sentence investigation, which outlined the offense, which was in your blue disclosure packet, but I'm going to ask you for any comments. We'll go over that sex offender assessment, which you kind of already discussed. And we'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then if you have any further questions, comments, or things that we haven't discussed at the end of the hearing, to please let me know, okay? So it looks like you had a rehearing after an original hearing, where a rehearing is ordered for now with a sex offender treatment program memo and updated medical information, which we've already discussed. It was noted that you were expected to complete sex offender treatment prior to this rehearing, and the board would consider an earlier rehearing if you completed sex offender treatment.
Mhm.
Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any comments about your offenses?
No, I'll never be allowed in the SOTP program.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
I will never be allowed in the SOTP program.
And why do you say that?
My case is still open.
And I'm assuming you mean on appeal.
It's a habeas corpus that's open. Documents were entered. And
Do you know the case number for that case, sir? Because I found an appeal 331P .3D 1140, but I showed that was affirmed, that the trial court decision was affirmed on that appeal.
yeah, I don't know. I remember that there was an appeal, but I never talked to anybody about it, so I don't know.
So do you know the present status of this habeas corpus?
It's at stay.
It's a stay?
The judge ordered that I cannot file any other motion without, I have to have a Utah lawyer file the next motion on a certain type of form. And I have not been able to find the form, or I have no avenue to be able to find an attorney.
So, sir, that makes me, from my interpretation of things, makes me think that you don't have an active appeal, but maybe I'm misinterpreting what you're saying.
Well, the case is not, it's a habeas corpus,
Okay.
and it's until the court told me I had to find a lawyer to file the next motion. And I filed 3 motions with the court, asking for extension of time for appointment of counsel and for ADA issues to be recognized.
Okay. All right. So are you, and I understand that you're saying sex offender treatment, and they've noted this in the assessment, is saying that they will not accept you based on your representation that there's an appeal. Do you want to do sex offender treatment?
I'll take it on the outside because that will not be an issue on the outside. I'll take any program that the board wants me to take, but it's not available for me in here.
Do you have any current contact with the victim?
No.
When's the last time you had contact with the victim?
1993.
Okay. It sounds like, obviously, that's a very, very long time, right? So,
They don't even live in Utah.
okay, but if you were paroled, and I don't know, that's what the board will do, right? They decide. But I've never seen parole granted without some kind of no victim contact condition. Would you abide by that?
Absolutely. I will be staying in Salt Lake because I have to go to the UMC I got 2 major surgeries coming up. And after one of those surgeries, it's going to take 12 to 18 months of therapy at the U.
So you'd have to stay there?
I'll be going like weekly. Every week I'll have to go up for therapy.
Okay. So an outpatient basis.
For the therapy, yes. Not for the surgery.
Right, yeah. And then I'm just making notes of everything we're talking about, just so you know. I also think, based on your offense, that you, if you were paroled, that you would have a no contact with children condition. Would you abide by that, sir?
In fact, if you read the letter that I wrote to the AP&P, I told them I would want a map of Salt Lake area. Since I'm not from Salt Lake, I was brought here, that I would need to know areas that I'm not allowed to go, so I make sure that I don't accidentally go someplace. I'm also willing to wear a monitor so that there is no question about where my whereabouts are. So I've never seen the internet. I don't know anything about computers. But I've been told that they're able to look it up on the internet and find out where I've been since the day that it's been put on me, that it shows a history, not just the current. And I'm willing to do that. I'm volunteering to do that.
Okay. And I'll make note of that, sir. All right, one of the things I definitely wanted to get to was that sex offender assessment. You've kind of already identified some issues that you have with it. I show it was completed in December 5th, 2024. I showed it assessed your risk level as average risk. And that they noted, which we've also kind of already discussed, is that their policy is that anybody who's actively appealing their conviction not be placed on the tracking list. It said that you were welcome to enroll when your appeal is finalized, and that sex offender treatment was recommended, and that you complete core within the prison. Any other comments you wanted to make about that assessment?
He said he spent about 40 minutes with me. The board sent me to a PhD for over 5 hours of testing in November of 14. And he put my assessment at very low risk at a 2.1% out of 100.
So do you believe you were low risk,
Yes.
and why? Because I show prior sex offenses.
The ones that you're showing are probably from Florida.
Yes.
They were dismissed and they were pardoned. And I don't know how they managed to keep creeping up.
So are you saying you did not commit those as well?
No. The case was dismissed.
And I understand that you're saying that it was dismissed,
Yeah.
but I'm asking if you're saying that you did not commit them.
No, I did not commit them.
Okay.
It was just one charge. The other charges are weapon charges. And I had licenses for the weapons that I had.
Do you think you have any risks?
No.
I show prior alcohol use during offenses. Is that correct?
No. When I came here, a girl asked me if I drink alcohol. And I told her no. I said, just on a rare occasion. And she asked me what that meant. And I told her I had the same bottle of brandy in my cabinet for 5 years. I only very seldom take it, maybe a shot. I don't drink to get drunk. I won't let any substance take control away. I will not allow myself to submit to drugs or alcohol. So yes, I had an occasional drink. Yes, I do drink brandy once in a great while, but I had the same bottle for 5 years, and she put me as an alcoholic in remission. So.
So I guess what I'm having confusion with is you're telling me that I would do sex offender treatment, I do it in the community, even to me sounding like you're saying that you need it, but then you're saying you have no risk. So I'm having trouble.
I'm willing to do any program that the board has requested me to do. The board has asked me to do MRT. And I'm currently in MRT. It took me 8 years to get that course.
What do you think of it?
I would ask that if parole is favorable, that they wait for at least 3 months to let me finish the program first. I want to finish the program.
Any in particular reason why?
I'm learning some things, but I'm also participating in the class. It helps me learn to talk with other people in a group. I can't talk with people. I'm struggling right now. I can't do face-to-face.
And I appreciate you talking to me, okay, sir. Is that a result of a diagnosis that you have trouble speaking with people?
I was, an occurrence occurred through medical that caused me to bleed out. And when they held me in the infirmary for 7 hours, I bled out over 4,000 milliliters of blood before they let me go up to the UMC ER. By the time I got there, I was in shock. It took them 40 minutes to bring me back.
When was this?
2019 or 2021,
Wait, I'm sorry. Is it 2019 or 2021?
twice.
Oh,
First,
it happened twice. Okay.
twice. Both times I had to have double blood transfusions. Both times I spent in ICU for a week. But the second time I went into shock. They diagnosed me as suffering from trauma, and I had memory loss, memory damage. I have no working short-term memory. I write notes and I keep record of everything that goes on because I can't trust my memory.
What caused the initial bleeding out? Were you in a, was there an incident? Was there something?
But not with prisoners.
Can you elaborate on that, sir?
Certain medical personnel did procedures on me, which they were not trained for or schooled in, and they did damage to me. I don't like saying that part.
And so I'm just trying to get some insight into how this occurred and if you have like medical issues
I do.
continuing.
Yes. And the senior doctor, who is also the senior at being a doctor, has told the infirmary that no one's to touch me, that I'm supposed to be going to UMC, but a different person.
So what was the initial medical issue?
They were trying to alter my bladder function to what they considered as a normal level. And by doing so, they damaged it even further to where the prostate and the bladder will probably be removed.
Okay. Okay, sir. And thank you for talking about that. In regards to release plans, I saw that you would like to go to a facility for medical and therapy related issues and that you would like to tutor, quote, adult learners. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I have a compassionate release from 2020. And if you look on the back side of that, it suggested a medical facility that I go to.
Do you know of any in particular one that you've looked into?
I don't have access to look things up. I do know that there's places like if a patient or if a prisoner has had a stroke, he goes to stay at this place and they do the therapy while he's living there. And that would allow me to also learn Salt Lake. I do not know Salt Lake. I moved out of Salt Lake in 1990.
And then the tutoring, what is that for, sir?
I taught special ed when we were in Draper and in Gunnison for 8.5 years. While I was in Gunnison, I found out I had a love of helping people learn. And I can relate to them, to the ones that have learning disabilities. And what I do is try and help them find their way of how they do learn. Because everybody can learn, but most people learn differently. And they just haven't found their way. And age-wise, I mean, that's going to kick me out from helping anybody too much, but there should be a place that where they have adults who are trying to learn how to read and write. And I can still do that.
And obviously adults, right? Yes.
We have
All right, sir, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It still takes time, even on the website. It's not immediate, just so you know, but someone can look that decision up for you on the website, so you can get it before you get it in the mail, but you still will get it in the mail. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
No, I've helped a lot of people understand the importance of following parole things when they leave here. I've counseled them basically, and they did pretty good. And I'm just asking for my chance to go out and do it. But I mean, I'm going to be working with APMP. I'm not going to be disappearing. I do need help finding things until I can get around. So I'm going to need a map, and I'm going to ask all kinds of advice from APMP. I'll have them an active working part of my parole until I know where I'm supposed to do and where to find it, and that they're comfortable that I'm doing it.
Okay. All right, sir, I've made notes of all of your comments today. That's what I've been doing. I've been typing, but I've been listening to you the whole time, okay? We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you for attending this hearing.
What do you guys think this guy's here for? So far, it's been a trifecta.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a rehearing for Mr. Oscar Booth, offender number 250077. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand to the best of your ability. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections you want me to know in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No.
So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm not going to go over your offenses. I'll ask if you have any comments, but I'm not going to go over that like maybe you did at prior hearings. We'll go over the contract psychological evaluation. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments or things we didn't discuss that you would like to, please let me know, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like you had a rehearing after an original hearing where a rehearing was ordered for now with a contract psychological evaluation and a contingency of cognitive behavioral therapy. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any comments about your offenses?
I'm just sorry for assaulting my victim.
All right, sir. I want to make sure we talk about the contract psychological evaluation, okay? Do you remember meeting with Dr. Mom?
Yes, ma'am.
And what'd you think of her evaluation?
It was all right. There was a part where I gave up on. There's a questionnaire. I worked for like 30 questions. It was 300 questions.
And so why did you give up?
It was just monotonous.
And I appreciate you talking about it. Because one of the things you're kind of addressing one of the things I wanted to, right, was that, you know, she noted that, she tried to go through the evaluation and then you wanted to stop it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever had any, testing done like that before?
No.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to ask you some specifics about it, sir. I'm obviously I'm not trying to this to be rude. I just need to get your insight, right? Okay.
You're all right.
So she mentioned that you were taking lithium. Is that still what you're taking?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something you like? Is it voluntary medication?
It's involuntary, but I don't mind it. I think it's helping a little bit. Just a little bit. I don't see too much of a difference. But it's antipsychotic, I think. And I don't think I need it, but I'm taking it.
So and I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So you just don't think it's really affecting you, is that right?
Yeah, it's not doing too much.
And when you're saying it's not doing too much, can you be more specific? Are you still having some mental health related issues?
No, I can't really describe it. I feel no difference, you know?
Okay. All right, sir. One of the other things Dr. Mom noted, was that you have a history of being diagnosed with, on the schizophrenia spectrum, and that you didn't have a lot of insight into your mental health issues. Do you think that that's accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, can you expand on that for me?
I think what you're saying is I don't really think I have schizophrenia.
Do you think you do?
No, I don't hear voices or see things.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
I don't hear voices or see things.
Okay. One of the other things that noted was that there's possibly a protective order. Your mom might have a protective order against you. Does she still have a protective order?
No, there's no protective order between me and my mom. She went to court and got it removed. I have a protective order with Kylie Carter and Alexis Sanford.
You have a protective order against other people?
Yeah.
Are these people within the prison or who are?
No, they're in Salt Lake. They're around Salt Lake, but they're on the outs.
So did they get the protective order against you or you got the protective order against them?
The judge put it in place for trespassing
Okay,
for them.
for them, okay.
My mom got rid of it. I talked to my dad and said I need to call mom. She needs to get rid of it. And he said, okay, I'll talk to mom. And I gave her another call and he said, you can call mom. She got rid of it at the courts.
Okay. Well, in regards to the ones that are active, right, you need, obviously you don't want to violate parole or get new charges, right? If you were to be paroled, okay? And I'm just making notes of everything we're talking about. I am listening, okay?
Thank you.
It noted, which you've already addressed, that the report said that you were on forced medication and that you stated you would not take it if you're released. Is that still the plan? Like you would not take it if you're released?
If I can get it, I'll take it, I guess. I don't want to take it, but if I can get it, I'll take it.
Okay.
I don't know the process to getting it. I think I have to go to the doctors and stuff again, you know what I mean? like the prescription won't follow me.
Okay.
That's, for me, it's kind of difficult, but I talked to my mom. She says if you're gonna live with me, you have to take the medication.
Okay.
So I will take it. Even though I don't mind it, I guess.
So it sounds like your mom's saying that you have to take the medication to live with her and that you would at that time?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sir. It provided some diagnoses, which you kind of already mentioned. It gave some recommendations, including, once again, I'm not trying to do this to be rude. I'm just trying to get insight. It said that you were continuing to have significant suicidal ideation. Is that still?
Oh, no, that was a one-time thing.
Okay.
I tried starving myself. I was trying to starve myself. I could only make it like 2 days and then I'd break and have a tray.
When was that, sir?
That was over a year ago.
Okay.
That was a one-time thing.
But feeling better.
Feeling a lot better. I don't know why she put that.
Okay.
We didn't really talk about that much.
Okay. And it noted that you need substance use treatment. Do you think that's accurate?
Sure. Not, I'd like to do it on the outs though, not in prison.
Okay. And why?
Because in prison, I'm just going about my days, I guess. Is there substance abuse treatment in prison?
There are programs. Are you currently in the current facility, sir?
Does that mean mental health?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Which it's not offered there, and the board knows that, okay?
Okay.
Do you think you have a substance use issue?
Yeah.
And why do you,
I like you to-
substances contributed to your offenses?
Not like, well, my offense is incarcerated.
But
I
other
wasn't-
offenses
Well, I got incarcerated because of trespassing, you know what I mean?
were using substances then?
No, I wasn't.
What have you used in the past?
I've used almost everything, but my drug of choice is meth.
Thank you once again.
Yeah.
So do you want to be sober?
Yeah, I gotta be sober to live with my mom at my mom's.
Okay.
And it's just taking its care on me. Aware, I mean, or whatever.
So have you looked into any particular treatment facilities in the community?
No. I haven't looked into that.
Are you thinking a residential program? Are you thinking an outpatient program? What do you think would help with your sobriety?
Mm.
Do you know the difference, sir?
Yeah, one you live at.
Yeah.
And the other one, you know. I don't know. I guess for a while, residential be good. I think that would make my mom happy. But at the same time, if I can go to my mom's house and do outpatient, that's cool too.
Okay.
Either or.
And once again, I'm just asking this because it's part of the report. She noted that without medications that you present as a significant risk for violent episodes. Do you think that that's accurate?
I've been in a few fights, but it's been a long time. It's been over a year now.
And have you been taking medications during that time?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, sir. And I do show your last disciplinary incident was November of 2023. So that's over a year. So that's really good. What do you contribute that change to?
Just, I don't know. Just behaving.
Just what? I'm
Just
sorry.
behaving as best I can.
So why do you think now you're trying to behave the best you can?
Because I can't get any no charges, you know?
All right, so in regards to release, I showed that you'd like to live with your mother, which you kind of mentioned already.
Yeah.
And that you did not have a job. Have you looked into any kind of other treatment or anything you think would help you if you're released?
No. I just try to do parole if I can, AP&P.
Is there, if you're paroled, sir, a year down the line, 3 years down the line, what would be success to you?
No 30 days and just no violations. And successful termination.
Anything, are you hoping to eventually, do you want to work? Do you?
Yeah, I gotta work.
Okay.
I hope for some, not for some reason, but I hope, I don't know how because I live with my mom's the boss, you know? And, I want to work after parole because you have to leave work every week to go to the parole meeting, you know what I mean? And it's difficult to incorporate both together at the same time.
Okay.
But I know she's gonna make me work at the same time, so I'm gonna have to tell my boss if I have a job and if I'm on parole.
Anything in particular you want to do or you
And
find interesting?
fast food.
All right, sir. Those are all of my questions, and I've been making notes of everything we've been talking about. Okay, I was listening. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks.
Okay.
Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It's not immediate, just so you know, it still takes time, but it'll be faster on the website than the mail, so someone can look that decision up prior to you getting the written one and tell you what it is. I note your guidelines, sir, is 26 months or January 11th, 2025. I want you to understand that's just a suggestion, okay? The board can go below that date, which I think would be very difficult, obviously, and they can go above that date, all right?
Okay.
It's based on a number of factors, obviously, one of them being your offenses. I show the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is November 11th, 2027.
Okay.
Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
No, thank you so much.
Okay, well, I appreciate you attending this hearing. Well, I've made notes of everything you said. We'll go ahead and conclude.
Thank you.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a rehearing for Mr. Do you say it Jordi? Is that how you say it?
Yeah,
Jordi, and can you say your last name, sir?
TACHIQUIN.
TACHIQUIN-VALERA, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Offender number 237198. Is that you, sir?
Oh, yeah.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do want to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand to the best of your ability. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes.
Are there any errors or corrections that I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
Just that you guys never mentioned that I was originally in here to finish my 6 months of parole, that I were for 18 months, but that I went homeless at the time in the street. So I had 6 months left. So I turned myself in and finished it.
So you
It didn't say that on the board packet.
are you saying you were homeless during your last parole, sir? Is that what you?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
At the end, towards winter, I went homeless and I had 6 months left of parole. And like I told my PO, can I just go in prison and do it? And he said, yeah. So I let him arrest me. But he said it could take 1.5 to 2 years. But if it would really take that long, I would have said no and just found a way to find a house or something. But I thought he was just playing with me, but I don't know. But obviously I've been here for a year, but it's because I got a new charge in prison. So I got stuck here. I understand that, but it's just I was originally supposed to do only 6 months. That's what I think was supposed to happen.
Okay. And I'll make note of all of that, sir. Any other, and I'm typing what you're saying, okay? Any other corrections or errors that you would like me to know, sir?
No.
Okay. So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir. I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you for any comments you have about your offenses. We'll go over the psychological review, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, to let me know, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like you had a rehearing after a parole violation hearing, where a rehearing was ordered for now with a psychological review. The board also noted no restitution had been claimed in case number 181403566. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah.
Procedurally. Okay. Do you have any comments about your offenses?
For what happened?
For the offenses for which you're incarcerated, yes.
I just know this time I got no new charges or violations.
Right. I guess your offenses for which you originally became incarcerated. Do you have any?
Car
comments?
theft, right?
I show offenses related to drugs, thefts, and evading police, driving in excess of 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Do you have any comments?
No.
Okay. Were you using substances during all your offenses?
No, I was actually living at a sober living. So they were drug testing me and I was clean and I did everything I could. But I did get in trouble one time for assaulting someone at Taco Bell.
What happened there?
I got kicked out of my sober living house. I was waiting to get into another one. It was going to take 2 weeks. So I was just sleeping by McDonald's and I was working at McDonald's. But I told security that was around the perimeter that someone was following me and said they were going to pull a gun at me. So
Someone came up to you and said they were going to pull a gun on you?
yeah, and the cops came and all that. They took a perimeter check and they found nothing. But I want to talk about the next couple days, and I thought that was the guy that was following me. And I asked him if he was following me, and he ignored me, so I kicked him. And I ran to the smoke shop, and I was just at the smoke shop hiding.
What do you think of your actions? Do you think that that is how you'd handle things now?
No, I've changed a lot, and my temper was really, really high those couple weeks because I was homeless and I had nowhere to go. I was cold, I was hungry, I couldn't shower. So my action was, you know what, I had enough, I was on the phone with the sober living asking them, and she noticed my attitude was kind of like mad. She asked me to calm down, and I said, I can't calm down. This guy is following me. and I just got up and I hit him, but my I've changed and I've tried to change, and I just
How have you changed? How do you think you've changed?
I got all those friends I had were I left behind, and that drug habit I had, I never want to do it again. I've been clean for 5 years. I haven't had alcohol at all, and I just try my best to change. But in here, like my attitude might get a little bit up.
Why is that, do you think?
It's just that I have a low temper sometimes, and I just can't handle it. But they put me on Invega, and it helped.
It's good.
And I haven't had no write-ups for 9 months.
So do you want to continue in Vega?
The way it goes, I thought I was good, but after reading what Leslie wrote when I got my board packet, that I've been good for 9 months, I realized that it's true that I have been good for 9 months on that. So I would be willing to keep taking it to help me.
Okay. And so one of the things obviously that I want to make sure we get addressed at this hearing is the psychological review. Do you remember meeting with Dr. Peck?
I met with a few doctors. I don't know what doctor, but I met a couple ones.
Do you remember his report though? You should have received it as a part of your blue disclosure packet. Do you remember?
I've read it, yeah.
What'd you think of it?
Oh, it was good.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you some questions, specifics about it. I'm not trying to do it to be rude, sir. I'm just trying to get your insight, okay?
Okay.
Because that's all I have is his report, right?
All right.
So it noted that you were on involuntary medication of Invega. So are you still technically on an involuntary order, or are you taking it voluntarily now?
So I took Josh's class, like he recommended, to get off.
Okay.
But the reason she didn't take me off was because a few weeks ago I was caught swearing at a Smith, the officer, because this guy was blaming me for walking in a cell and stealing, and I had enough. And I told him, we're not arguing. We're just telling you what he thinks and what I think. Because he says that I did, and I said I didn't. He thought we were arguing, and I'm like, and this is what I told him. I'm sorry, but can I say it?
Yes, sir.
I told him he was tripping out, and he was acting like a bitch, and I flipped him off. I said, "Fuck you, man." I'm like, "You're an asshole."
So
And he put me in my cell for the day, but that's what happened. But what he wrote down was that I wanted to beat him up and punch him. So I told Leslie, I'm like, hey, am I off involuntary now? I took the class. She said, you were gonna let me know a few days later. She said, no, I'm not gonna take you off for what you told Officer Smith, and you can't come off of it. So I can't. But I was told I could still go home if I'm on it, up to the board. And I'm willing to take it still. I have a doctor. I have prescribed pills that I've been to.
okay. And thank you for sharing that with me.
Yeah.
It also noted that you were on trazodone, is that right?
That the sleeping pill?
It might be, sir. It might be.
Yeah, I'm still on that. It helps.
Okay.
Yeah, I fall asleep around 7 or 8, and it feels good.
Okay. All right, sir. So it noted that that when you do not take your psychotropic medications, that you have become highly aggressive, and that you experience hallucinations. Do you think that that's correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't, not the hallucination part. I don't hallucinate. I just think we're in prison, man. Like there's people out there that can stab you and fight you. So I'm kind of like picky with my cellies, and I have a little bit of paranoia where I go, but I've learned to cope with it and be like, I just got to get used to it, because I have an SL4 and I'm trying to go to Bears population, because that's what I was told last time, to go to population before my release, and I was in Barley, the population they have over there. But since this happened, they're saying they're gonna take me back to Antelope.
You said do you know when you're gonna go to?
I wanted to go back to Antelope.
You want to?
I wanted to, but then I said no. But she said we can't keep changing your mind, Jordi. You're going back and forth, and then you can't cope with the celly. So we're just gonna take you back to Antelope. But I talked to Cook, and I told him, I'm like, hey, can I stay? And he said, we'll let you know today.
Okay.
But obviously, I'm trying to go to population, but I have that SL4 for the gangs, safety on gangs. But I feel safe taking it off, but I'm still kind of a little bit, like what if there's a fight or something, you know, in my cell or they beat me up.
So are you currently in the current facility?
Low side one.
Okay,
I don't know what it's called though. I think it's current.
okay. And I'm just making notes of everything we're talking about, okay?
Okay.
It provided some diagnoses and some recommendations. What'd you think of those?
It's schizophrenic, yes. That's mainly what happened in the street when that guy said he was gonna pull a gun at me. The first thing I reacted was self-defense, you know, I'm like, whoa, you know, this guy's gonna come out with a gun. I'm like, you know, it's not gonna happen, you know, I'm gonna defend myself. And I started, after that night, I started like, I guess hallucinating, like there was people after me. So that's what happened at Taco Bell.
Okay. So you think that diagnosis is correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then it also provided some other diagnoses and recommendations. Do you remember the rest of those?
No.
Stimulant use disorder, meth, cannabis use disorder, alcohol use disorder, excuse me, and antisocial traits. It recommended the MHSS program, formerly the MIO program. Do you know what that is, sir?
No, I don't.
So MHSS is the Mental Health Support Services Halfway House. It's currently now the Atherton facility. It is, if you were paroled, it's a facility that is geared towards mental health related issues. It helps with medication. It helps with therapy. You'd have support there in regards if you would want a job. Is that something you think you'd be interested in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I can do it in the street too. Mental health. It's called Health and Justice Building. I got therapists there. I got a counselor, and they can help me out too if I can do it in the street. But
Yeah, so this is a residential facility, the MHSS program. And what would happen if you are granted parole and the board makes that a condition of your parole, that you would be assessed for the program, and if one of the therapists would come out to meet with you there from there, and then they would decide if you're a proper fit for the program, which, like I said, it is a residential facility.
can I get a job there?
They will work with you in regards to employment. Like, they deal with all of those kinds of
Is it a
issues.
6-month program or a year program?
So they don't provide a certain date, but it kind of, what they feel like is you need, what you feel like you need. It's something that they would discuss with you. They don't have, it's not a set, like, it's not like certain programs which are a set time period. It's not like that.
So this is what you guys recommend is going there?
I'm sorry.
Is this what you guys recommend is me going there?
I'm not saying that that's what's going to be ordered, but Dr. Peck in his report noted that he assessed you as meeting the criteria for being considered a mentally ill offender, MIO. And if with identification in that, many people go to the MHSS program, the Mental Health Support Services Halfway House. And so that's why I was wondering if you think it would be good for you.
Yeah.
Okay. It also noted that you need substance use treatment. What do you think of that?
I mean, like I said, I've been clean for 4 years. The time I've been living in sober living. Those past 4 years, I've been in sober living. I've been clean. And I told myself not to do it again, and I haven't.
So is there any in particular reason why you decided you don't want to use anymore?
Just changed my life. I want to have a family.
Okay.
I want a family. I want a good job. I couldn't find a job because of my charges, I guess.
Okay.
No one wanted to hire me, so I was jobless, but I had to save money to help me and food stamps to get me through the months. My mom would help me out stably, but she wants me in sober living.
She wants a sober living?
Yeah, she wants me to go to sober living before, if I want to go back home, she said I got to do good and prove to her I can get a job and then change my friends and all that.
Okay. And it sounds like also maybe the mental health halfway house might be a good thing as well. They would work with you, obviously, with any substance use related issues. Obviously, it's geared towards mental health related issues, but they have therapists there, and obviously you could deal with the substance use treatment aspect as well.
Okay.
All right, sir, and I would note that your last disciplinary was,
Oh, my bad. Also, I don't think I'm antisocial.
oh, no, okay. So you don't agree with that diagnosis?
Antisocial is like when I separate myself, right?
Well, it's a diagnosis, and it sounds like you don't agree with that diagnosis. Is that right?
Because I'm usually socializable, but I'm not antisocial.
Okay. All right, sir, and I would note your last disciplinary was in April, which is really good. That's, over 6 months, so that's a
Yeah.
good amount of time. Anything you think's changed since that time? Because it looks like you had some disciplinaries for a while, right?
Everything's been good. I just got 3 C notes.
Were they positive or negative C notes?
Negative.
Okay.
I got a
What was in
positive.
there?
I got 1 positive for putting ice in the cooler.
Oh, that's good. So what were the negative ones for?
A cupboard. It wasn't a. I was just. He opened the cupboard and I put my hand out to grab what he was giving me.
Okay.
But he said not to leave my hand there, and I was just waiting. And I took my hand away and I did it again, and he wrote me up. He's like, "You can't be doing that. When I asked you to put your hand away, put your hand out." And then another one. I was at Barley. I was sitting down hearing my music, and this thought came to my head, and it made me mad. So I said "fuck" out loud, and then it was trying to rack in, and then I started kicking the door, and the cop asked me what was wrong, and I was trying to cool down, and I wanted to be alone, and I told him to leave me alone, and he didn't leave me alone, and he kept asking me, and I said, "I told you to leave me alone, fuck off," and he said, I told him to fuck you, bitch. I didn't call him a bitch, but I said fuck off. But they didn't put that in the description that I told him repeatedly to leave me alone. But I just told him that. So that's that. And then with Officer Smith, and then I told him he was acting like an asshole because we weren't doing nothing. We weren't arguing. We were just explaining what happened.
Do you think you have an anger issue, sir?
No, just I do, but it's not like a bad one, but it's there.
Do you
But
think
I
some
usually
kind of
do good.
program, anger management might help you? Would that help you in your success, do you think?
I heard I don't need that class. Odyssey, I tried to take it and they said I didn't need it.
Okay.
And I was like, well, I do have anger issues. I don't know if I do need it, but they said I didn't.
All right, sir. Those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It's not immediate. It still takes time. But it is faster on the website than the mail, so someone can look that up for you while you're waiting for your written decision. I note the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is March 23rd, 2034. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
Yeah, you said I had a victim or something?
So, it was my understanding. Oh, okay, so it sounds like we will have victim testimony. Ma'am, you don't have to have your camera on, just so you know. I just need your audio. Can you hear me, ma'am? Can she hear me? Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. We have the interpreter. Sounds like.
¿Usted nos puede escuchar? ¿Aló? ¿Y él nos puede, ya él nos puede escuchar? ¿Yael Zavala nos escucha?
Sí, sí.
Okay. Yeah, she can hear me now. Okay, ¿me escucha? Yael, la escuchamos por un... ¿Ahí me escucha?
Sí, sí, lo escucho.
Okay. Ma'am, just so you know, we have gone over most of the hearing, but I'm going to take testimony from you now.
Ok, solo para que sepa, ya hemos pasado por casi todo lo que es la corte, pero aún así vamos a tomar su testimonio.
Sí.
I'm first going to swear in the interpreter and then I will swear in you.
Que primero voy a poner bajo juramento a la intérprete y luego a usted.
Sí.
Ma'am, can you state your name for the record?
Yes, Angelica Diaz.
Ms. Diaz, do you mind if you raise your right hand so I can swear you in? Do you swear to translate to the best of your abilities?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, ma'am. Can you please state your name for the record?
¿Puede por favor decir su nombre para que quede grabado?
Sí, Yael Zavala Ambrosio.
Ma'am, I want to thank you for attending today's hearing
Quiero agradecerle por atender a la corte el día de hoy
and providing any testimony.
y por dar su testimonio.
If you could please raise your right hand.
Por favor, levante su mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
¿Usted jura y afirma decir la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
Ma'am, please make any statement that you would like to make today. Thank you.
Ok, y en este momento puede decir lo que quiere decir.
Sí, nada más pues quería decirle pues que lo que causó aquella vez es, bueno, el trauma todavía mi niña lo tiene, eso. Ella,
Un momento, yo voy traduciendo
sí.
parte por parte.
Sí.
I told her to slow down so I could translate. Okay, so I just wanted to say that what happened that time, my daughter still has that trauma. Siga. Ya puede seguir.
Hasta ahorita he perdido como que mis hijos salgan conmigo a la calle, ellos no pueden salir por ese trauma. Entonces ellos no han podido como recuperar eso la niña. Ella antes salía todos los días conmigo y ahora ella ya no trata de no salir nada conmigo.
Okay, so I
Porque ella-
have, un segundo, yo voy traduciendo. I have lost the ability of going out with my daughter. She used to go out with me places, and because of the trauma, she does not want to go out anymore. And I haven't been able to go back to how she will go out with me before. Continúe.
Sí, y ya la niña cada que vamos a la tienda o al carro, ella siempre se anda escondiendo de la gente o siempre entra como corriendo y dice, mamá, vámonos pronto porque nos pueden robar el carro o nos pueden hacer daño.
Okay. Every time we get out of the car or we go to a store, she's scared. She's running inside the store. When she sees people, she's scared. She tells me, let's hurry up because someone might steal our car. And she's just afraid of being around people. Continúe.
Sí. Y pues a pesar de todo el daño que el muchacho hizo y todo eso, pues la verdad yo no quiero vivir con esto y quiero olvidar todo eso y yo no quiero cargar eso como en mí y en mi hija. Quiero que ella esté bien y todo eso.
I really want to pass this. I want to be able to move on and for my daughter to be okay. And I don't want to think about what this guy did anymore. I want to just be able to move on.
Ma'am, like I said, I want to thank you for coming and making a statement today. Do you have any other comments, ma'am?
Como le dije, le agradezco por estar aquí haciendo sus comentarios. ¿Hay algo más que quiera decir el día de hoy?
No, sería todo nada más.
No, that will be it.
Eso pues que nada más si él ya pagó con cárcel, todo está bien, no sé. O sea, es algo muy, muy malo que él hizo, pero es un susto, un trauma que hasta la niña, hasta ahorita, ella lo tiene. Pero, o sea, yo no quiero como que siga pues esto, yo ya no quiero. Porque cada vez que me llegan las cartas de la corte y eso, yo tengo más recuerdo de todo lo que pasó.
Yeah,
Quiero
I don't
quitar pues todo eso.
I don't want to continue thinking about this. I don't know how this guy have paid for what he did and if he's in jail. I just know that I want to not think about this anymore. Every time we get letters in the mail from the court, we just have to remember what happened, and I want to be done with this.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to ask him for his response. I'm going to ask, I apologize, Mr. Valera to say your responses slowly so that the interpreter
I
can.
can speak Spanish.
Oh, if you couldn't say it in English, just so I can understand, since I don't have an interpreter for you, and somebody, and then she can interpret for the victim.
Okay,
Okay. Do you have any response, sir?
I do.
Okay.
I just want to say I'm sorry for what I did and sorry for your daughter. It wasn't intentionally for your daughter. It's just sorry I stole your car and scared your family, and I just wasn't doing good. And that time I was in a bad path, but I've changed over the time. I stay at a sober living house, so I'm a good person now, and I think I've proven that in the past 4 years. I'm just really, really sorry, and I wish I never did this. And I have a little sister too, and I wouldn't want that to happen to her, so I'm sorry for everything I did.
Quiero decirle que siento mucho lo que hice. Nunca tuve la intención de asustar a su hija ni a su familia. Lo siento mucho por haber robado ese carro. En ese momento yo no estaba en un buen camino. Llevo ya 4 años que estoy sobrio y lo siento mucho, muchísimo por haberle hecho daño a ustedes.
Any other comments, sir?
I've done my time. I think I've done my time already for this car theft. I learned my lesson in the prison. I've done a year on that, I think. And it's just time makes me change, and I know I'm not a criminal anymore, and I want to be a good person.
Yo ya he cumplido mi tiempo aquí en la cárcel y siento que he cambiado, siento que soy una mejor persona y he cumplido con lo que he tenido que pagar.
Pues sí, como digo, yo le digo, es muy grande el trauma que recibimos, pero yo al muchacho, o sea, yo retiro los cargos. Yo no quiero que él también, como tanto él y yo, porque yo sé que esa persona estaba drogada o tal vez él no sabía su desesperación que él tenía, no sé. Yo nada más le pido que sea buena persona, pues yo no quiero que él esté encerrado por esto y tampoco nosotros tenemos que olvidar todo lo que pasó.
I understand, and I really want him to be out. I want to remove my charges. I want to believe that maybe he was in drugs or he didn't mean to do this. I want to just move on, not only ourselves, but I want him to be a good person, to be a better person, and to not have to be there anymore.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I
Gracias.
say something too?
Yes.
Tell her I said thank you so much. That means a lot, and like I said, I'm really sorry.
Él quiere darle las gracias a usted, decirle que eso para él significa muchísimo y que realmente se siente muy arrepentido.
Sí, yo también le digo a él que o sea, él, bueno, que sea mejor persona y que no haga esto con las demás personas, porque la verdad, lo que él hizo fue muy feo para mí, porque fue un momento de desesperación. Tal vez si hubiera entrado a esa puerta, tal vez no sé qué hubiera pasado.
I want to ask him to please don't do this to anybody else. It was a big trauma. It was a moment of desperation. And I don't know what would have happened if I would have gone through that door. So please don't do this to anybody else.
So I'm going to give you any closing comments because unfortunately we do have other hearings.
No,
But you
so-
get the final word, okay?
I said I'm sorry and thank you, and so.
Okay. Quiero decirle lo siento y muchas gracias.
Sir, do you have any other comments for today's hearing?
Was this how many car thefts do I have?
I don't have your offenses listed in front of me right now, unfortunately.
Is this the one in Orem, or is it the one?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
Do you have any other comments?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to thank the interpreter. I want to thank the victim for attending. I want to thank
Gracias
you for all of your
por
comments.
estar aquí.
We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we are on the record. Today's a time and place set for a rescission hearing for Mr. Quincy Plunkett. Am I saying that correctly, sir?
Yeah.
Offender number 245810. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir. Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. As it is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand to the best of your ability. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Mhm.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about before we begin today?
No.
Okay. So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, today's a rescission hearing. It's a very shortened hearing compared to maybe other hearings that you've had. I'm not going to go over your offenses. I'm just going to ask you, go over basically the rescission itself and maybe a few other questions if you were released, what that would look like. And then I'll give you the final word, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like you had an original hearing where parole was granted for December 17th, 2024. The board noted restitution in case number 2217-00454 was previously ordered by the court and sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. And a special attention in November of last year, it was noted that you had a new pending disciplinary violation, and then your parole date was rescinded and a rescission hearing was scheduled. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me about, so I'm assuming it's that October 18th weapon charge, right?
Yeah.
Do you know if you're going to have criminal charges as a result of that?
No, so they just gave me a in-house write-up.
Okay. And so what happened with it?
I don't know. I was being paranoid and, prison gets dangerous and stuff. I just felt like I needed to have one when I made one.
Anything else you want to say about that?
I wasn't planning on using it. I wasn't looking for trouble. It was just that if something were to happen and, you know what I mean, I couldn't defend myself. It was for purely self-defense, you know what I mean?
Okay. Was there anything that made you concerned for your safety?
No, I was just mostly being paranoid. Sometimes I get off in my head and I'll start like tripping about stuff that that's not really like happening, or start making up scenarios in my head. So.
Okay. And thank you for sharing with that with me. I'm not going to go over your offenses, but appear to be substance use related, is that right?
Yeah.
What's your current attitude towards substances?
I've been sober for a long time now. It's almost to the point where I feel like it's been such a long time since I've had, you know what I mean, substance abuse. But I know I still struggle with it. Like when I get on the streets, I still want to be able to get into a program and still, you know what I mean, work
What
my
kind of
way.
program are you hoping for?
Well, anything that helps me like not get into the streets, like so like a first step house, or I know the halfway house, you know what I mean? Or maybe something more like substance abuse, like kind of focuses on that. So like a first step house or Odyssey house or stuff like that, you know?
Any in particular one that you would like to release to?
First step. I know I was supposed to go to first step and I didn't get the chance to, but I heard it's a good program.
Okay. How's your mental health?
It's good. I've been taking my my medication, so it's been better.
Okay, that's good. What are you taking?
Triliptol and then not Zoloft, Triliptol and a Rimrod.
Okay. And you said they're helping?
Yeah.
And do you plan on continue to using them moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir. And any other plans for release? It sounds like you want to be sober. Any other things that you think the board could order or things that you think would help you?
No.
Okay. All right, sir, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Family members, friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It still takes some time. It's not immediate, but faster on the website than the mail, and someone can look that up for you. I would note your guideline has passed, and the board ultimately decides. And I show the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is March 22nd, 2028.
Okay.
Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate you attending this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you. All right, we are on the record. Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Kelly Herring. Am I saying that correctly? Herring, offender number 199016. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
My blue one?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you have a chance to review that?
For the most part, yeah.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections you want me to know about that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
Just that the, the parole, or not Mr. Apple didn't do a, childhood directive.
Are you talking about the sex offender treatment memo?
No, no, it's, when I went to jail
Okay.
and they did where I went to go see, the parole guy,
Like,
APMP.
okay.
He made me, fill out a packet and they didn't do the advanced childhood.
Oh, are you talking about your ACEs?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you filled that out as part of your board packet, right? Do you remember that? Okay. Okay, but I appreciate you knowing that, okay?
Yes.
So just to tell you how today's gonna go, I'm gonna go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over a description of your offense. The longer version was in your pre-sentence investigation, your blue disclosure packet. I'm just gonna go for a condensed version. I'm asking for any comments. We'll go over the guilty mentally ill report from Dr. Mom. We'll go over that sex offender treatment memo, and any background questions I have, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions, comments, or things that we didn't discuss that you would like to, please do so at that time, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like a special attention happened in January of 2021. The board continued the original hearing till now with a sex offender treatment memo and a guilty and mentally ill report. They noted prior to this hearing that you were expected to comply with your case action plan and complete sex offender treatment. And a special attention in June of 2021, it was noted that you completed your high school diploma on June 1st, 2021. Is that procedurally correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. In regards to your offense, I show case number 1914-01452. I show on May 14, 2019, an adult male using an online texting app contacted an agent with the Utah Attorney General's office, whom he thought was a 13-year-old female. The adult was Mr. Herring. He wanted to engage in sexual assault of the child. He was spotted on his way to the meeting place and taken into custody. Is that correct, sir?
Not all of it.
What is not correct?
I was doing my laundry at the time and the adult website said 18. And so therefore, at the end of the conversation, they said they were 13 and I got arrested.
So I'm having trouble a little bit, so you're going to have to help me understand. So this persona, I understand it was not an actual person, told you they were 14 and you still went there?
I was already there doing my laundry.
So you're saying that you did not know that this persona was underage?
No, only at the end did I understand that. And I pled guilty with the mental illness because I was forced into the plea deal because I was on psychotropic medications at the time.
I'm making notes of everything we're talking about. Sorry, I'm listening. Okay, I just want you to know in case I stop talking. So are you saying the meeting place was a laundry place?
Yes.
Sir, I would note you have juvenile sex offenses, right?
I'd like the juvenile to not be in this at all because I was forced into taking a guilty plea due to my foster parents. My foster parents said if I didn't take a guilty plea, they would beat the crap out of me. Excuse my language.
It's okay. So are you saying you have never committed a sex offense? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I even took a lie detector test and it came up that I was telling the truth.
Sir, it's hard, and I'm trying to reconcile this, right? Okay, because all I have is the report, so I want to hear what you have to say. But it's hard for me to reconcile how the Attorney General's office is, which is obviously what, right, their job is to catch people who are trying to do this and not actually have children, right? That they wouldn't tell you that they wouldn't state their age from the beginning. I'm having trouble.
They didn't.
Okay. So do you think you have any risks?
No, I'm normally like, I get with 40 or 50-year-olds, older women. My ex-wife was 10 years older than me.
So are you saying you have no risk in regards to sex offenses?
No, none at all.
All right, sir, I want to make sure I get to the guilty mentally ill report, but do you remember meeting with Dr. Mom?
Yeah, on several occasions. First meeting was over in the jail where she did a psych eval. Second meeting was here.
And what did you think of her reports?
They were honest.
Okay, and I'm going to go over them. Once again, I have only her report, and I want to hear what you have to say, okay? So, she noted that you reported that your hallucinations are under control, but that you still hear voices, but you don't follow what they say. Do you think that's accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
I've been dealing with this since age 8.
The hallucinations, is that what you
Yes.
mean, sir? Okay.
I've been dealing with my psyche since I was 8.
And when you say you don't listen to what they have to say, what are some things that they have to say?
To kill those who hurt me. Sometimes they say to punish myself for what my dad. He was I don't know, I've never met him, but what I heard, he was a drug dealer and he was in Draper, Utah back in '85.
And I appreciate you talking about some of this stuff. I realize I'm not asking easy questions.
No.
And so I appreciate your insight. Okay. In the risk assessment section, which talks about ideation, it noted that you had thoughts of killing someone. Do you think that that's accurate?
Yeah, because of the fact that he beat on my niece and nephew and beat on my sister to a point where she ended up in the hospital.
Do you have contact with this individual?
Not at the moment, no. But I do know where his house used to be. I heard he's trying to get custody of my niece and nephews.
I mean, I'm assuming you probably understand where I'm concerned in that regard, right? Because you're saying I know where he lives.
It's the one reason why I don't want to stick in Utah. Or I don't want to be here in Utah at all. Even though I'm going to have to for like a year to get my Social Security back on, to get my driver's license back. I just want to get out of Utah. I don't want to deal with my family's problems. I don't want to be dragged back into it. I don't want to have them say, hey, help me out with money and do this for me and do that for me. They're abusive, they're neglectful, and my mom tried drowning me at 2.
I'm sorry to hear that. And I don't in any way want to minimize what you're saying you've been through. But I am concerned that you're talking about people that upset you, that you react, or that you have certain emotions or feelings.
I
I'm
try,
assuming that could happen again no matter where you live, right?
no, I try to minimize my feelings and minimize my emotions to where it doesn't bother me at all. Where I don't have to deal with that.
Okay.
The places where I want to go to doesn't have my family at all.
So this is being live streamed. I don't want you to give me an address, but where are you thinking of moving?
Seattle, Washington. I got
Any in particular reason why there?
a lot of jobs are out there, fishing jobs, boating jobs. I don't know, there's like a lot of mountains. I like the mountains.
Okay. And sir, I would know if you're paroled, I don't know what the board's going to do. I'm a hearing officer. What I do is make recommendations. The board decides. If you do want to move, you have to apply for what's called the interstate compact. Okay, there's a fee, there's a process.
Yeah, that's why I'm planning on staying here for like a year.
So you plan on,
Hopefully in Ogden.
so do you see that year as being a problem?
No. I'm
And
not
why
even-
not?
Because I'm not gonna contact them at all. They're basically non-existent to my life. They don't come see me, they don't write to me. So as long as they stay away from me, I stay away from them.
Do you think you have an anger issue?
I've dealt with my anger issue a lot.
How have
tried,
you dealt with it?
listening to music, MRTs. Back when I was in APNP, I did MRT.
And what did you gain from that?
That a lot of my anger and a lot of my resentment come from my family. And that's why I try and stay away from them. I try and distance myself from them.
All right, sir. It noted that you were currently taking Remeron, or is that still the case?
Mhm.
What do you think of it?
It helps out somewhat, take the edge off of me, but I don't like the side effects of it.
Okay.
But I still take it.
Do you plan on continuing it if you're paroled?
For the most part, yeah.
Can you
plan on
explain what you mean to me by that?
I plan on getting my medical marijuana card because of my psychotropic my psychotic or my problems.
So are you saying you would discontinue Remeron?
No, I'd still take it, but I'd also get my medical marijuana card, so I don't have to take it as often. So the side effects don't weigh me down. Like, I used to take Abilify, and that made me shake a lot. I took Depakote, and that made me gain weight. I've taken Risperidol, that made me gain gynecomastia. I took in, Zyprexa, that made me sleep more and get agitated. I took Seroquel, that made my anger flare up. I've been dealing with my psychotropic problems forever, so.
Okay. She provided some diagnoses and recommendations. What'd you think of those?
I don't mind the recommendations. I like the recommendations. I mean, I know that sometimes I need a lot more help than what I am given in prison.
Is that like, what does that look like to you? Does that mean therapy? Does that mean?
Well, I like therapy. They don't have as much therapy in here as I would out there. Like, I go to mental health a lot to help me cope with my problems, talk to therapists, stuff like that.
Okay.
Whenever I had a suicidal ideation, is what they called it, I ended up in the psychiatric ward.
When was that?
Let's see. So, 6 to 7 years ago.
Okay.
I also ended up in the psych hall here too.
When was that?
When they kicked me out of Green for for not being stabilized.
So I show you were kicked out of the sex offender program on 2 different times, in April this
last-
year and then in August.
Yes.
All right, so let's go ahead and get to the sex offender treatment memo. What did you think of that assessment?
I haven't really read into it much. I mean, it just says not completed.
Do you think you need it?
I think I need something like it, but not programming.
Can you expand on what you mean by that for me? Because I'm not sure I understand.
How could I put it? Back when I was a juvenile, I had sex offender treatment because of I ended up in a psych hall, and and so I went to, what was it, Layton, Utah. Up by Layton, there's a mental health place up there that does treatment for sex offenders. And so they don't have programming, but they have treatment. So treatment is a good thing, and I get irritated and frustrated with programming because they have the TC environment.
And once again, I'm just trying to clarify in my mind, because you're saying you have no risks, you have no sex offenses, but you need sex offender treatment.
I don't need sex offender treatment, but if I have to do it, I will.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I will make note that to the board that that's what you said, sir. All right, sir. And then I do show a lot of disciplinaries. You want to say anything about those discipline? I show a 2022 for fighting, and then I show a couple this year for disorderly conducts.
2022. When was that? 2022.
April 2022. If you
April 2022, I think I put him in a headlock and I got that one dismissed.
you put someone in a headlock, but you got it dismissed. I guess I'm confused.
Okay. They were beating up on me. I decided to put them in a headlock instead of beating on them.
So you're saying you were defending yourself?
Yes, I was defending myself. And I put him in a headlock until the cops got there.
Okay. And then what about the ones from this year? The disorderly conduct?
This year, somebody was pissing me off and I decided to flip their tray instead of going after them. He was getting in my face and I was trying to back up, and I literally flipped his tray to back up.
Do you think that that's an appropriate reaction, or how you react today?
It's not a appropriate reaction, but I tried to handle myself to where I could manage my anger.
Okay.
And when somebody corners me in a corner, it's like a dog. You corner them in a corner, what are they gonna do? They're gonna bite you. I try to not lash out in a violent way.
Okay. All right, sir. Those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It still takes some time. It's not immediate. But someone can look that decision up and tell you what it is while you're waiting for your written decision. I note your guidelines, sir, is 77 months or October 14th, 2025.
Mhm.
The best way to think of that is a suggestion. The CCJJ issues them. They're based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses, but the board decides. So they can go below that date, they can go above that date, they can do the same date, they decide. And the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is May 14th, 2034. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
I get Social Security, and when I get out, I get Medicaid, so it's a lot more easier to pay for my mental health. And I don't have to. I'm probably gonna get back pay, so. But I want to try and be in Ogden if that's a suitable dilemma. I don't want to stay in Salt Lake because my family is around Salt Lake and I don't feel comfortable around them at all.
Any other comments, sir?
No,
All right, well, I made notes of everything you've said today. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much.
thank you.
All right, we are on the record. Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Derek Davis, offender number 253413. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I do.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
You can put your hand in. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
I wrote you guys a letter. I don't know if you got it. In Juab County, I got case closed, credit time served for that. Receiving, possessing, or transferring a stolen vehicle. I got credit time served for that in April, I believe.
Okay. All right, any other comments, sir?
We can go ahead with it. Thank you.
Okay, so just to tell you how today's gonna go, I'm gonna go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm gonna go over a brief description of your offenses. Longer version was obviously part of your blue disclosure packet, the pre-sentence report. But I'm gonna ask you for any comments. We'll go over institutional behavior and programming if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments or things that we haven't discussed, let me know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So I show a scheduling review happened in May of 2024, where an original hearing was ordered for now with cognitive behavioral therapy. In regards to restitution, the board noted case 2313000488 had restitution in the amount of $883.82. in regards to case 211600271, $1,551.69 was sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In regards to your offenses, I show case 211912549. I show on September 22nd, 2021, an officer responded to an assault. The victim reported he was homeless and was allowed to stay in a building by a property manager. He reported Mr. Davis had struck him 8 to 10 times with a guitar. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
I really don't remember that day. As I told my attorney when I was going through the court process, I really didn't remember that day.
Why don't you think you remember it?
Because I was given something. So we were smoking, and then
What were you smoking?
it was supposed to be dab, but he had heroin residue in there. So that was the first time I reacted on it. It kind of started an altercation, and after that, I blacked out. I don't remember nothing after that, man.
So it sounds like you did not want to use heroin, but you were positive for it. Is that right?
Yeah, I've never used it in my life, so I reacted different. My hands were shaking, and I didn't know what was going on. When I asked him about it, he got angry. Like,
Who got angry?
the person who I assaulted.
So were you guys using together? Is that what you're saying?
We were supposed to be smoking dab, THC,
Okay.
out of a pen, but he had heroin residue in it and didn't tell me until after I hit it. So I felt a high that I've never felt before, and I didn't like it. So
Okay. All right, next case, sir, 211600271. I show on December 15th, 2021, officers were looking for a vehicle that had been stolen. The owner was able to track the vehicle. Mr. Marcus Davis and Derek Davis were inside. Is that correct, sir?
yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
No, not really. We were just headed to Arizona, and I don't
Did
think.
you know it was,
No, I didn't know it was stolen. I didn't
why were
know.
you headed to Arizona?
I was going to go out there with my my best friend a long time ago.
Okay. And I'm making notes of everything you're saying. I am listening, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So, were you with, was it your brother?
Yeah, that was my blood brother. Yes.
Okay. All right, and last case, sir, 231300488. The pre-sentence investigation gives a fairly lengthy description of this offense, so I'm gonna just try to keep it as short as I can. It appears on July 15th, 2023. I'm guessing you went to a house party or an
was-
apartment complex, is that right?
Yeah, it was a pool party at some apartments.
And there was an altercation.
Mhm.
And it, from my understanding, there's different accounts, but it appears gang related. And then, the victim, I think, from what I can, like I said, there's multiple witness statements, shot a firearm, and then you shot the victim, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Multiple times.
No, I shot him once.
Shot him
I
once.
hit him once,
Okay.
but yes, I did shoot multiple times.
And then, when you were asked about the offense, you said that you wanted to defend your family and that, that you had fired more than 5 but less than 10 bullets and that you felt like you were a security guard. So kind of give me a little more insight into this offense.
Well, first I want to say that I should never been there in the first place. I kind of had a gut feeling. That night, two people got into a fight, and I didn't know who neither of them were. And then that fight escalated, and then shots were fired into the crowd I was standing in, and so I retaliated back, and I fired back. A bullet went past my face. I felt like I was in fear for my life. That whole night, I wish I could have prevented it. Even if I tried, I wish I could have. It would have been better if I was just never there that night. I do apologize for what my actions have caused, damage-wise, emotional damage, even anybody involved, like even the vehicles, like my bullet-striking vehicles, going in someone's apartment, hitting
Sounds
someone's
like
fridge.
very close to
Yeah,
a resident that
Yeah.
they would have been just a.
Yeah, and
the other
I read,
direction. Yeah.
yeah, and I read their statement too, and so I do apologize that it led up to that. I wasn't aiming for them or trying to. It's just it was an impulse decision, and I didn't use or have knowledge of tools that I've learned in here that I could have used for the outs, because I've learned a lot of tools, programming, and
So it sounds like you're talking about change.
yes, ma'am.
So tell me about that change.
Well, when I was in the county, when I was in Tooele County, I was still programming. I was still doing classes, trying to do what I can do to, one, I have a problem with communication. I've worked on that a lot. I've learned how to communicate better and talk to people better. And if an altercation, I know just from someone's body language or talking to them, if it's gonna get heated or like start an altercation, I've learned to walk away. Like I've never done that in my life. I don't know if you can see my past history as a juvenile, but I've never done that. I never.
Anything in your blue disclosure packet, which obviously talked about your juvenile record,
Yes,
yes,
ma'am.
I've seen.
Yeah, I've learned how to walk away, communicate.
Why do you think, I mean, you're talking about very positive
Yeah,
things, right? Why do you think that's occurred?
Well,
Why do you think, because you didn't used to, right? You didn't used to walk away. And in fact, you've shot even a firearm, which could have killed
yes,
multiple
ma'am.
people, if
Mhm.
not severely maimed them. But now you're going to walk away. So why do you think why do you think that change has occurred?
I got hit with reality. Let's just say that, life is not a game. I'm no one's judge or jury. I'm not here to judge if someone lives or dies. So that night, even though in my mind at that moment, that impulse decision I made, I thought it was right to defend, it's still like I could have hurt someone, and I acknowledge that. So I apologize for my actions of I'm definitely glad no one in that house got hit. I did shoot my victim in the foot. I mean, in the kneecap. I shot him in the leg. But I don't know why. So I'm not justifying it, but
I'm asking for insight, sir.
yeah, I had a 40 caliber, and it's heavy. It was a heavy gun, and when I was shooting it, it kept looking back. So I think that's why I kept firing. Because I had a trigger finger. I had a fast, sensitive trigger finger on the gun. But yeah, I definitely made a bad decision, but it does not make me a bad person. I just want you guys to note that and take that into consideration. I'm young. I came to prison at
21, right, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I want to be an example of rehabilitation. My whole life I've been trying to prove people the wrong way, if that makes sense. Like I always try to prove myself to someone, but now I want to be given a chance to prove in a successful way instead of trying to look hard or intimidating, or that's definitely not me no more. And
sir,
this is the longest I've ever been incarcerated, and it's hit me hard. It's hit my family hard, my lady, even I feel bad for the person I shot, like for real. Even though he tried to take my life, I apologize that I wounded him.
And sir, and I, obviously this is a very concerning offense, right?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
But, and I want to talk about it because that's part of this hearing. But also part of this hearing is talking about what is the same or different moving forward, right? And it sounds to me like you never want this scenario again.
No, ma'am, no.
And you
don't.
and you
Definitely
want
a learning
to
experience.
and you want to take the skills you've learned and
apply
apply them.
Yes, ma'am.
So, for clarification, was this a gang-related fight?
The people that were fighting, I guess they were gang members. I'm not a gang member.
I am getting very contradictory information in the board packet of that, so I was a little confused. So you're not.
I'm not affiliated. I'm not nothing. I've been around gang members. I've been arrested with gang members, but I have never full-fledged joined a gang. No, I haven't, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any current victim contact?
No.
Do you see that as an issue moving forward?
No, ma'am. The only contact that they should be seeing from me is paying for that fridge.
Okay, and I would note that I've never seen the board grant parole without some kind of no victim contact condition. Would you abide by that, sir?
Yeah, yes, I would.
Okay. All right, sir. And were you using substances during the last event?
I was drunk that night, but in a sense, I didn't black out. I was there. I was full-fledged there. I didn't black out that
Do
night.
you think that affected though how you perceived the situation?
No, because I felt like I was doing the right thing in that impulse decision in that moment. I felt like I was doing the right thing, protecting who I was around. I don't know the person who got into the fight with the person who I shot, but my problem was when he came back and fired into the crowd where I was standing, and the bullet went past my face, and I saw the flash go right in front of me, and I thought he was aiming for me, so that's why I fired my firearm.
Do you think that you need to stay away from these kind of events, these maybe even some of these individuals?
Well, the individuals who I protected, if it would be okay, I can talk to my parole, or if I am granted parole, I can talk to my parole officer because they take care of me. That's my family, you know.
And so for clarification, just because I want to make sure, is this like actually your parents or like?
No, this is just childhood friends that I've been around, and I kind of like, they're younger than me, but I've matured them, and they see me as an older brothers, and I see them as younger brothers.
Okay.
And
I just wasn't sure when you were saying you were protecting them and their family, because there's so much inference about the gang.
Yeah.
If that was what I should perceive that as. Is it a gang?
No, don't perceive me saying family as me saying that, oh, they're my family just because of their gang affiliation.
Okay.
Some of them are misjudged and mislabeled. Yeah, like just like me, they've been arrested and caught around gang members, and you know, you get expected. Isn't it called affiliation? You're around them, affiliation.
Mm-hmm.
But like set aside, Christensen, his last name is Christensen, Kyson. That's I see him as my little brother.
Okay.
You know, and Gage Evans too. I see him as my younger brother too. But as for the yeah, just mainly them two. They were next to me when.
What I'm trying to get out, sir, and I appreciate is I'm trying to get at risks, right? Because it sounds like you have a lot of goals. You've been learning different ways to cope. So I'm just, it sounds like you want to be successful, and I commend you in that regard. I'm just trying to see what you think your risks are.
Well, I'm definitely not going to no more parties. I kind of learned my lesson on that. Most definitely I'm staying away from anything that's considered a weapon because, you know, this is like I'm saying, this is really a learning experience. This is the longest I've ever been down, so it's kind of hit home for me, you know. I've tried to complete as much as I can in here.
Tell me about that. I show you completed MRT, multiple other classes, which is really good. What'd you think of those classes?
I like the 7 Habits class. That was a really good class.
What in particular did you like about that class?
So they talk about sharpening the saw.
Talk about what?
Sharpening the saw.
Okay.
So that's kind of like they talk about, it's like 7 things to help you on the inside here, and then use those things and apply them to the outs. That's why I like that class. The teacher who taught it, he just barely got approved for certificates, so I got a certificate right here.
And we can have the officer make a copy or scan that at the end.
Okay. But yeah, 7 Habits was a good class. Victim Impact, I did complete it. I saw my board paper. It said started, but it said not completed. I completed that class.
And I think I show since that time that you've completed it. So.
Yeah. But and another class I like too is communication, the ideas for better communication. That really helped me like put other people's feelings into consideration, because before I learned all the tools I learned and acknowledged from these classes, it was either my way or the highway. That's how I was. It was my way or the highway, and if you don't like it, then you can go somewhere else. That's how I was. But now, me learning everything I've learned, I take other people's feelings into consideration. And every time I meet someone, I always look at your body language, and I see like everybody's different. So you have to approach people different ways, you know? So I've kind of learned on that too.
Okay.
Learned on that a little bit.
Well, it sounds like I said, it sounds like you're really taking these things and processing them, which is really good.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would note that we've received letters of support. I reviewed all of them and they're part of the file, okay?
Okay.
So those are all my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, it's on the website. It's not immediate, takes time, but faster on the website than the mail, so someone can look that up for you. I show your guideline is 25 months or August 10th, 2025. Easiest way to think of that's a suggestion. The board can go below that date, above that date, same date they ultimately decide, okay? Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
I just want you guys to know that I do apologize for my actions. In no way, shape, or form am I downplaying the gravity of this case because it is very serious. I could have hurt an innocent person in that home. I do apologize to them, even if I don't know if they're listening or not, but
And I don't know either because this is being live streamed, but yeah.
but you know, God knows that I apologize for my sins, and I'm trying to right my wrongs. I really am. I just want to be an example of rehabilitation. That's my goal.
It's a good goal. All right, sir. I made notes of all of your comments today. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Have a good rest of your day.
You too. Yeah, and
Right there and he'll. This is the time and place set for a rehearing for Michael Jarvis, inmate 258808. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yeah, I got one in in an envelope.
You got your blue packet?
Yeah.
Did you have a chance to review that?
I wrote it. I've read it a few times.
Okay, did you have any questions on it?
Oh, not that I can think
Okay.
of.
At your last hearing, they wanted you to complete a psychological evaluation. It looks like we got both a sex offender programming report as well as assessment, as well as a psychosexual evaluation or psychological evaluation as well. Did you receive a copy of both of those, sir?
Yeah, it was in my packet.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review those?
Yeah, I read those.
Okay, let's talk about the sex offender assessment really quick. That one was done at the beginning of December, it looks like. Tell me what your thoughts were on that one, if you remember.
Mhm.
States here that you completed programming, sex offender treatment programming in 2018, 2019, correct?
Yeah.
And at some point, the board wanted you to complete a relapse prevention plan, and they're basically stating that those are for people who have relapsed because you haven't been out of incarceration, you have not done so, correct? So they're recommending that you do not complete relapse prevention at this time. They did talk about the supports that you will need when you get out of, if you get out on parole at some point, which your expiration date, which is the length of time that the board has jurisdiction over your case, is in 2036. So at some point, you will eventually get out of prison, given there are no other further offenses at some point. And there are some concerns as far as like your mental health, things like that, the institutionalization that you feel like you may have become a part of, concerns of being out in the community. And so it talks about needing some supports when you are eventually paroled. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay. As well as completing some aftercare programming, sex offender aftercare programming. Is that something that you're looking at potentially doing?
Yeah, they said something about footprint
Yeah.
program.
Yeah. Which is another sex offender programming piece. And then when it comes to your psychological evaluation, it looks like she discusses a little more too about some of the concerns, some neurological developmental disorders and things like that, some struggles you may have moving forward, and supports that you'll need moving forward as far as that goes. Do you remember reviewing that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember some of the information in there, what she talked about, what your thoughts were on that?
Well, she talked about halfway house, and then also she's talked about the nursing home.
Mm-hmm.
And
some of the difficulties you'd potentially be able to find a place that you would be able to parole to because of your sex offenses and things.
yeah.
Yeah. It also states in here, you were at the state hospital at one point, correct?
Yeah.
In the past. And at that point, you were diagnosed schizophrenic, correct? And it wasn't more of verbalization hallucinations that you were getting, but more visual ones.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah. At times, when I stare at the wall or the floor, I see different, objects on the wall. Like I can see skeletons at a banquet table.
Okay.
And then on the table there'll be piles of bones and skulls. And then at the head of the banquet table there'll be what I call the king king skeleton. He would be in a big giant chair made out of bones and stuff.
Okay.
And then at times I would see other things besides skeletons. At first it was spacemen in spacesuits, but aliens were in the spacesuits, not man.
Okay.
And that happened for a while. That first started out for a while. I would, like at my apartment, I would turn off the TV to go to bed, and then they would rise up out of the couch.
Okay.
And one would be standing right at the back of my rocking chair. And,
Okay.
and then it would just follow me into the restroom.
Did these cause you to act out in any way? Were they threatening?
No, they were just there.
Okay. And have you ever taken any medications for any of this stuff?
Oh, at the hospital, they offered me some pills to stop the visions, but I told them they weren't bothering me or hurting me anyway, and I quite enjoy seeing the visions.
Okay.
So I told them, no, I don't really want it.
Okay. So are you not on medications now either?
I am on medication for my diabetes and
For your health?
yeah,
But nothing for your mental health?
I am taking 2 depression pills.
Okay. Do you feel like they help you?
Yeah,
Okay. Is that something you plan on continuing if you are eventually paroled or when you do eventually get out?
yeah.
Okay. Do you still have these visual hallucinations at times?
Mhm.
Okay. How often do you have them?
Just anytime I look at the wall.
Okay.
they're
So is
there.
it kind of constantly?
Yeah.
Okay. So in this, it also talks about potentially, as far as the recommendations go in this psychological, doing the footprints program for sexual offenders, that was recommended by sex offender programming as well. As well as needing some significant supports when you are eventually paroled or out in the community. And then it talks about potential signs of some dementia starting to happen. Is that accurate? Do you remember that? Do you feel like you're starting to have some dementia issues, like forgetting things?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. How often do you feel like that's happening?
Very well most of the time.
Most of the time?
Yeah. People ask me different questions and I just wouldn't know what they're saying or just couldn't, think of what to say and or know what they're saying.
Okay.
And when they do tell me something, sometimes it just goes away and I can't remember. Just
Like it
something
doesn't stick?
and then somebody interrupts me saying something else, then I forget what this one said and
Okay.
just,
Okay. Are you have any issues like forgetting your past in regard to like childhood, things like that?
I remember most of my childhood, but not all of it.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about what got you here in the first place. Tell me, with the programming that you have done, how that's going to help you moving forward. So something like this doesn't happen again as far as sexually acting out.
No.
Tell me what led to your sexual offenses in the first place.
Well, I would guess that when I was invited over to a friend's house, they would, of course, I never slept over at his house before. And they invited me over and then late at night, they decided to run around nude in their backyard. And that kind of, made me upset, like, let's leave our shirts on, and stuff. I wasn't very comfortable of doing that.
Okay.
And then later, then he wanted to do inspections.
Okay.
And that was.
So this is childhood stuff that you were involved in?
Yeah.
So when do you feel like you started sexually acting out in regard to having your own victims? Like in here, it was your daughter, correct?
Yeah.
That's the victim in this case. Prior to that, were there any other victims that you'd had?
Mm. No, just her and this friend and
Now with this friend, was that more of a mutual thing?
each.
Like you both participated in it mutually, like more consensually?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
No sexual act was done.
Say that one more time.
No sexual act was done, but it just more
Just some things that were out of the norm for the most part.
affection, touching, and
Okay.
stuff like that.
Okay. So what led to the offenses when it came to your daughter?
That was what I call stupid. She was in the movie house. When we were in the movie house, she was laying down in her chair. And I told her to sit up. Well, the movie that we were seeing wasn't really what she wanted to see. We was going to see a cartoon one, but it got sold out.
Okay.
So I talked him into seeing this mommy one. And it wasn't, I thought it might have been scary, but it turned out it wasn't. And so she was laying down in her chair, and I said, I told her to sit up and that, and she said, no. So I started tickling her stomach, just laying around, and found out that my hand went a little too far.
Okay. And then when it continued later on, because there were a couple of other, like there was one thing that you had made comments to her about, and then there were a couple of times where you'd pull on her shirt, things like that. What made you think that those types of things were okay to do?
I don't know. I don't really remember those.
Okay.
And half of the things that she has said, I can't even remember what even happened. If she might have exaggerated or made it up or something. I don't know. But to me, I just can't think of.
So tell me, when it comes to future, being out in the community, what's going to help you moving forward so that this doesn't happen again in general, so that these offenses aren't committed again? Not necessarily specifically to the victim, but in general to anybody.
No, I've gone over in my head so many times. I have swore on the Holy Bible, I don't know if that helps any, to never let this happen again. I promised God, promised my mom and dad, which they're past. And then there's just no desire of doing it again.
Okay.
I mean, that need that I had to do it is gone. No,
Okay.
but it's not there anymore.
What do you feel like for you overall has changed since you've been here that's going to help you moving forward?
I guess my attitude towards kids and
What do you mean by your attitude towards
well,
kids?
I treated my kids like friends and not like a dad. And that was wrong. I didn't realize that until I got here, and to me I've never been a dad before. I didn't know what the heck I was doing. And I just go on trying to be a dad and trying not to be their friend. But
Okay.
But you know, I like to play around with my kids. I like chase them in a playful way and just having fun with them.
Well, and with these offenses, you won't be able to have contact with kids,
No, I
or
know.
the victims at this point.
Yeah, I realized that.
Have you ever had any substance use issues, sir? I show that you've tried alcohol one time in the past around the age of 18 and that you've never experimented with anything else. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I tried it once about then, and I just didn't like it.
Okay.
And I swore up and down never again. I hate the taste.
Okay.
Hate people. You wouldn't see me. I've never been in a bar in my life. I don't even like seeing me and my wife went on the our honeymoon, and they passed out drinks and she tasted one, and I said, "Here, taste one." I go, "No, I don't like the taste, and I really don't appreciate you drinking either."
Okay. Sir, is there anything else you feel like the board needs to know or you'd like the board to know at this point?
No, there's I'm really looking forward to getting out.
Okay.
And I think this footstep program sounds good, as long as if it gets me out of here. And it's just, I don't really appreciate being around other guys like them. They just upset and disturb me and don't make me feel good. I don't even like doing other things because of them.
Okay.
I like going to the gym, I like going to anywhere. The things I've heard that it happens there, and that I just don't want to get involved.
Okay.
I'm trying my best not to get in trouble. I've never had a write-up. I've never had a C-note. I never had nothing like that.
Okay.
And I want to keep that up.
Okay.
And I just want you to know that this is never going to happen again.
Okay.
And I want anything I want out. This place is just driving me nuts. It's hard for me to handle it sometimes. And those Christian pills, they're helping quite a bit. They're keeping me from crying and other things. I would just break out, start crying. Tears would be running down my face. And with these pills, I don't do that anymore.
Okay.
And they're just helping me, almost helping me deal with the day, each day. But I'm really looking forward to getting out.
Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. The board is the one who makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members and it takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. You currently have a guideline of 40 months, which puts you at December 13th, 2024. That is just a guideline. The board can go past that, which they've clearly already gone past. One of the reasons that it is past that is because you were given 812 days credit for time served. You do have a 15-year top, which puts you at August 13th, 2036, which is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Like I mentioned before, the board is made up of 5 members. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
And who tells you that decision when it is made?
You'll get a letter. You'll get the order in the mail through the prison post, basically, with that information.
Is it another blue or white?
I don't know if it comes in a different color, actually.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. You can also ask your case manager. They'd be able to look that information up for you too, okay?
All right.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day, sir.
Thanks.
This is the time and place set for a rehearing for Frank Schneider, inmate 63666. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
What was that?
Did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay. So the last hearing that you had, the board wanted you to complete a relapse prevention program, correct?
No, the board stipulated they wanted me to complete sex maintenance course.
Yeah, which is the relapse prevention thing.
Well, I wasn't.
Part of sex offender but they had mentioned, so we got a report back from sex offender programming stating that they were not recommending that because it is for relapse and you have not relapsed, basically. So they were recommending that you not participate in that or do that. Did you get a copy of that information, sir? Of the assessment?
I got a couple notices. One was not stating that I didn't have to do that course.
Okay. And then did you, yeah, and that was the most recent one in December, correct?
Yes.
And it also talked about you having completed, and I just so you know, I did listen to your last hearing that you had was it about a year ago that you had, just to get that information. So I did hear that and listen to that information. So a lot of this, with it only being a year, may not have changed in regard to what your plans are, things like that. But it did state that you had completed the sex offender programming, which is also discussed during your last hearing on your own terms, basically. You weren't ordered to do it because you had been given an expirated life sentence, but that you wanted to complete that. One thing I do show that's more updated is the fact that you have had a couple of disciplinaries since that last hearing. Can you tell me a little bit about those?
Well, the first one was a gentleman, I lived in a cubicle with with 3 other people. One gentleman had an argument with another gentleman in the cubicle, and there was names yelled back and forth, and one of them got up and left, and the other one kept yelling and calling them names, and I told him, why don't you just be quiet? He left. So he called me a bitch and then waved an object in front of my face, which later I found out was a ruler. So I pushed him back because I didn't know what he was going to do.
Okay.
The second one was an older gentleman asked a young man if he would please put a laundry bag on someone's bed. And he said, quote unquote, fuck no, I didn't put anything in. I ain't doing nothing for you. So I called him disrespectful, and then he called me a bitch, and then so I pushed him, and I went up and told staff what had happened. I did it so the other gentleman wouldn't get a write-up. I was going to accept the write-up myself.
Okay. So I know in your last hearing, you talked about struggling and learning not to stick up for other people because it oftentimes gets you in trouble.
Yes.
So with that being said, now that you've got these 2 disciplinaries, and I get, it sounds like, it kind of sounds like you were almost backed into a corner. And I've heard several times by individuals that reside here that sometimes you don't have a choice. Is that kind of how you felt, or is it something that you, looking back, probably would have handled a little differently given the chance?
That's a hard one to answer because, as you know, we live in a prison. In this environment, if you're pushed around, bullied, people take your stuff, then you're fair game. You're just a mouse in a cat's cage. Well, I don't agree to that, and there's been a couple times when I've gotten into altercations because I was called a sex offender. Yes, I'm a sex offender, but I'm here right along with you. You broke the law, I broke the law. Mine might have been worse than yours, which I think it was. And I have problems with people being bullies and pushing people around because I did that myself. So I've learned to dislike those people very much.
Okay. At one point you were supposed to have a psychological evaluation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, I had 2. I had one with mental health, and I had one with your psychologist. Your psychologist poked sticks at me. I don't know if it was on purpose to see how I'd react or what, but I didn't agree with a lot of stuff he said, but I kept that to myself, and I didn't choose to go off or do anything to disrupt what's already been done.
Okay.
And the mental health, I agree with the mental health. There's a lot of things that I need that I can't get here, and the only way I can get them is if I get out. And
Tell me some of those things.
one is sex offender maintenance course. Now
Aftercare?
Yeah, now aftercare. I've already been stated that, and that's one of the main reasons why I put in for the board. And the other is, well, your relapse prevention. But now I was told various things. Sex offender therapists or psychologists, what even we want to call them, came to me, I think it was yesterday, and stated that they don't have that program here. Well, I've got conflicting stories that it is here. I tried to put in for it twice. The first time I was told, well, that course will be starting in about 3 weeks. About 6 weeks later, I went to Omar and asked about it. And the director, quote unquote, told me, we'll move you when we move you.
Yeah.
So I got frustrated and I said, you know what, do me a favor. Take me off that list. I'll take my chances with the board. I mean, it was totally unprofessional coming from someone that's supposed to be in a position to judge someone on their life.
Well, and like I mentioned before, in that assessment that they submitted, it talks about not having you do that relapse prevention because you haven't basically relapsed while you've been incarcerated. So they didn't recommend that. They're recommending the aftercare stuff
That
as
was
well.
true, but no one told me that. I wasn't
Right.
told that until yesterday.
And we got that, so we got that assessment. It was completed December 16th, 2024. So it hasn't been long before we've got that. Did you receive a copy of that assessment?
I received a copy yesterday or the day before in the mail. The evaluation or the interview with the mental health.
Okay,
psycho-
psychological.
And like I said, I wasn't told that that program wasn't offered here then, but then I've got conflicting stories, so I don't really.
So when it comes to your psychological evaluation and the information within the psychological evaluation, what were your thoughts on that?
I agreed with the majority of it. I need a lot of help, but I can't get it here, and that's something that the board has to decide
Right.
whether or not that I get it or not.
What don't you agree with in the psychological?
Well, you know, I've been on a lot of psych meds, and that's one of the things that one of the psychologists was poking me with a stick. Because I've been on Haldol, Artane, Mellaril, Benadryl, I've been on like 20 different medications. And what I can say is if I don't take those medications, I have a hard time controlling impulses.
Okay.
And I've come to accept that I'm going to be on that the rest of my life, whether I'm in here or out there.
So you feel like they're beneficial for you for sure?
They are beneficial.
Okay.
Like I can tell you right now, I'm at the end of the cycle. I should be getting my shot pretty quick. I can tell the difference because my tolerance of people are rising. In other words, I'm starting to feel that people are irritating me and stuff. Now, when I get that shot, that feeling goes away.
Okay.
I feel nice, comfortable. I laugh, I joke. But towards the end of the cycle, I don't really like to be around people.
You don't have the tolerance for it.
Yes, I have a hard time controlling it.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about your offense that you've had in regard to moving forward. So you've completed the sex offender programming. While this offense happened 30 years ago, roughly, you had a prior offense as well.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about, because when you had that prior offense, was it back in 1977?
Yes.
When you went to prison then, did they have sex offender programming?
They did. I was removed for dirty urine.
Okay. Did you ever complete sex offender programming for that offense?
No.
Okay. How far did you get into the programming before you were removed?
Probably about 4 months.
Okay. Is there any correlation between that first sex offense versus your sex offense in regard to what led to both of those? Were there similarities that you may have been going through, things like that? Like a cycle?
One correlation, that means, I'm not sure what it means. It means similar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Were there similar things
Yes.
happening in your life that led up to those
Yes.
points? Okay. Tell me a little bit about that.
One, I always thought about self-gratification myself. I didn't think about others.
Okay.
I had a power and control issue. I thought I was number one and that everyone should benefit me instead of me looking out for others' feelings.
Okay.
Just things like that. I mean, I felt that I was number one, and in all reality, I'm not.
Okay. In these offenses, were they things that were planned out or things that just happened within like a day? Like, did you plan these things out over a period of
The
time
second
and then
one
act?
was more or less planned. The first one wasn't. It was
Okay.
just a spur of the moment thing.
Okay. Now, having gone through the programming and the programming that you've completed aside from sex offender programming as well, what are some things, if any, that you've learned that's going to help you moving forward so something like this doesn't happen again? Because the reality is, regardless of this being 30 years ago, you are considered a repeat sex offender,
Yes.
right? And so the biggest concern, not only for the board, but the community in general, is something like this happening again. You've already proven that that's possible,
That
you're
I'm
capable of it.
Yes.
So tell me what moving forward is going to help convince me basically that you're safe to be paroled.
One, I know I need others to help, not help me, but to lend an ear. I mean, they can't change my problems. They can't do anything. But my thing is, I never before would ask for help.
Okay.
Because I'm stubborn. In my book, I think I'm better than everyone else, which I know is not true. My line of thinking has changed. Now, one of the things your psychologist pissed me off with, and I'll be honest, he pissed me off.
That's fine.
He said I bullied my way into SOTP,
Okay.
and that's not true. I asked to get in to change behaviors that had to lead me up, that led to my offense.
Right.
Now, he knows what he read, but he doesn't know me as a person. He hasn't been around me. I know it's his job to protect the community, but I'm stating that I thought he was wrong and real unprofessional because there was another incident. He asked if I belonged to SETH or SAW. I said, I don't belong to a gang.
Okay.
He saw a swastika on my arm. He says, well, what about that? I said, I was 13 and dumb and put it on.
Okay.
And he pissed me off. But you know what? I didn't say anything. There's things that he said that I didn't agree with. He said, I'm not mentally ill. How can he sit there and judge that? I've been in 2 state hospitals. I've been in, here's one that's funny too. He goes, how many times have you been to Olympics? I said 2. He said, no, you've been there 3. I mean, it was like he was testing me.
Okay.
And I didn't like it, but you know.
Finding ways to trip you up is what you felt like?
Yeah, I'm not in a position to, but I handled it. I just kept quiet. And when I got back to the section, I sat and thought about it, and he had every right to do that. He's trying to protect the community.
Okay.
And me as well.
So after the fact of you going through that, being upset, you were able to kind of reflect back on that and kind of look at it with more understanding as to why he was doing that?
Yes. See, in the past, I just react. I don't stop and think. Well, I've learned that if I do that, if I let my emotions get to me, I do things that are wrong.
Okay.
One of the things I do now, as to where I didn't do 30 years ago, is I seek out help. I know I need a support system, not necessarily to solve my problem, but help me look at different avenues to correct that behavior so it doesn't lead up to something similar.
Do you have a support system in the community?
No, I'm going to be going to the church a lot.
Okay.
I mean, after 32 years, I was written off by my family when I got here. I wrote them, they never answered back. When I called, they changed the phone number.
Okay.
So it was at that time, I decided that, well, I'm not going to get any help from the community. I'm going to have to do everything on my own.
Okay.
And basically, that's what I've done. I've went through I don't know how many certificates I got. I threw them away because they complained about me.
Yeah, you've got several programs that you've done clearly over a 30-year period of time.
Several times, about 5 or 6 times a piece.
For sure. Tell me if the victims were listening, and I don't know if they are because this is being live streamed, what would you say to them? Or what would you at least want them to know?
Yeah, I know I created a terrible crime against them and that it probably ruined their life pretty much to where if they can change it, they could. I can't say I'm sorry because there's not enough words to say that. I created a terrible crime, and for that I'm being punished.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Do you regret the decisions you made?
I'm ashamed and embarrassed of what I did.
Okay.
I don't regret anything. I'm ashamed and embarrassed. It's something I can't change. Something I got to go to the grave with.
And the reason I ask you that is because I know you seem to have more of a straightforward, blunt personality. And so when the first part of that you said kind of comes off as like you don't regret any decision you made and you don't have sympathy.
Let me rephrase that. I regret, and I can't say but because that's minimizing it. There's no way I can change what I've done.
Right.
There's no way I can correct something that I've done that probably traumatized them for the rest of their lives, where they probably need therapy or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But all I can tell them is, you know what I did was wrong. And there's not enough words to apologize, but in my own simple way, I'm trying to apologize for something that I should never have ever done.
Okay. Sir, if you are paroled, if the board chooses to parole you at this point, it sounds like you'll need to go to a halfway house to kind of get stabilized and things like that and moving forward and get set up.
If I'm correct, Bonneville has both SOTP and mental health. Am I correct?
Yes, I think you're right.
If that's the case, that's where I'd like to go because I can get in-house living, I can get therapy there. I can also go out and look for a part-time job because I owe the prison $2,200 for medical. I'm still waiting on to go to the U because I have problems with my testicles. And this has been going on for 2 years and they're kind of dragging. I think they're waiting to see what happens here.
For sure. And we don't dictate where you go. That's up to the transition team and AP&P and things like that, but they'll take all of that stuff into consideration. You do have a 100-year top with us, which means you'll more than likely have some supports here moving forward as long as you're willing to work with AP&P and things like that throughout if the board chooses to parole you throughout your time on parole and things like that.
Well, one thing I'd like to state is that I was on parole from crime in Minnesota. Interstate compact to California, I did successfully complete parole. I had a job, I was married. Well, I'm not married now, but.
This was after your first offense?
Yes.
Okay.
But I did complete it. But the first time I ran off with my wife and I got violated, I flew 2,000 miles to serve a 90-day violation. And that time I went back to California, got a job, and successfully completed parole.
Okay. Excuse me.
I don't know if you got the bug that I got.
Is there anything that you feel like would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
Probably if I stopped taking my medication.
Okay. So basically your own self could get in the way.
Yes.
So it sounds
I
like.
know that I got to take it the rest of my life. There's no getting around it.
Is there anything that would prevent you from taking it? Is there any reason you could foresee for not taking it?
No.
Okay.
Not unless it was due to financial costs, but I think I'll be on Medicaid and Medicare or something until I get a job.
Okay. Sir, is there anything else at this point that you would like the board to know or feel like the board needs to know?
Well, there are some staff and some, well, for instance, the director of SOTP stating, we'll move you when we move you. When I brought up that, well, you know what the board says, if you don't have this course, then notify them. I don't know if they notified you. It was 3.5 months later when I received a message on my tablet, and it's still on my tablet. My caseworker said I emailed the board and I emailed SOTP as far as them being notified that they didn't have it. He said the response was, I still haven't heard from either. That was like 3.5, 4 months after.
Okay. Well, we have all of that information now, so that'll be taken into consideration when the board makes their decision in your case. So, at this point, you're well aware of how all this works. Well, you've had a few different hearings in the last few years going through this whole process
Yes.
of this redetermination and everything. So what I plan on doing is taking this information that we discussed today, compiling in that to a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware it's totally up to them on what they choose to do moving forward.
Majority rules.
Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks to get these decisions out. Sometimes it might take a little bit longer depending on the situation and the circumstances. I know before it took a few months, I think.
Well, I'd like to respond to that. It was kind of funny because I waited and waited, and my boss at work would always come and tell me, well, there's nothing yet. And then finally, one of my friends had somebody call, and it was stated that they were looking at the case, they put it aside, they were gonna get back to it, and it just fell through the cracks. And they didn't know about it until after that phone call. So I know it's not funny, but it was funny because it's slipping through the cracks. That's a term I haven't heard before.
Well, and you can also always write the board or have your case manager contact if it's been longer than 4 months to see if there may be something else that's going on, or if it's at least through the vote or going through the voting process and being considered. There are some cases at times where they may set them aside to decide on whether or not some more of the egregious cases. In your case, with you having that prior rape case and then this kidnapping and attempted rape case, this is more of a serious crime, right? And there's a lot to be considered and weighed on when making a decision in your case because of the potential impact if you were to recommit another crime such as this again. And so I plan on this only being 2 to 4 weeks, but like I said, there are extenuating circumstances that sometimes happen. But after that 4 weeks, if you haven't heard anything, feel free to write the board, have your case manager contact the board. That's totally fine as well to see or get an update if it's at least moving through the process. You do have that 100-year top, which puts you at August 5th, 2092. That's the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have anything else for me, sir? Any other questions?
No, just thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for coming to this hearing, sir. Good luck to you. We'll go ahead and conclude.
Okay, thank you.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Enrique Herrera, inmate 254018. Is that you, sir?
Esta es la cita para tener una audiencia para Enrique Herrera. Y su número de prisionero es 54018. ¿Es usted?
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer who will be conducting this hearing today.
Mi nombre es Kathleen y soy la oficial que va a conducir esta audiencia hoy día.
Because of this, because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand so I can place you under oath.
Necesito tomarle su juramento necesito que levante la mano derecha para tomarle su juramento.
Do you swear and affirm the information you're about to give is accurate and correct?
¿Afirma usted solemnemente que el testimonio que va a dar es preciso y correcto?
Thank you. And sir, I'm going to put you under oath as well. Could you state your name for the record?
My name is Luis Moreno.
Do you swear and affirm that you will interpret to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you.
You're
And just to note, he also already introduced himself to Mr. Herrera as well before starting this hearing. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Le han dado notificación con una semana de anticipación acerca de esta audiencia. Le han entregado un paquete de documentos en un folder azul.
Did you have a chance to review that?
¿Ha tenido oportunidad de revisar los documentos?
Sí.
Do you have any questions on it?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
No, por ahora.
No, for now.
Okay. What I plan on doing is going over your current committing offenses, and then we'll kind of see what you've been up to since you've been here, okay?
Voy a hacer un repaso de las ofensas que ha cometido y luego voy a hablar acerca de lo que usted ha venido haciendo durante el tiempo que está internado.
In case 211400530, you were convicted of 2 first-degree felonies. One is an attempted aggravated sexual abuse of a child, and the second is attempted rape.
Usted está acusado, en su caso número 211400530, dos acusaciones de felonía de primer grado, un intento de abuso de menor y un intento de violación de un menor. All right.
In February 11th, 2021, the victim and her mother came to the police station to report a case of rape.
El 11 de febrero del 2021, la víctima junto con uno de sus padres vinieron a la policía a reportar el intento de violación.
The victim, who was age 16 at the time, stated that her stepfather and defendant in this case had sexual intercourse with her and that she was now pregnant with his child.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I was trying to put it together.
No, you're totally fine. The victim in this case, who was 16 at the time, stated that her stepfather had sexual intercourse with her and that she was now pregnant with his child.
La víctima, que en ese entonces tenía 16 años, dice que tuvo penetración sexual con su padrastro y ahora está esperando un bebé de él.
She stated that the first time this started happening was between the summer of 6th and 7th grade.
Y dice que la primera vez que empezó fue a partir del verano de what grades did you say?
6th and 7th.
Entre sexto y séptimo grado.
He started by teaching her about sex and showing her pornography.
Empezó con el acusado mostrándole, enseñándole cosas de sexo y mostrándole pornografía.
He continued raping her with increased frequency till it became weekly occurrence every time her mother worked a night shift.
Luego empezó a abusar de ella y a violarla cada vez que la mamá estaba trabajando, normalmente una vez por semana.
There was one time in 2020 where she became home late from a dance rehearsal.
Hubo una oportunidad en la que ella llegó tarde de noche después de un ensayo de un baile.
The defendant was jealous because he thought she was spending time with boys.
El acusado se puso celoso porque pensó que ella estaba pasando tiempo con otros niños, con otros chicos.
He slapped her face and she got on the ground to protect herself.
La golpeó en la cara, le dio una bofetada en la cara y ella se cayó al piso y se defendió.
Once on the ground, the defendant kicked her multiple times all over her body.
Una vez en el piso, el acusado la pateó múltiples veces en el cuerpo.
Is this accurate, sir?
¿Es eso correcto?
Lo segundo sí es correcto.
The second part it is.
Which what part of the first part was not correct?
¿Qué parte de la primera parte no es correcta?
Lo que pasa que en el paquete azul no viene lo del ADN.
Well, in the blue package, there is no proof of the DNA.
What do you mean? DNA for what?
Oh, porque para comprobar que yo no tuve nada que ver con todo lo que se dio de del primer reporte. Por eso me pidieron ADN.
So we can prove that I had nothing to do about what was filed in the first report.
Y se demostró eso.
¿Qué cosa es lo que se demostró?
De que yo no tuve nada que ver con lo del bebé, que yo no tuve nada que ver con penetración con ella. Entonces, pero la segunda parte, sí, yo me hago responsable de todo eso.
La segunda parte es la de los golpes.
De que la golpeé, la insulté, la jalé.
So I am responsible for the second portion of this, which is part of the physical aggression towards her. And I did kick her, I hit her, and I retained her on the ground. But it was proven that I had nothing to do with the first accusations related to the raping and all that.
So you're here on a conviction, though, for attempted aggravated sexual abuse of a child as well as attempted rape.
Usted está aquí por intentar abusar de la niña e intentar violarla.
Porque cuando pasó lo de cuando llegó tarde en la escuela, yo me puse muy agresivo, la verdad, muy agresivo. Y perdí la cabeza, la tiré, la jalé.
He's back talking to the event where she hit the girl. So on the second event, I am responsible for hitting her and throwing her down to the ground and keeping her down on the ground.
Entonces, yo le grité cosas muy ofensivas, muy ofensivas.
I was very offensive with her, and I told her very offensive things.
Le dije que si vestida así lo que buscaba era que iba a tener sexo con los muchachos. Y
I told her that by the way she's dressing, was he planning on having sex with other boys?
Were you having a sexual relationship with this girl?
¿Tenía usted una relación sexual con ella?
Jamás la tuve.
I never had it.
But you've have a conviction of attempted aggravated sexual abuse of a child and attempted rape.
Pero usted tiene usted se halló culpable de una acusación de acoso sexual y de intento de violación.
Sí, porque se demostró, como le digo, no viene el ADN en el libro azul.
Well, the DNA proof is not in the blue packet, though.
The DNA has nothing to do with it at this point. These are your convictions. You were convicted of those two sexual offenses that brought you to this point, and you're saying they never happened?
So, sus acusaciones son por intento de violación y acoso sexual. O sea, usted dice que ese intento de violación y ese acoso sexual nunca ocurrieron.
No, sí, el intento sí. Intento sí.
The attempt
intento, los dos cargos sí existieron y existieron allí precisamente en ese momento que yo perdí la cabeza, la golpeé y le jalé la...
No, pero la señora está hablando acerca de las acusaciones de acoso sexual y de violación.
Pues cuando a mí se me encontró culpable fue por parte de eso, derivado de esa situación que pasó que ella llegó de la escuela.
Pero I'm not understanding, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm not either.
¿Quiere que le diga despacio?
No. So he keeps sending me back to the physical aggression.
Yeah, set aside the physical aggression.
You want to know if
I want to know about the sexual stuff between the stepdaughter that began between the 6th and 7th grade.
Sí, yo quiero saber acerca de el acoso sexual y el intento de violación que ocurrieron entre sexto y séptimo grado. ¿Ocurrieron o no ocurrieron?
Sí ocurrieron. Me hice responsable con toda esa parte. Sí me hago responsable de eso, la verdad. Pero, como le digo, no apareció en el Blue Pack, pero me hago responsable de ello. Sí ocurrieron.
Sí ocurrieron.
Nada más que hay unas cosas que pues...
So, I want to make myself responsible for those accusations. They happened. ¿Qué más?
Quiero aclarar que siempre acepté que sí la hostigué, la molesté mucho, y fui muy agresivo con ella cuando no debí de haberlo hecho.
I have to admit that I harassed her, that I molested her,
Y fui muy
and
agresivo,
that I was physically aggressive towards her,
demasiado.
too much.
Okay, so, because it does say in this police report as well that you did admit having sex with the victim 7 to 8
El
times.
reporte dice que usted admitió haber tenido sexo con la niña.
Quiero ser honesto, siempre fui una persona arrogante.
I want to be honest. I was always an arrogant person,
Que pensaba que lo tenía yo que arreglar agresivo y que no me iban a hacer nada.
thinking that I had to take care of my issues all physically and aggressively, thinking that nothing was going to happen to me.
Y yo lo que dije, si así lo vamos a hacer, pues así fue entonces.
¿Qué cosa es lo que vamos a hacer?
Cuando me dijo el oficial, dice, ¿cuántas veces has tenido relaciones con ella? Le digo, pues pon las que quieras, 7, 8 veces. Es lo que yo respondí. Es lo que yo
¿Ya había
respondí.
ocurrido?
No, pero yo tuve la culpa. Yo acepté que así fue. Yo tuve la culpa.
So I
Yo
admitted, and I told the officer that I have had sex with her 7 or 8 times. And, pero usted aceptó, pero lo aceptó sin ser verdad.
Lo importante que es que lo acepté, haya sido o no haya sido, yo lo acepté, pero
So whether it was true or not, I said yes, I did it.
Okay.
yo me metí en problemas siempre por pensar que las cosas se solucionaban agresivamente.
I always run into trouble because because of my way of taking care of things in an aggressive mode.
Okay. What would you say to your victim, sir, if she were here today?
¿Qué le diría usted a su víctima si la tuviera al frente ahora?
No tuviera ni siquiera valor de voltearla a ver, pero
I don't think I will be able to turn and look her up in the eyes.
sí le diría que me perdone,
But I will ask for forgiveness,
que nunca debí haberle hecho daño.
that I should not have done what I did.
Es de verdad que todo lo que le podría decir.
I think that's what I will tell her.
Okay. Your case is what's called smart scheduled, meaning the board ordered you to complete some things prior to this hearing.
How did you call the expectancy from the board?
It was smart scheduled,
Okay.
so there were expectations prior to this
So,
hearing.
aparentemente le habían fijado expectativas el Comité de Libertad Provisional con algunos requerimientos que usted tenía que cumplir.
Of sex offender treatment programming.
Tratamiento programa de tratamiento de I'm sorry, could you repeat what's the name of the program?
Sex offender treatment
De
program.
tratamiento para ofensores sexuales.
We received a special attention later that was submitted by the sex offender treatment program.
Hemos recibido después una notificación del programa de ofensores sexuales,
Stating that they had assessed you at a risk that would determine you to be better suited for treatment in the community.
en la cual se dice que usted está mejor, que se beneficiaría mejor de un tratamiento con la comunidad.
Just know that the board can come back and still have you complete some form of sex offender programming prior to potentially being released from prison.
Antes de que seas liberado de la prisión, el panel de libertad condicional podría exigir que cumplas algún tipo de tratamiento de ofensores sexuales.
You also have a detainer. Are you aware of that? When you are deported, where will you be going?
Cuando lo deporten, ¿dónde va a ir?
A la Ciudad de México.
México City.
Okay. Do you have family still there?
¿Tiene familia
Toda
todavía
mi
ahí?
familia.
All my family.
Okay, so you still have supports there.
¿Y quién lo apoya ahí? ¿verdad?
Sí.
Excuse me.
Yo trabajo solo.
I do see that you have completed some programming since you've been here.
Veo que ha completado algo de programas desde que está aquí.
Sí.
Escape from MRT,
What was that again?
escape from MRT.
Escape
or
MRT.
MRT, basically, escape from prison, MRT.
Sí, escape de prisión.
It shows that you did get into sex offender pre-treatment. Is that accurate? Okay.
Ha tenido ese tratamiento previo antes, sí. Yes.
Tell me what you learned in pre-treatment.
¿Qué aprendió en pre-treatment?
Una de las cosas
One of the things,
más importantes que aprendí,
most important things that I learned,
que no debo de voltear a ver a ninguna mujer, por ningún motivo sexualizar a ninguna mujer.
that I
jamás
should
en mi
not
vida.
sexualize any woman by any reason, by any mean.
Provengo de una madre y tengo hermanas y
I
tengo
have-
hijas.
I come from a mother, I have sisters, and I have daughters.
Y de verdad que nunca jamás en la vida me gustaría que ellas pasaran por lo mismo.
And I really wouldn't like them to go through this same situation.
What led you to your sexual offenses with your stepdaughter?
¿Qué cosa causó, qué cosa propició estas agresiones sexuales contra la niña?
No me quiero victimizar, honestamente.
I don't wanna victimize myself.
Crecí en una familia disfuncional,
I was raised by a dysfunctional family
con un primo que abusó de mí 2 veces.
with a cousin that abused, that
Y,
raped me twice.
y crecí creyendo que todo eso era normal en la vida.
So I grew up thinking that these acts were normal in life.
Y cuando yo dije algo, nadie me creyó.
So when I raised my voice about this, nobody believed me.
Entonces, hacerlo para mí fue no normal, pero nunca pensé en las consecuencias.
So when I committed these crimes, I didn't do it, I didn't feel it was normal, but I never thought about the consequences of my actions.
Como en mí no hubo consecuencias,
Because I never faced any
crecí pensando en eso.
consequences, I thought it was that way.
Okay. What have you learned since being here that's going to help prevent something like this from happening moving
Desde
forward?
que está aquí, ¿qué cosa es lo que ha aprendido que usted considera que le podría ayudar a evitar estos problemas en el futuro?
Lo más importante que la vida no es maravillosa si no tienes con quién compartirla.
Most important thing is that life is not so marvelous if you don't have somebody to share it with.
Yo lo tenía
I had it.
y no supe conservarlo ni apreciarlo.
I didn't value it and I didn't know how to keep it.
Y que cuando de verdad quieres cambiar,
Then when you really want to change,
no importa que tengas el mejor terapista del mundo.
it doesn't matter if you have the best therapist in the world,
Si tú no quieres, no lo vas a hacer.
you are not going to commit change.
What has changed for you, sir?
¿Qué ha cambiado para ti?
He dejado muchos rencores.
I have left so many remorse.
He aprendido también a perdonar
I have learned how to
para que me perdonen.
to be forgiven.
Y primeramente, de verdad he aprendido que una mala decisión
But I also and I mainly want to say that one bad decision
le cambia la vida a alguien
can change your life,
y le cambia la vida a uno mismo.
can change someone else's life too.
Is there anything, sir, moving forward that would prevent you from being able to be successful in the future?
¿Hay algo de ahora en lo sucesivo que podría impedir que tengas éxito en la vida, en el futuro?
Lo único que me podría impedir es tener éxito, sé que termine mi tiempo en la tierra, es todo.
The only thing that could prevent for me to be successful will be to pass.
Pero estoy listo, estoy pensando en mi recuperación
But I'm
por el
thinking
resto
of
de
my
mi vida,
recovery
por el resto de mi vida.
for the rest of my life.
Do you have any substance use issues, sir?
¿Tiene problemas de consumo de drogas?
No, yo siempre, cuando la última vez que usé drogas fue a los 23 años.
The last time I used any kind of drug was when I was 23 years old.
What did you used to use?
¿Qué usabas?
Usé cuando tenía 17 años, marihuana, usé alcohol y usé cocaína.
Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
¿Lo han diagnosticado con algún problema de salud mental?
No, he platicado mucho con los terapistas en el tiempo que he estado encerrado
I have talked quite a bit with therapists during the time I've been locked in.
pero me han ellos evaluado con que me he superado cada vez mejor.
And they have given me good scores in my progress.
Okay. Are you on any medications?
¿Toma medicamentos?
Solamente para mi mano ahorita.
Only for my hand.
Y un dolor de cabeza.
What'd you do to your hand?
¿Qué pasó a tu mano?
Me quebré 2 dedos en el trabajo.
I broke 2 fingers at work.
Okay. I show you have no disciplinaries. Is that still accurate?
Creo que no tienen faltas disciplinarias, ¿eso es correcto?
Sí, ni una tengo.
Yes, I don't have any.
Okay.
Solo tengo una nota negativa porque me brinqué a agarrar una pluma nada más.
I have a negative notation or note or so.
Negative C note.
I just bent over to pick up a pen or something like that.
Okay. Sir, when you get back to Mexico, what are your plans?
¿Cuáles son sus planes cuando regrese a México?
Seguir trabajando en el camión, en el tráiler.
I will keep working on that truck.
Y con mi papá en el taller mecánico.
I'll most likely keep working with my dad in his mechanical shop.
Is there anything else, sir, you would like the board to know or feel like the board needs to know at this point?
¿Hay algo más que quiera decirle al Comité de Libertad Condicional?
Quiero decirle que, a pesar de que parezca que no, pero le agradezco mucho que sí me ayudaron a convertirme en otra persona.
I want to let them know that even though it may seem a different way, they really helped me a lot to become a different person, a new person.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board.
Lo que voy a hacer ahora es escribir un reporte acerca de nuestra conversación y presentársela al comité.
Sí.
The board is made of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case.
El comité está compuesto por 5 miembros y la mayoría de ellos tienen que votar para tomar una decisión acerca de su caso.
Sí.
Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision back to
La
you.
decisión tarda entre 2 y 4 semanas hasta que usted escuche.
You do have a 46-month guideline, which puts you at January 11th, 2025.
So, supuestamente debería usted ser liberado el 11 de enero del 2025.
One of the reasons we're so close to that already is because you were given 377 days credit for time served.
Y la razón por la que falta poco es porque le han dado 377 días de crédito por tiempo servido.
That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. They can go below that, on that, or past that,
¿Tiene esa fecha?
depending on if they feel like that you need to do something more prior to your parole.
Depende del Comité de Libertad Condicional si es que lo acortan o lo alargan, dependiendo de si es que ellos le piden que haga usted algo más.
You do have a 100-year top, which puts you at March 11th, 2121.
Usted tiene un límite de 100 años que lo coloca en al 11 de marzo del
2121.
That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses.
Tiempo que el Comité de Parole va a tener jurisdicción sobre tu caso.
Are there any questions or comments, sir?
¿Tienes alguna pregunta?
No.
With that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Cerramos esta
This is the time and place set for a rehearing, original hearing for Megan Seville, inmate 253402. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Do you have any questions on it?
No.
It looks like at your last hearing, from your last hearing, the board ordered a psychological evaluation to be completed, which we did receive a copy of. Did you have a chance to receive a copy of that?
Yeah, I did.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review your whole blue packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any questions on that?
No.
I do also show that you had a federal case, which has since been taken care of, correct?
Yeah.
And you had a 15-month sentence?
So it's 27. We're estimating about 15 months left. So
Okay.
with like good time. So
And it's running along with this one, right?
I think so.
Okay.
I hope so.
I think it is. That's how I have interpreted it.
Okay.
Not to say that if it's not, what I say is law, just so you
Right.
know.
Okay.
Okay. Reviewing that psychological evaluation, what were your thoughts on that?
Honestly, okay, so when he came and met with me, he told me he already had it written. He just needed to fill in a few spots. So I kind of felt some type of way about it because I was like, how are you going to have this written without even meeting with me?
Right.
You know, I feel like he kind of twisted some stuff that I said.
Okay.
Like I do have an addiction.
sure.
However, I have like been clean. Like this is prison, stuff comes in, you know, but I have been drug tested. I've passed every drug test. Like I've maintained sobriety even around it, you know, and so I feel like he kind of discredited like what I have done, you
Okay.
know, so yeah.
So you've been clean since you've been here?
Yeah. Well, since my whole incarceration, so 3 years almost.
Yeah.
32 months.
When is the last time you used?
It was May 24th of 2022.
What have you been doing since you've been here?
I graduated high school and I did have a job at UCI commissary for a while, for a little over a year. But then I started doing web and graphic design after I graduated high school. So I do that every single day, Monday through Friday.
Is that through college?
Yeah, DATC, Davis Tech.
Okay, before I forget, let's go over your current committing offenses really quick. You've got, in your case, 241-700-336, you were convicted of 2 third-degree felonies. One was possession of forgery writing device, and the other one was possession of an identity card or documents. It looks like officers were called at a motel on October 6, 2021 in Layton of 2 occupants who had paid for a room that had been declined on a card. When they searched the room, they found numerous stolen checks that were in different stages of being forged, identifying documents, stolen mail belonging to other people, drug paraphernalia, a printer, which appeared to be for creating forged documents. Is that about accurate, ma'am?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. And before you'd been brought in on these other charges, was this kind of a delayed charge that kind of just filtered in then?
Yeah, right. Oh, like a week before I came and saw the board the first time last year, it hit me.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about what you've been up to since you've been here.
So I was doing the CBT life skills on the tablet, but then they've been having problems with it, so I stopped doing that. I've just honestly been trying to, I kind of messed up a little bit when I first got here, trying to adjust, like not knowing what to expect going into prison, you know, so I kind of, the first couple months here were a little rough, but then I just realized I need to kick back and stay away from everybody, really.
Okay.
So I really am just using this time to do school. Like I'm really passionate about graphic design. I have a clothing company out there, and like I haven't like used all the potential I have to build it to where I know it can be, because I'm all caught up in other stuff. But doing the graphic design school here and just learning all this stuff and like the career opportunities it has, like I just am so focused on that right now.
How long have you been in that program?
I started it in September, but I'm already like, I only have 2 courses left and I'm done. Like I'm flying through it.
Okay. What do you usually do out in the community?
Well, I am a mom, so having an addiction in the lifestyle I was living, I did try to balance 2 lives, you know. But my kids recently moved, so I really just I was a mom, but then the other half of me was just trying to survive out there. I really just.
Where are your kids now?
They moved to Virginia with their dad.
Okay.
Yeah. We do co-parent really well. I have a super good relationship with my kids. They come visit me all the time.
How many kids do you have?
2.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your disciplinaries since you've been here.
So I had one, it was the sexual misconduct, like my first 2, second month here, I think. That was just like trying to, I don't know. It was just a stupid mistake, you know? And then ever since I was so embarrassed after it. That's when I realized like just stick to myself, you know? And then I had one for, cheeking medication, diverting my medication just recently. But it's not trying to justify it. The reason I did it though was sometimes I feel like it doesn't help me and I feel like it messes with my head. It was triliptol for bipolar. That's what they prescribed it for. And it just kind of makes me feel weird. So like if I take it earlier than when I normally do and their pill line is so inconsistent. So I just was being stupid.
So are you on medication right now?
Yeah, I'm on triliptol. However, I haven't been taking it just because after I did my psych eval, he didn't like direct me to, but he's like, I would not recommend taking it if you're not consistent with it. He's like, it'll have more issues to your liver and all this stuff. So I honestly haven't been taking it.
So have you been officially diagnosed bipolar then?
I got diagnosed in a county jail. So I don't know how official that is, but.
Because I show here that you've got severe anxiety and major depression.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
I guess. I was told it was bipolar. So, but it was all through county jail. I've never went to a psychiatrist like outside.
Because his diagnoses are pretty much your stimulant, opioid, and then antisocial personality disorder.
Okay.
So who knows?
Yeah.
Did you feel like if you were taking that medication consistently, did it feel like it was helping?
Yeah, that's the thing why I stopped is because I couldn't tell.
Okay.
You know, I didn't really see a difference. So and then why take medicine if you don't need to? You know what I mean?
Right.
So I kind of was back and forth, but then like he told me, he was like, if you don't do it consistently, it's not going to help. So just don't take it at all kind of thing. So
You feel like you have some mental health issues like bipolar, depression,
I feel like I
anxiety?
do. It's not super severe, but I feel like it's there. Yeah.
Okay. Have you taken medication in the past where it has felt like it's been effective?
When I was a juvenile, in a group home, I was on a medicine. I just can't remember what it was, but it was effective. And that's why I wish I could remember what it was.
Okay.
But I have no idea.
Okay. And was that for the bipolar or?
It was for bipolar and depression. So I think it was like maybe one for both of them that they had. I don't know.
Okay. Is there anything you feel like would prevent you from having a successful parole moving forward, sir, ma'am?
No, I think this time around, something I never have had is that I have a sober support system this time.
Okay.
Like my dad, he did have like, he was in prison before and he went through like his like trials, but he has been clean, for over a year, almost 2 years. He's like a counselor at a treatment center, like just seeing that like honestly gives me hope, you know, and it's something I've never had before. While being on supervision. So that's one thing that I think is going to be way different and have a big impact.
If you are paroled, if you still have prison time, you'll be paroled to your detainer so you can go to do your prison time. After all of that is done, after you've taken care of your incarceration stuff, what are your plans when you are out on parole?
Like I mentioned, I'm really passionate about my graphic design, so I definitely want to find a career or focus even more on my clothing line, just doing something, it'll occupy my time and I'll be passionate about it. So I want to do it, you know, I want to go divert into doing something else. That's like my main thing. And then, I don't know, eventually maybe if my kids do stay in Virginia, maybe going over there. And I do plan on paroling to Heber, which is somewhere I've never been, so I don't have any acquaintances there. No like toxic environment, like trigger environment, stuff like that. So that's, yeah, I think those are.
Okay. What's in Heber?
That's where my dad lives.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And then as far as programming, you've been assessed to do residential substance abuse programming since you've been in here. So tell me what your plans are for substance abuse programming in the future.
So I did talk to my federal attorney about RDAP, and he says he thinks I'll have enough time to do that. So I plan on doing that in the feds. If not, my dad is super pro treatment. Like I said, he's a counselor at treatment center. So me and him have talked about treatment, whether it's required or not. He wants me to do treatment. So it's in my plans for sure. I feel like the time that I've done, I'll need like some type of transition. So I feel like even if you guys don't recommend it, I plan on going to like at least a sober living just for transition, you know, and like once I leave my dad's house, you know.
Okay. What do you feel like for you overall has changed the most that's going to help you moving forward so you don't end up back here?
I think this is the most time that I've done. I've done 5 days a month, and now I'm going to be doing like almost 4 years. And it's just a reality check for me. Being sober, I've kind of found myself because I was on drugs for so long back in like on and off, you know, and I was never off long enough to fully find myself again. I was like maybe 2 years, you know, like, but this like, I just look at who I was before and like, I'm just ugly, you know, it's an ugly person, a mean person and careless. And like the goals that I have achieved in here, like are something that I want to keep working towards. And I just like who I am sober.
Okay.
You know?
Was there a time when you were in the community outside of incarceration where you were sober? Like what's the longest that you've been able to be sober out in the community?
So after I had my son, I was clean for almost 4 years.
Okay.
But then my relationship became abusive. So I left and then started using cocaine just like socially. And then I relapsed back on meth after about a year of leaving my kid's dad. But yeah, other than that 4 years, it was like about 2 years.
Okay.
So I know I have the ability to be sober. It's just like having the motivation to stay sober. And I think like doing all this time, like it might not sound legit, but it sucks, you know, like my kids are growing up, I'm growing up, I'm getting older, wasting all this time, my whole 20s in prison, you know, and it's just time to change, you know?
Okay. I was going to ask you another question, but I forgot what it was. That's okay. Is there anything you feel like the board needs to know or you would like the board to know?
No, I mean, if you guys are aware, I have the federal detainer. So honestly, like I feel like, I don't know, I just feel like I need to go to the next step. You know what I mean? Like I have some time still to do in the federal system and just being in the same place around the same people. Like, you know, a lot of people in here don't want to change. And though everybody's goal in prison is to get out of prison, a lot of people don't take it serious and it's a lot of people's lives in here. So I think I just want to go to the next step and like, you know, I don't want to make this my life. I don't want to get comfortable here. I don't, you know, I see people preferring max time and I never want to be that, you know, I don't want to be, I watched this lady go up the stairs and she struggles because she's so old and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't want that to be me, you know?
Right.
So.
Okay. Well, ma'am, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one who has the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. They'll take into consideration everything you've completed and done leading up to this point. They'll also take into consideration the fact that you do have a detainer moving forward. You have a 28-month guideline, which was September 18th, 2024. The reason that is so close is because you were given 414 days credit for time served.
Okay.
You do have a 15-year top, which puts you at January 28th, 2038, which is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case. So more than likely what will happen if you've got that federal detainer, do you have probation after that?
Yeah,
With
3
them?
years,
3 years.
probation.
So your time with the state will exceed federal probation. So more than likely, they will probably just parole you to the federal, so you can do your time, and then you'll probably be on dual probation and
Okay.
parole at the same time. That guideline, that September guideline is what it is. They can still continue to go past that if they want to see you complete something prior to paroling you, just so you are aware as well. Do you have any other questions for me?
No.
All right. With that, we will go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Monica Silva, inmate 185038. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review this?
Yes.
Did you have any questions on it?
There was a question that I did have. It says that this is my first parole violation. And I believe it's my 4th violation.
On this commitment?
Yes.
Okay. And I have on here that you've had like 4 commitments and 6 paroles or 6 commitments, and this is your 4th parole.
Okay.
So I'm not sure where you're seeing that, but that's
Okay.
fine. We've got the whole list on here too, so. I do want to acknowledge the fact that you do have some support here. We just ask that you remain quiet during this process. They'll give you a chance to talk a little bit after the hearing, okay? So what I plan on doing is going over your current committing offense, then we'll go over your parole violations, and then we'll see what you've been up to since you've been here, okay?
Okay.
So in case 241-600-080, you were convicted of a 3rd-degree felony, possession of a controlled substance. This occurred around January 16th, 2024. Can you tell me what happened, ma'am?
I was in treatment and they APMP came to pick me up when they were going through my clothing because I was in the shower. There was a foil with drug residue on it.
Okay.
My things.
Okay. Let's go over your parole violations really quick before I get into other stuff or I'll forget.
Okay.
As I go through these, I'm going to ask if you admit, deny, or no contest for the parole violation purposes. Some of them coincide with your current committing offense in that court case. I'm still going to ask if you admit, deny, or no contest for the parole violation purposes. It's not going to mess with the already taken care of case. So on allegation 1, by having absconded or fled from parole supervision on or about January 9th, 2024 in violation of your standard condition of parole, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
No contest.
On allegation 2, by having used methamphetamine, amphetamine, or opiates on or about January 16th, 2024 in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
No contest.
On allegation 3, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, possession of a controlled substance, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about January 16th, 2024 in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
No contest.
Go ahead and take judicial notice on that one, as it is your current committing offense in case 241600080. On allegation 4, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, use or possession of drug paraphernalia, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about January 16th, 2024 in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit.
Go ahead and accept admission to allegation 4, revoke your parole for September 5th, 2023. We'll take judicial, or we'll take, on allegations 1 through 3, we'll accept your no contest, please. Tell me a little bit about how parole was going and what was going on in parole.
So when I first got out, I went into treatment from Orange Street. I completed treatment on November 21st of 2023. Within a couple of days, I relapsed. I continued doing my treatment. I was looking for a job. I continued to use, and instead of reaching out to my PO, I just stayed away from her. I was working with a friend to try to get back into treatment because the treatment center that I was at previously wouldn't let me come back due to the fact that I had received multiple dirty UAs. I was supposed to go back into 7th Street on the 7th. And instead of going to treatment, I chose not to, therefore going on the run from APMP. And then I turned myself into treatment, limitless recovery on the 12th.
Okay. What caused you to relapse in the first place?
Being the people that I went around, that I started associating with, they were using first, and then I started dealing with some trauma of my daughter's father who had passed away, and I didn't know how to deal with it properly.
Okay.
So
it sounds like acquaintances and some difficult situations overall emotionally.
yes, ma'am.
Are those usually the things that cause you to relapse?
Yes, they are.
Is there anything else that typically will cause you to relapse?
My mental health.
Okay.
If I don't take care of my mental health, like my depression, my anxiety, and things like that, that makes me want to use, because that's always been my backup.
Okay. Do you have any other diagnoses aside from the depression and anxiety?
PTSD.
Okay. Do you take medications
I
for
do.
your depression and anxiety?
I do.
How do you feel like they help?
As long as I'm taking them as prescribed and I'm doing what I need to do on my half, then they work really good.
Okay. What usually causes you to get off of them?
Getting high,
Okay.
using.
Outside of incarceration and outside of treatment, has there been a time or period where you've been able to have a successful sobriety for a lengthy period of time?
It has. I've had that in the past, but it was a long time ago.
Okay.
I've been in and out of prison, off and on parole, like with probation and everything. And I feel like I didn't want to get the help.
Okay.
And I found every reason so that I could use and whatnot. I had a baby pass away while I was in prison. Her dad passed away 2 years ago. So I have plenty of trauma
that I use for myself as a reason to go and use. This has been the first time that I've been sober for my choice. I have not gotten high since the 16th of last year.
Okay.
I make that choice every single day here in prison.
January 16th?
Yes.
Okay. What do you feel like for you is different now?
I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to live this life anymore. I've been comfortable in prison for 16 years. I've been coming in and out of here like it wasn't anything. It was like my second home. I remember last year being devastated with everything that was going on in my life, and all I wanted to do was return to prison. And I didn't know why. And I've always been comfortable here. This was the first time that I've ever been uncomfortable. Like, my family made it super hard for me. They didn't give me that love and that support that I usually have. I've had to work. I've had to do classes. I've had to limit my calls home, limit my visiting with them and everything because of the fact that they didn't support me this time. They were giving me tough love.
Okay. Do you feel like that worked?
I feel like that has helped in pushing me towards what I want to do now. I get up every day and I go to work. I either go to classes, I am busy, I'm doing stuff. I've done a bunch of things that has helped me change my mental and my thoughts on life. I want to be a better person.
Okay.
And I've done that. I've done the work over the past year. Like, it's been small work, and I know there's a lot more to do outside of here, but I've made the steps to get there, and it's because I had to do it by myself.
Okay.
I didn't get money on the phone, so I couldn't call home. Like, I didn't have the support that I've always had. And so I've busted my butt to really just get things together so that I don't have to do this no more.
Okay. What do you feel like is going to help you in the community?
I have a really good support system, and everybody's in recovery. I've sat down with my transitions, she's not a case manager, but mentor, and went over and made a release plan. I've done all that work and tried to set things up, and I've realized who I am and like where I have to go, and I'm gonna have to let a lot of people go in my life, and it's not for them, it's for me, because I have to be selfish. Like, I've been loving everybody else. I've been putting everybody else before me for 38 years. And so this time I've had to do it here in prison.
Okay.
I've gotten rid of multiple friends. I've gotten rid of people that I thought were my family members because I grew up here with them, because they weren't doing the things that I want to do. They're not living in the lifestyle that I want to live. And so I've had to cut them off.
Okay.
And I have to do the same thing out there.
Okay. Do you feel like there's anything that could potentially prevent you from having a successful parole?
Myself.
Okay.
I am my biggest, my worst enemy, but because I'm choosing it, and this is the first time that I'm actually choosing it for myself, I think that I'm going to be my best cheerleader.
Tell me what you've been up to since you've been here. I see you've completed a few different things. You're currently in Captain Your Story, doing some education stuff. So tell me what's been going on there this last year.
So I completed my business generals, my computer generals through SLIC. I completed seven habits on the inside, better communications class. I did the transitions course. I am in Captain Your Story. I tried to get into the drug and alcohol treatment and to do MRT because those were in my cap, and I had asked for those. I wasn't contingent for the board, and because of that, I was put at the bottom of the list. That's the only reason that I wasn't able to get into those courses while I was here. But everything else that was in my grasp, I was able to do.
What have you learned from those programs?
I've learned a lot about taking time to sit back and think things through, working on what's going to help me, changing my thought process. The 7 Highly Effective Habits was a really good book. I heard of it, and I've never read it. And now that I've read it, like, I use those things in my everyday life. I know that I've got to get up every day with the thought process of, I got to go to breakfast. I've got to go to Pillen. I've got to go to work. I've got to go do this and go do that. Because for one, it makes my day go by faster. For two, it keeps me out of the trouble and the drama in the sections. And for three, it is a good routine. And I need to be able to do the exact same thing out there with it. And if I can do it in here, then it's going to be easy for me out there.
Okay. I do show a couple of disciplinaries. One is still pending, so I'm not going to talk to you about that one. But the one from September for fighting assault, tell me about that.
I had a disagreement with someone who used to be my friend, and like my past experiences, I went and I fought with her over it. I think that's when it was around the time that I was starting to change things and change my friends. And that was one of the biggest changes in my life. And I no longer talk to that person. I no longer hang out with the group of people that I was hanging out with, because they weren't doing anything but helping me stay in the crap that I was in before, and the crap that I've been in every other time that I've come to prison.
Yeah, you say that this is kind of during the time where you've started to solidify kind of some of these kind of ideas. So when would you say that these ideas of change for you have completely solidified?
September, October.
Okay.
I came here and I was still in my old ways, like my comfortable ways, hanging out with the same people, doing the same things. And then slowly, like, I started transitioning, like, into this other person on who I wanted to be. And so around then is when I started not getting along with these people. We started butting heads, because that's just not who I was anymore.
Okay.
So then once I was removed from that situation after going on TRO and put in a different environment, I was able to thrive.
Okay. Tell me what your plans are if the board chooses to parole you.
I have a transition plan here. I've got things set up for sober living with Pivot Point. If I have to do a program, I can either go to 7th Street, I'm on their waiting list. I can go to Odyssey where my friend works, I'm on their waiting list, or Journey, just depending on what's needed from me to, like, for my parole. I've reached out to old employers about getting my job back. I've written down, like, my support system. I have a big group of friends that are willing to be there for me, to help me do everything that I need to do. And I want to do it.
Okay. Have you ever had an issue getting work?
No.
Is there anything else, ma'am, you feel like the board needs to know, or you'd like the board to know at this point?
I feel like I've said everything that I need to say about, like, the person that I've become and the changes that I've made. So I'm happy. Sorry.
Okay, you're fine. What I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed, compiling that into a report, and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one who has the final say over your case. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have that 12-month guideline, which puts you at the 16th of this month. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. They can continue to go past that if the board feels like you need to complete something prior to a parole.
Okay.
They will take into consideration everything you have completed up to this point. You do have a 10-year top, which puts you at May 19th, 2029. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. If there are no other comments, we will go ahead and conclude this hearing.
Okay.
Thank you. Good luck to you. Have a good day. This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Jordan Mendoza, inmate 262409. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay, what I plan on doing is going over your current committing offense, then we'll kind of see what you've been up to since you've been here.
Okay.
You did have a prior board order that was recommending that had a condition to stay action or case action plan compliant as well as remain disciplinary free. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And it looks like your restitution in this case was sent to the Office of State Debt Collection as well. And you were also expected to get into residential substance abuse programming.
Yeah, I'm in Elevate right now.
So let's go over your current committing offense really quick. In case 231-600-157, you were convicted of a second-degree felony attempted murder. Go ahead and tell me a little bit about this case. It happened around July 21st, 2023.
Sorry, I'm extremely nervous. So it stemmed from just very heavy drug use. And about 4 months before I got this case, I was stabbed in the back and I had to shoot someone in the neck out of self-defense. But that happened to me and I didn't know how to deal with any of that. So about 4 months later, I got this case. And I think I did victim impact and I kind of learned about how traumatized people traumatize people. So I think that was initially why I was in this situation. It's awful. I really feel bad about what happened and I feel like I've changed 3 people's lives forever. And I've spent the past year and a half trying to logically make sense of how I became someone that did this. So I think since I've been here, I think the best thing that I could do is just become a better person. So it's not wasted time or wasted, impact on my victim. I guess I don't know how else to word it.
Okay, so I appreciate the information. You didn't tell me exactly what had happened though. So I'm going to give you what I have and then you can tell me if there's anything you want to add. So basically it appears what had happened is the victim in this case, you and he were traveling back from LA. At some point you were driving and you had taken him to a dirt road, at which point you claimed that there was something wrong with the vehicle. He didn't really believe you at the time. You got out of the vehicle. He got into the driver's side and started the vehicle and would not get out of the vehicle. That's when shooting started happened. So it was basically like a setup that you had orchestrated between other people. He fled the scene at the time and got help at a local store. Officers eventually located you in a vehicle with the other 2 individuals that were part of this. And there were 2 AR-15 style rifles as well as a $4,000 in cash. Is that pretty accurate, sir? or ma'am?
Yes.
At the time, you also tested positive for cocaine, amphetamines, methamphetamines, and benzodiazepines. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So I understand the information as far as the trauma goes. Tell me what led up to this, though.
It was, sorry, it's hard to word. So I was selling drugs and we went to California to get drugs. And I just met people that, I don't even know. I just met people that wanted something done to him and I was kind of, I just feel like I was put in a situation where I didn't really know what else to do.
Okay.
Yeah, and we were driving back from California. And again, I just was not thinking clearly because it's not a choice that I would have made had I been sober.
Okay. Tell me what got you on your path of substance use.
I started using opiates when I was about 18.
Okay.
And I actually got clean. So I was clean for a little over 8 years when I started using again. And then within about 5 months, I came here. So it was It was like a very quick progression when I relapsed.
What caused you to relapse?
I had my husband and me divorced, so I was kind of by myself, and I started justifying it in my head that I could use certain substances, and I can't use anything.
What usually causes you to relapse?
Isolation, and kind of not having a purpose, and I've struggled with that a lot of my life. Struggling with jobs, like what things that I wanted to do. So I think that's been a big issue for me. Just not really knowing the direction that I want to take my life. And I've also struggled with riding the fence between being a good person and like a productive member of society. And then, you know, out of addiction, I have the devil on my shoulder, kind of pulling me back into that life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If you owe restitution in this case, are you willing to pay that?
Yes.
What would you say to your victim if they were here, ma'am?
I would just say that I'm sorry. And I mean, we were friends, and I just feel really bad. And I hope that through this, he was able to get help that he needed to from what happened to him.
Fine. Do you have any mental health diagnoses?
I was diagnosed with borderline personality in 2012.
Do you take any medications?
I do. I take Lamictal and Latuda.
Do they help?
Yes, and this is actually the first time that I've been stabilized on medication. I've fought being on medication a lot of my life, but I think it's something that I needed and I should have done a long time ago, but it's definitely been huge for me.
Okay. Is it something you're planning on continuing then?
Absolutely, yes.
How's your physical health? Is there anything that would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
No.
You said you're in the Elevate program. Tell me a little bit about what you have done since you've been here. It looks like you're in that, but you have only completed.
I think I graduate in April or the end of March.
Okay. Is this IOP or residential?
It's residential.
Okay. So they show that you completed IOP in November. So then does that mean that residential started after IOP?
To be honest, I don't know. I think, so I've completed all the actual courses that Elevate offers, but I think they're doing a 6-month minimum. So I'm kind of just waiting till I hit that 6-month mark, but I have done all the classes.
I show that you have a few different disciplinaries from it looks like from when you first got here.
Yeah.
Tell me about those. You've got a tampering with any lock security device.
So that was a gun port. It's like in the window and you can press it and it opens.
What were you doing with it?
I was giving someone shoes through it.
And then in February, you've got a couple. One is tattooing, branding, body piercing. Tell me about that one.
I had rolled up paper and put them in my ears. So I had like paper earrings in my ear.
Okay. And then that same day you had prohibited sexual acts, indecent exposure. Tell me about that.
I kissed somebody and it was on camera.
And then tell me about the 19th of February, refuse, resist, arrest, movement, do, or command. It's one of those many that they've put together.
Could it have been an out of bounds?
It's possible.
Okay, because I think that's the only write-up that you haven't mentioned that I have. And that was, I was in a bathroom stall. It was a fight.
Were you involved in the fight or were you watching the fight?
I was involved, but I was drug in there. And that I've been in a few fights, but I have not started any of the fights. I don't think I have a disciplinary for fighting.
You don't. What do you feel like for you, if anything, has changed moving forward so that you don't end up in this type of situation again?
Medication, as you mentioned, is for me really important. I'm sorry, can you repeat what you said?
What do you feel like for you overall
Oh,
has
okay.
changed so you don't end up in this situation?
Yeah, medication's big. Doing the intensive treatment that I'm in right now has really helped, and I've done a lot of classes, just to really like learn about myself because again, I've struggled with that my whole life. And then I'm also in the robotics program. So having a way to get out and support myself is going to be really important too.
What other classes have you done?
I've done MRT, victim impact. I've done everything that is in Elevate, so CBI, CBI, SU, grief group. I've pretty much done everything that's available.
You mentioned a self-defense situation that you had where you had to shoot somebody. Did you get
Yes.
charges for that?
No, it was self-defense. Yeah.
Ma'am, if the board chooses to parole you, what is that going to look like for you?
I would like to go to, so I have a house in Daybreak, but it's being rented out right now. So my goal is to go to a sober living. I think that at this point, that's going to be the best route for me.
What about work?
I plan on doing something, so I'll have the automation engineering degree, so that's what I'll do with that, that I'll earn in robotics.
You ever had an issue getting work?
What was that?
Have you ever had an issue getting work?
No.
Is there anything else you feel like the board needs to know or you'd like the board to know at this point?
I think that although I came in here on just really bad circumstances, I have learned a lot about myself and the direction that I want to take my life. So I think, like I said earlier, the best thing that I can do is just come out of this a better person. And I do feel like I've made a lot of changes for the better.
Okay.
And I know that, again, I was here under bad circumstances, but I am proud of myself for what I've done because I think it's very easy to come here and fall into, again, like the devil that's on my shoulder, pulling me into that life. But I've really chose to do something with my time and come out a better person.
What I plan on doing is taking this information that we discussed, compiling this into a report and submitting this to the board. You have an 18-month guideline, which puts you at January 21st, 2025. That is just a guideline. I'll be honest with you, with the charges that you have for an attempted murder, I don't see them letting you out that quickly. That seems like a quick turnaround, even for me, for the level of offense that you have for an attempted murder. So I would suggest not planning on getting out anytime around that time. They'll take into consideration what you're doing and what you have done since you've been here.
Well, I complete Elevate in April.
And I understand that. And just because you complete a program doesn't mean that that's an automatic parole.
Okay.
Just be aware of that.
Yeah.
You've got some serious charges,
Mhm.
clearly. You're well aware of that.
Yeah.
I know you are.
Yeah.
And 18 months, to me is crazy short.
Yeah.
Given the level of offense this is, or the severity in general of the offense that this is. So I don't typically talk about recommendations or potentially what the board could do. But I don't want you going out of here thinking you're getting out in April, May, or June, because I don't see that happening. Could it happen? Yes, because it's ultimately up to the board what they choose to do with your case. But I would not expect that to happen.
Okay.
They are made up of 5 members, so it takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. Again, they will take into consideration what you have done up to this point and what you are currently doing. You have a 15-year top for July 21st, 2038. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions or comments for me?
So how would it work with the time cuts that I would earn?
You get time cuts if you have a parole date. there is a chance that they could have you complete a rehearing or have you do a rehearing in future, just to have another hearing to discuss kind of what you've learned in that you've completed it and everything else. The only time a time cut happens is if you actually have a parole date that's listed. Okay, so if they come back and they're like, you know what, let's give her a chance to parole in December, then once you complete Elevate, then you would get that 4-month time cut that would put you potentially in July or August. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But if you get a rehearing date, then you're not going to get that time cut. But they would take into consideration, again, the fact that you complete that program at that next hearing.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah.
Do you have any other questions?
No.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Misty DELEON, inmate 133732. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Did I say your last name correctly?
DELEON.
Kind of, but not really. Okay. I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay.
Oh, the guideline thing, but I guess we'll get into that later. I don't know.
Do you need some Kleenex?
Yeah, just in case I cry.
Okay. This Kleenex box is empty. Do you mind grabbing her?
Wait. Let me see. Got one.
Oh, never mind. She got it. We've solved problem is solved. Okay. So what I plan on doing is going over your current committing offense. Then we'll go over your parole violations. Okay. In
Okay.
case 231900077, you were convicted of a 3rd-degree felony retail theft, where it looks like around January 7th, 2023, you were shopping with, was it your mom?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And you had put some makeup in your pocket and then were attempting to leave the store without paying it. Is that accurate?
It was in my hand, but it was in my hand. Yeah. And yes, that is correct, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that?
That I was guilty of doing it. I don't know. I'm confused. Okay.
No,
'cause-
just if there's anything else that you wanted
Added
to
to
add,
that.
you have to.
Oh, okay. That it was a mistake.
Okay. I'm gonna go over your parole violations. I'm gonna ask if you admit, deny, or no contest, okay, as we go through these. On allegation 1, by having failed to seek, obtain, and maintain regular, lawful, full-time employment, schooling, training, treatment, or other acceptable activities as included in your case action plan, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I'm gonna say I'm guilty,
Okay.
but I was on parole for 22 months. So the time frame I would like to address, like, was it the last 6 months of my parole that led me down
Okay.
to prison.
And we'll talk more about
Okay,
that too.
all right.
So you're admitting that?
Yes.
Okay. On allegation 2, by having failed to report to adult probation and parole on the day released from prison, report as directed, absconded parole or left the state of Utah or any other state to which transferred without written permission from the parole agent on or about July 1st, 2024 in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Guilty. Or yes,
Admit.
admit.
Okay. By having, allegation 3, by having failed to establish, reside at, or change without prior approval of APMP, the residence of record on or about July 1st, 2024 in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit.
On allegation 4, by having absconded or fled from parole supervision on or about July 1st, 2024 in violation of your standard condition of the parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit.
On allegation 5, by having failed to complete a combined mental health and substance abuse evaluation and comply with all recommendations indicated in the evaluation on or about July 1st, 2024 in violation of your condition 1 of Board of Pardons dual diagnoses, mental health and substance abuse conditions, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
What is no contest? Because I did those. I just didn't finish my treatment.
So that would be part of the,
So
because it talks about doing the evaluation as well as the follow through with the recommendations. So if
Okay.
you stopped going to treatment, then that would fall under that.
Okay. All right. Then yes, I admit.
Okay. And then on the last one, by having failed to pay supervision fees without having been granted a waiver by the Department of Corrections in violation of program requirements, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit that too.
Go ahead and accept admissions to all allegations, revoke your parole for October 18th, 2022. Tell me what was going on. You said you were out for 22 months. You were doing, sounds like you were doing okay. And then the last 6 months, you said you started going downhill.
I mean, yeah, I was out for 22 months. That's a long time to be on parole and be out. And honestly, that's the first time in like a lot of the times that I've been to prison and been out on parole that I've lasted that long.
Okay.
So I was doing good.
When did things start to change?
The last 6 months, like the date that she gave you.
What started it?
Living in my mom's, okay, so my grandma had passed away and my mom inherited our house and she became a landlord and she rented me one of the rooms as a landlord, you know, and I did a lease and I ended up using when I was there. And my mom found out that I was using drugs under her roof, and then I violated the terms of my lease with my mother, and we were on bad terms, and I ended up getting evicted, and it got me I put myself in the streets because I got evicted, and my mom had to do that, which I fully understand because not only being her daughter and her helping me out, I, you know, lost her trust by doing that and disobeying the lease, like my violation of my parole. And I understand. And I ended up homeless at the shelter. And things just couldn't get better for me. I'd already relapsed. And once I do that, it's just, I was done. I relapsed. I ended up at a homeless shelter. There's nothing but drugs down there. I continued to use. I couldn't get clean.
What caused you to relapse?
My mother, okay? I don't blame anybody for my drug addiction. My mom's my biggest trigger, okay? And since I've been here, I have severed my umbilical cord, let's just say, from my mother. I had a note that I was going to bring to read to you, but I forgot it. I just thought, you know what, it never works that way, you know. I read the letter to my mom. My mom's been one of my biggest triggers my whole life, and she's unhealthy for me. And she puts me down and says things to me that makes me feel awful, and I use.
Okay.
You know what I mean? This time around, I've chose to not talk to my mother because I've always been very codependent on my mom.
Okay.
She's always let me go to her houses when I get out on parole. She's always enabled me.
But then yet, in order for me to have those things from her, I have to take her verbal abuse.
So what are your plans moving forward as far as if you were to parole, where do you plan on, what is that gonna look like for you now?
Did you guys get all the stuff that I sent you guys?
Yeah.
Oh, yay, good, okay, because I didn't want to have to go through all that because it was a lot, but
Well,
my friends
we
out
went
in,
through some of it.
Okay.
So it's on the record, just so
Okay.
you know.
my friends, Verna and Ron, Parsons, they live in, Iron County, out in Burl, Utah. Actually, it's in the middle of nowhere. And, I've chose to not talk to my mother
Okay.
so that I can better myself. And that's probably one of the hardest things that I would have to go through in my life because it's unhealthy. And I keep going back to unhealthy. And I just feel like if I stay away from my mom, that I will be successful.
Okay.
That's how I can't believe I said that because I love her with all my heart, but she hurts me so bad that I don't feel like I have a purpose in life. Even, I'm not saying that I want this to happen, but like conditions, you know how you guys put special conditions and sometimes people have where they have keep things up from people. Even if I had to have a keep separate from my mom to work on myself, I'm willing to do that. Seriously, I am. I know I shouldn't volunteer that kind of stuff, but I know my strengths and I know my weaknesses. And my mom is my biggest weakness right now in my addiction.
And I'm not sure that the board would have no contact with mom.
I know. I could do it on my own, but I'm just saying.
Could work with APMP on.
Yeah.
Be aware of your triggers, right? And so they would kind of help you. Like, are you sure you want to go back to mom's or are you sure you want to talk to mom?
Do
Things
not
like
want
that. So you're planning on going to Iron County and seeing some friends.
Mm-hmm.
Are they involved in the system at all?
No, they're great people. Verna is the ex-military vet and she works right now. And then Ron, he drives trucks and stuff. And they're awesome. The letters that emailed you guys was, oh my God, touched my heart because basically they're telling it's like a zero tolerance environment for drugs. They're willing to help me get to my appointments through APMP and work. Yeah.
Do you have a job lined up?
I was gonna go work at the DI, but if I go to Iron County, I'm gonna probably see if I can work with her at a convenience store. Yeah, so.
Have you had issues getting work before?
Yeah, it's been really hard getting, as a felon and having a history. I've struggled with it in my past, getting jobs. I've had to actually lie to get the job because that's the only way I can get my foot in the door. It's been rough, but I've gotten jobs before.
As far as treatment goes, what are your plans there?
Probably just to do the outpatient treatment again. I'm really good at, like, I have no problem doing it. I love IOP. I love intensive outpatient. I like life skills, CBT. Because I've done them so much. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think this time I want to do different route. I want to do work more on my mental health and stay away from my mother and go from there. Because right now I'm on medication here to stabilize my moods because I have bipolar.
Okay.
I'm on lithium and it works great. It has made me feel absolutely great as far as like a whole turnaround in my behavior, the way I think. It has leveled me out.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was going to talk to you
What's
about.
the diagnosis you have?
I have severe ADHD. That's why I'm really hyper and I can't stop talking. But they don't give me medicine for that. But
yeah,
I have bipolar. I don't really think I'm a depressed person. I just get depressed like that when I put myself in a situation like with being with my mom, trying to get my mom's approval.
Okay.
And that's never going to happen. It's not going to happen. And I just got to face that,
Okay.
Other than that, I pretty much have confidence in myself to be able to be successful.
Okay.
I know I can do it. I forgot I had the things that I wanted to talk about was the in-house stuff here. I don't know.
And we'll get to that in just a
Okay.
second. Is there anything you feel like would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
My mother.
Okay.
My mom, and
there is physically you. Is there anything that would prevent you? Because I know mom's a trigger for you.
No, actually, no. I feel, I know that I'm a very smart person. I know that have a lot of capabilities and things that I know I could do things that I've always told myself I couldn't do. But this time in prison, like I've been here for 4 months and I've just done amazing things.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about what's been going on since you've been here,
Okay, where do you want to start?
wherever you want to start.
Okay, since I got out of RNO, a day after I got out of RNO, I've been working at UCI commissary.
Okay.
And I'm still employed there. I actually get my 25-cent pay raised next month.
Okay.
I've continued to keep employment, which is a big step for me because it also creates consistency, accountability, good work ethic, and I can keep going on and on and on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
And I haven't really been here long enough to do some of the life skills classes or the time cut classes, like Davis Tech, because I am a high school graduate, but I'm doing DeFi. Have you heard of DeFi?
No.
Oh my gosh, you haven't heard of DeFi? It's a big class. It's an entrepreneur class to learn how to, to own my own business and be an entrepreneur. It's actually teaches you all kinds of skills. It teaches us how to break down barriers, smart thinking, smart goals. You name it, that book covers it. You know, it does yeah.
Good.
Yeah, really good. It's really cool. And I did transitions class. I got the certificate. I think you guys received that for transitions. And then a class called Kindness Matters is like empowering women, just classes that help life skills, stuff like that, you know. Those two things, I got certificates. I have no write-ups.
I have noticed that you don't have any write-ups.
I am so proud of that because this prison is full of people write-ups and people are just keeps getting them, you know?
Right.
Yeah, I have no write-ups. I'm not what did it say in my paper? Well, I could just tell you, I'm not a concern. Like I'm not a housing, I don't concern a safety, not safety. Well, what does it say in my summary? A housing problem. I'm not a housing problem. I've only had one negative C-note and 2 positives.
I saw that. I've got that written down here.
So my behavior has been really good.
Good. Good.
And my UAs are both clean. And I'm in Inspire program. And we're trying to make it a better program as far as being a community-based program. So that's all I've been doing for now. I am capped for Davis Tech, but I'm hoping that I will get pardoned. Just saying, I don't want to plan to live my whole life here.
Right.
But, you know, because I've already done a lot of things. I have been locked up quite a few times, and I've done a lot of treatment. So, I mean, I just would rather do stuff out there.
For sure. Yeah, I know Mom is going to be a part of this answer as well. So aside from Mom, what do you feel like overall for you has changed that's going to help you moving forward so that you don't end up back here and making those same decisions that got you back here?
Yeah, no, this is for me. God, I've put God into my life. Okay. My mom, she always tells me every time you get locked up, you find God. It's not even like that. It's not like I find God here. It's because I lose him in my addiction. I've always had him. And he's my best friend and he's helped me through all this.
Okay. Anything else you feel like has changed?
Me, I feel it. I can feel it deep down inside.
Like the
I'm more
mindset's
sincere.
changed?
I'm more sincere with myself. I'm more, I don't know, I'm more sincere with myself and more accepting of myself. Like I'm learning to love myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I lost myself for a very long time. Well, the short amount of time that led me back here while I was on parole, that last 6 months was hell. It was. I mean, I was homeless. I just went through so much. And I didn't think I was going to make it to prison. I did. I thought I was going to die. But I'm here.
Okay.
And I'm thankful by the grace of God that he saved me because God only knows.
Okay. Is there anything else you feel like the board needs to know at this point, or you'd like the board to know at this point?
That I got a great support system. I don't know if any of them showed up because I told them all that I was going to come early, but I had to late. My mentor was here, but she's teaching class. She was. And then I had AA because I go to AA. Marta, she was going to come. I don't know. And then I also had Verna was going to do the virtual thing, the WebEx to watch. But yeah, I do have a new support system.
Okay.
And they love me. And I know that I could be worthy of being loved, so.
Okay, good. Yep. Well, ma'am, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board.
Okay.
You're well aware the board is the one who makes the final decision in your case. You currently have a 12-month guideline, which puts you at September of this year. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline, meaning that
Okay.
they can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to paroling. You do have a 5-year top, which puts you at July 8th, 2029. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses.
Okay.
Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you, okay? Is there anything else before we close?
Nope, that's it.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
This is an original hearing for Michael Benson, number 237772. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons. I'll be conducting today's hearing.
Okay.
I'm going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your
Yes.
blue packet?
Yes.
So the blue packet contains the information the board will consider in your case.
Okay.
I've prepared some questions. We'll review a lot of that information. But part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies in that information. At this point, before we move forward, are there errors or inaccuracies you'd like to discuss with me?
No, everything looked right.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give an overview of your case, conviction, sentence, your guideline date. From there, I think there's 2 cases in which you're committed to prison. We'll briefly talk about what happened in those. Then I have some questions for you. I think you spent a substantial amount of time on probation prior to prison. We'll talk about what happened there, talk about the programming, what you've been up to since you arrived here, talk about your plans moving forward, and then we'll, at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word.
Okay.
Your commitment offenses are forgery, felony 3, and possession of a forgery, writing, or device, felony 3. You're serving a maximum sentence of between 0 and up to 5 years. As of now, that expires or will expire on June 30th of 2028. So that's the maximum amount of time the board has jurisdiction. Your guideline called for 13 months. That passed, I think, about 3 months before you arrived at the facility because you got 487 days of credit for time served. So obviously the guideline is not binding on the board, but they will start their analysis understanding that we are already over guideline. But then they'll consider your case as a whole with all relevant factors to determine what's appropriate moving forward. I know, I think they scheduled this hearing on November 15th in a scheduling review, and they returned both of the cases to the sentencing court to determine restitution and forward those to Office of State Debt Collection. All right, the first case is case 201900931, May 2019. Looks like you cashed a stolen check, about $1,267. I think you were seen on camera doing that. Police learned you had some active warrants at the time for similar offenses. The victim said she didn't know you or know how you received the check. Did you steal this check or what
Oh,
happened?
somebody gave it to me. Had to
Someone
do
else
it.
gave it to
Yeah, I
you?
fell for some dumb.
And then you put your information on it and tried to cash it?
Yeah.
Second case, 201901326, June 2019. I think a business was the victim. They reported 3 checks had been cashed on a trust account. One check, about $1,500, was in your name, and you were seen on camera cashing the check. 2 other checks, I think total of about $2,000 or about $2,000 each. Two separate individuals cashed those checks, and they were seen cashing the checks. Did you steal these checks or what happened with
No,
those
same thing, same person.
Someone gave them to you?
Yeah, had me do it.
Okay. What led to you engaging in this behavior at this time?
I wasn't working at the time. I needed money.
Okay. Were you using at the time?
Yes.
What were you using?
It was heroin.
Okay. All right. And you had, looks like all of your past criminal history, theft, fraud, forgery, and some drug possession.
Yeah.
Looks like your adult conviction started about age 30. During your 20s, were you engaged in healthy behavior?
Yeah, I was
avoiding
always-
this similar type of behavior?
Yeah,
What
I was
helped you
always
then?
working.
What did you do for work?
Hardwood floors, flooring, a lot of remodels.
Okay. What led to that falling apart, or what led you into this
My
type of
back
behavior?
injury.
Back injury?
Yeah.
That happened around late 20s or age 30?
Yeah.
And that you developed an addiction from that, and
Yeah.
you had some probations, 2014 to 2018. Ultimately absconded from a probation 2019. Then the cases occurred in 2019. Placed on drug court, bench warrant was issued. About a year in drug court, and then a bench warrant was issued.
That was like a week after I started drug court.
The warrant was issued?
Yeah.
All right. Then after that, in November 21, placed on probation again, or went this time with APP. In 22, had a theft by deception with a probation violation. Probation continued. And I didn't see any violations until January 2024.
Yeah, I was almost off.
Had
I
vi-
was pretty close to
What
getting-
helped you during that period of
just working,
you were
stayed working, my
floors again,
family.
or what were you doing for
Yeah.
work?
I worked for a local CBD company,
What were you doing?
sales.
Okay.
And construction before that.
Were you sober that time?
Yeah, I've been off opiates for 5 years, coming up on the 21st of this month.
We had a violation for methamphetamine use in January of 2024.
Yeah, that was, yeah. That's not my, it was just I ran into somebody and I had a fight with my PO and I got one of those, So that's what that was from.
Okay. And then in June, absconded, June 24. I think you were in a detox facility, but missed an appointment after that.
Well, like I talked to him that day and then I forgot about my appointment because I had a doctor's appointment. He knew I sent him all the documents for my doctor's appointment. And then he still,
Then you had told APP you were doing treatment at First Step House, but then First Step House told APP you had left. You entered the CATS program. The court denied and ultimately you requested to do aftercare after you completed CATS, but at that point.
yeah, I still plan on doing that.
All right. So because you said you're almost done with probation, but certainly using methamphetamine, that's a violation, right?
Yeah, that's
or
what
is that
caught me
your
to slip.
understanding as well?
Yeah.
So you were given many chances at probation, certainly it seems like there were some periods of success, but
Yeah.
ultimately the failure
Just
led.
because, yeah, before that, I just didn't care. And finally, I got to the point where I was like, I'm getting too old for this. You know, I missed my first grandkid being born, missed out on a lot of milestones in my kids' life.
Okay.
That's why I started doing what I was supposed to do. And I had that one slip up and I tried to explain it and he didn't want to listen, so.
In the longest period of time on probation when you remain sober and stable and working, about 1.5 years, am I understanding correctly, or
2.5 years.
2.5 years?
Something
When
like
was that?
Just recently, that was, well, 2 years, I think it was.
And when you used methamphetamine in January 2024, your opinion is that's a period of sobriety?
Well, no, I admitted to that. Yeah, I know that was my mess up.
Okay, so when was the longest period of, was it from
That was the only time
2.5 years before that?
yeah.
Is it theft by deception in November 2022? Were you not using it that period of time?
No.
You were not using, okay. And it was working, was one of the main things that
Yeah, I
helped you with
traveled a
that?
lot
Traveled a lot?
for my job, yeah.
Where did you travel?
I went to Florida, Denver,
Okay.
Chicago
And were those approved through your agent?
Yep.
And where were you living?
with my fiance and my daughter.
Okay, and that's the plan moving forward, I understand, correct? And then you said a slip up, so falling back into some of those behaviors,
Yeah,
what led to that?
me getting in an argument with my PO.
Was that but you said that was after that you
Yeah, that
used
was after,
methamphetamine.
that's
So
what-
what led to using methamphetamine?
Running into somebody after I got in that argument. Wrong place at the wrong time.
Okay. Then this is all kind of leading to my next question, because there were 4.5 years of probation. If you're granted parole, it's really the same thing.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, it's parole, it's different, but you have to maintain a residence, you have to comply with treatment that's ordered.
Yeah, that's fine.
Obviously maintain sobriety. If you're granted parole, what do you plan to do differently to achieve a different result?
Well, I was gonna continue to my cat's aftercare because they told me if I do that, they offered me a job there as well, because I feel like my story and all the stuff I've been through can help others.
Okay. That aftercare is through the,
Cats alumni, and I was gonna continue going to my ILP that I was going to.
and where was that through?
The Utah,
Utah Harm Reduction
Yeah.
Coalition? Okay.
Yeah.
Where is that?
in Midville.
In Midvale?
Her name is Mindy.
Okay, so it sounds like you had some thoughts on it and you're really just implementing those
Yeah,
on parole.
continue to do what.
Looks like you've been in the solid program since you've been, it's about 2 months now since you
Yeah.
got here. What have you learned in the solid program?
It's crazy because I just got out of cats, right? And I didn't want to get back into that. I wanted to keep on that programming level.
Yeah.
I was trying to level up this month because I got the highest numbers. One of the top 3 people with all the seminars, all the classes. I'm
Oh,
one of
for
the
what
top
you did
3.
and attended?
They were gonna print me out a printout, but their printer's broken.
Okay.
I've learned a lot, just healthier habits, the ways to deal with things.
For example, what do you?
Well, like my mental health, because my son took his own life, talking about stuff when I'm going through it instead of bottling it down and waiting for it to just.
Okay.
That was my biggest thing. Not close people out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's important. From my review of the file, certainly this probation period, I would imagine using your supervisor, having a relationship where they are a person you can go to, because it seems like there was the communication wasn't there, right? And that was a big problem. And so that's kind of on you to create that relationship, build the trust to have that. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, on both ends though, too.
Yeah, certainly having communication from both ends. What do you plan? Do you have any thoughts on how you can approach that differently yourself?
That's why I'm just gonna keep going to my classes, keep working on bettering myself.
Okay.
To help me from preventing to closing people out and getting into that place, try to avoid that at all costs.
Okay, you haven't been able to do a substance use assessment. Certainly if you're granted parole, either way, I think the board's going to be requiring substance use evaluation, complete recommended treatment. It sounds like you have some plans to get that arranged in the community. Step 1 is going to be getting that ASAM level, just so you're aware. So work with your case manager, and then
So what was sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
No, you're
the
fine.
ASAM they came and did, what was that?
my records, at least when I looked, I don't have anything that you've done in ASAM.
Yeah, I did it when I was in Fremont.
Yeah, I don't show anything's been put on our record, so if
But
you
it's
want to
on
maybe
my-
just
it's
have
on
your,
my blue packet.
where does it say that? So my, let's see.
I don't have a copy with me, or I would.
Your case action plan shows a goal for residential substance use treatment, but I show that you don't have, your case action plan has an open goal for substance use assessment, so.
No, I'm willing to do another one.
Do you,
but
what was the recommendation, do you know?
She said a mental health evaluation.
So this is a
But I'm willing,
substance use.
yeah, I'll do whatever I need to.
Okay, so I mean, either way, and you may have
Yeah.
already done it, which would be good. And just because the board really, they have those evaluations.
Yeah.
And then whatever, level is
Firing.
recommended, that's
Yeah,
what you need to
yeah.
get into, whether it's residential and IOP, GOP. I think you know that.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
really, it's just, I'm trying to let you know,
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
fine.
process. And
That's the
it
one-
kind of goes back to that miscommunication, right?
Yeah,
Where-
that was the one thing I didn't understand now that I think about it, because it said that on my blue packet, the sum about the residential, blah, 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 but then it says on there completed at this day in 2024, and then at the bottom it says my ASAM completed 11 something.
It may, and I'll double check.
That's what I was confused about.
I'll double check the institutional progress
But yeah, I'm
report.
willing to do whatever I need to, so.
Perfect. Don't have any disciplinaries. You've been working as an ADA helper with good
Actually,
ratings.
I quit. I'm in the culinary now.
You started culinary. When did you start that?
A couple weeks ago.
Okay.
They work more hours.
How's it going? Is
Dude, I
it
work 7 days a week.
days in the morning, early morning?
4 a.m.
Get into it.
Well, I get up at 4. I work from 5 till 4:30.
Okay.
And then I work half days on my days off, so,
Staying busy.
yeah.
In your release plan, thank you. I read your written submission. So Midvale with your
Yeah.
fiance, work, you said a family member with an excavation company. Is
Yeah,
that still the plan?
Yeah, unless the Odyssey thing works out, but I know you got to have exactly some classes and stuff. I'd still like to do that too.
What's the Odyssey?
Like being like they don't know, they said come here and talk to people about insurance.
Oh, here at the facility?
No.
Or through Odyssey House?
Yeah.
Okay, being like a contributor to their program somehow.
Yeah.
Have you done Odyssey House in the past?
I do cats.
That's right. As far as mental health, I see in the reports, childhood diagnoses, some medication in your early teens, but no current diagnoses. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I'm gonna have that. They told me that's one of the things I need to have.
And an assessment?
Yeah.
Okay, but not, you're not aware of any diagnosis? You take any medications right now? How's your mental health right now?
Depends on the day. Some days it's good, some days it's,
And what are the symptoms you experience at times?
just I'm down, just tired, down sometimes.
It sounds like, because sometimes the board will put in a parole mental health conditions, and that is what that is essentially, is it'd be a dual diagnosis assessment, so substance use, mental health, and then following through a treatment.
Yeah.
What, do you think that's a good idea, or?
Yeah, I'm willing. I know that's one of the things I have to work on, so.
Okay.
I had a doctor's appointment before my PO took me in and I missed it the day,
Oh, back on the
June,
most
yeah.
recent violations. Okay. How do you cope with mental health symptoms in the community?
Well, before I didn't really, that's why I had my stuff bottled up, but I need to start working on communicating better with my family and let them know what I'm going through when I'm going through it, instead of saying I'm fine, Can actually tell somebody what's going on.
Okay. And how's your back currently? Is that still, do
Yeah,
you
it bothers
experience
me.
pain from that?
Yeah.
It's chronic.
Yeah.
And any other physical health issues that you think would prevent?
I have a hernia I need to get that
Okay.
fixed.
And at times you've had a medical marijuana card
Yeah,
for the
always.
pain?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, those are the questions I have for you. Give you the final word. Anything else you'd like the board to know?
I think we went over it.
Okay, so what I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I put together a report of what I've looked at before the hearing today. I'll include what we talked about today, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow.
Okay.
There's 5 board members. They make decisions by a majority vote, so 3 out of 5 have to agree. That usually takes, we say, between 2 to 4 weeks, but sometimes it's a few days, sometimes it is a few weeks. We'll send it to you in writing, and it'll also be posted to the board's website. If family or friends or anyone else wants to see that, they can find it on our board website.
Okay.
With that, thanks for being here. I wish you
Thank
the
you.
best of luck
Thank you
moving
for your
forward.
time.
We'll go ahead and conclude.
Thank you.
This is a parole violation and original hearing for Justin Foreman, number 224263. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole I'll be conducting. I'm going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
So that disclosure packet, I think you know, contains the information the board will be considering in your case. I'm going to go over a lot of that information. So basically, to start, I'll review what's happened leading up to today's hearing. After that, there's a new case we need to talk about, the original hearing case, it's the felony 3 case. We'll talk about what happened in that case. Then I have some questions for you about what happened on this most recent parole, what you've been doing since you returned, what your plans are moving forward. Then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word.
Okay.
But part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors in that disclosure packet. Is there anything at this point you'd like to discuss as far as errors in the packet?
There's none that I seen.
Okay. Looks like you returned to the facility in May 24 with 5 violations at the time. On a waiver in May, the board accepted your admissions to allegations 2 and 4 and your no contest pleas to allegations 1, 3, and 5. They revoked the August 22nd, 2023 parole, and there was a pending case, so they set a paper review to track it. Looks like in July, you were convicted in case 241905617 of theft or receiving firearm or operable motor vehicle, felony 3. That corresponds with allegation 5. That's the new case we need to talk about. I'm going to recommend that the board take judicial notice of that new conviction. I'll also recommend that the board affirm your pleas that they already accepted. And then that'll allow us to move forward today. Does that all make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
So we've taken care of the pleas. We already accepted them. And okay, so the new case, at this point, you have a maximum expiration date of November 12th, 2042. I think that's the maximum 25. I think this new case was a 0 to 5 entered consecutively, and there had been 4 consecutive 0 to 5s previously. So that's where that expiration date comes from. That just means that's the longest amount of time the board can retain jurisdiction as of now. Based on your new conviction, your guideline calls for 14 months. That would lead to you being released on July 9th of 2025. The board's not bound by that guideline. They can release you before then or after that date, and they'll consider all relevant factors in determining what's appropriate. Looks like the new case, 241905617, May 2024, the victim's vehicle was stolen. I think you were located the next day at a gas station driving it. You were cooperative. I think you had a Board of Pardons warrant at the time. I think you said you took possession of the stolen vehicle from another individual, gave that person 15 Suboxone tablets and $200 to use the vehicle for a week. And that other person, I believe, told you the vehicle was stolen or was hot at the time. Is that accurate as to what happened?
Yeah, I borrowed the vehicle from someone that I knew because I was moving out of my girlfriend's house because I was in an abusive relationship and I wasn't doing too good with how I was doing.
Okay.
So yeah, I borrowed it and I figured that it was that he didn't own it or it seemed fishy to me and that's why I said that I gave him some money and some Suboxone tablets to borrow it.
Okay.
And the next day that's when I got jammed up at the gas station.
Okay. Well, I'll note your comments for the board regarding that case. Looks like, so you paroled in August 23. You had RIM, so alternate event sanctions for methamphetamine use, I think in October, November, December, and then in April 2024. And May, I think you missed an appointment, cut off your GPS. That's when the warrant was issued.
Yes, sir.
Then the commitment case happened shortly after, the day after the warrant was issued. What led to the relapses, falling back into that? Or I guess in general, what are your thoughts about what went wrong on this most recent parole?
So I went to the halfway house and I was doing really good there. I was doing my IOP programming and I was following their rules. I was working. I got an opportunity to move in with my girlfriend in April. And so I made a decision to move in with her instead of getting my own place. And it ended up being a bad decision on my part. And I ended up relapsing there.
What led to the first relapse? 'Cause I think you had tested positive at the October 23, November 23. So you started using before that. Was that while you were at the halfway house?
Yeah, I was at the halfway house and I had used twice while I was there. And it was just because of time I was at work. And I was with somebody at work that used, and then I just picked it up there. I remember I only used one day, and then went into a rim, and then there was another day that I used one day, and then went in for another rim. But for the whole time that I was there, besides those 2 days, I was sober.
Okay. And that was for up until April?
Yeah,
so
up
that would
until
have been
April.
8 months?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I felt like
What led to you cutting off your GPS or absconding at that point?
so I went into jail on something else. Oh, it was a vehicle burglary deal that I didn't take part in or have anything to do with. So they brought me in and they let me out of jail and they didn't give me the GPS back.
Okay. And I think that was another violation. You pled no contest to that previously, so we don't necessarily, okay. So you
Yeah.
went to jail for that. The GPS was stayed in jail? Is that your
Yeah.
statement?
And at that time, I didn't go check in because I felt like that I was doing bad already and that I kind of needed like a reset, I felt like I needed to just come back and have a reset on what I was doing.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like on I reviewed your past 3 paroles. The second one, you were out for about 15 months. This last period of time, this last one, you were out for about 8 months. The other 2, 3 months, 1 month. what do you think needs to change? So, in future, if you're granted another chance at parole, what needs to change so that we can break through the cycle that's happened on these previous paroles?
With what needs to change, I I believe that I was doing really good at the halfway house, and I made a bad decision on where I went. I need to continue working, and to where I can save up money and get into my own place. Um, and that right there will make a big difference on how I feel and like my purpose, and um, and then I can focus on being supportive to my kids, and saving money and paying off my fines and just everything else. Stay continue working, and because I have a career in welding to where I've have 15, 20 years and already down to where I can fall back on it anytime, and I feel like I can be successful at it, with the company, given more time to where I can grow with them,
Okay.
I've been just jumping around from friend spot to friend spot, sober livings, and it just hasn't worked out with me for my plans, for what I plan on doing, getting off parole and end up moving down to Florida to be with my daughters, because they're down there with their mother right now. I've been since I've been coming to prison. They moved down there, and I've had a goal kind of to get done with parole and to move out there, and so I could be with them and be more supportive and be a good dad and all this stuff, and I haven't made it yet, and I think that's been a big downfall to me,
Okay. So finding a way to,
Get
not fall back
solid
into
here.
relapse, get into your own place, transition, have that job and stick with it, and eventually working towards that goal.
Yeah, and working towards that goal, and moving on past being in this criminal mindset and stuff. So I've been successful throughout my whole adult life. It's just been the past 8 to 10 years where I got a divorce with my wife, and had to move out from my house, and haven't been able to get back into my own place since.
Yeah, you did have a number of, I think, 12 years without convictions, if I'm reading correctly, 2002 to 2014 or so.
Yeah.
During that time, you were working in welding, kind of staying in a healthy mindset.
Yeah, I was married, and I was making good money, and I was following the law, and I just want to get back into that routine, like staying away from all these bad friends that I've met, and people that I've hung out with in the past 8 to 10 years,
Okay. Looks like, so you're in solid now. We started MRT this month, correct?
Yeah,
Your
yes, sir.
last month.
Yeah.
How far along are you in MRT?
I'm on the 5th step.
Okay.
And I feel like MRT does really good for me. I can relate to the past on the dishonesty that I've had in my life, and the letdowns, and the drug addictions and everything else.
Okay. You've done quite a bit of programming since 2018 when this commitment began. So I think, you've done Hope, Conquest, you're in Solid, MRT. It seems to me like a lot of the principles you're familiar with them. It's a matter of finding a way to execute those things and put those into practice once you're in the community.
Yeah.
Looks like you do have 3 disciplinaries. There was a July 15th, 24, B12, abusive meds. Looks like it says you tried to divert Suboxone during pill line. Put it in the palm of your hand. And let's see, and it was all there, and then instructed you to put the medication back in your mouth. What happened in this incident?
That was correct. I was just trying to save it for later on that night, because I was having a hard time with my dosages. They split it up to where I'm usually used to taking it once, And I just tried saving it for later on that night, and I got caught with it in my hand, and then I proceeded and took it in my mouth.
Okay.
And ever since then, I got my dose to where it's at once a day, and it's been working out really good.
Okay.
That's another thing with the Suboxone. I've done really good with being off of opiates.
That's helped you, the medically assisted treatment.
Yeah, it's helped me out big time.
And you had 2 days twice in October, so the 15th, 23rd, it looks like you tested positive for tramadol. What happened here? What led to you using that?
I was having really bad back pain, and my friend had 4 that I got from him, and I took them. And then that day that I took them, I moved to solid, and I had the drug test that day when I got to solid. And then a week later, I had another one, and it was all from the same incident, those 2 write-ups.
Okay.
So I think that's why the officer gave me a verbal warning on the second one. And then I had a fine with the first one.
Okay.
So yeah, that was my bad, and I've learned since then to not do any drugs while I'm here, especially in the prison, and not to do any on the outs, because it's just gonna the same ending, every time that I do drugs once, I want to do them more and more. I just got to stay away from them.
Okay. Housing staff gives a generally positive report since you've been in solid in the institutional progress report, so I'll note that for the board. As far as your release plans, you submitted your plans in writing. Thank you for doing that. It helps me preparing, but want to give you a chance. If you're granted parole, what would your release plan look like?
One, I would like to go back to the halfway house and see if I could get into the stabilization program.
Okay.
And I heard that they have solid there now too, where I could participate in doing that program there, and just do IOP and work and save up money where I can move out of there and get into my own place. And just start on my life there and start paying off my fines and stuff, and make some good money to where I know where I can make. Or I was thinking that if the board wanted me to do a residential program, I could sign up into a residential program on a release and go there, and then move on past that. I think I would rather go to the halfway house and do either their residential program or a stabilization deal so I can get back on my own feet.
I think, yeah, because you recently did a substance use assessment. It recommended residential treatment. So, and I think after today's hearing, the board will be wanting you to engage in that treatment, but they'll make a decision ultimately whether that needs to be in the facility or in the community. And then from there, if it were to be allowed in the community, communicating with your agent about, doing it at a halfway house or other provider would be but I'll note your plans and your comments on that. So thank you.
I got quite a few places that I've been working with that will gladly take me and have a bed ready for me.
Okay.
If that's the way they'd want to move towards that.
Okay. How's your mental health currently? I have quite a bit of information from in your file regarding diagnosis and medication. You taking any mental health medication right now?
Right now I'm just taking the Suboxone, and it's working really good for me. I battle with depression, anxiety, and stuff, and currently I'm doing really good. And since I've been programming and being productive, it seems like I'm back to par and I'm doing really good.
Sounds like being involved in productive things, busy with those productive things and solid helps the symptoms without medications.
Yeah, it does, really.
Okay. Those are the questions that I have for you. What else would you like the board to know?
That I'm just trying really hard, and I think I've come to that realization that I need to get out of this criminal mindset that I have, and partaking in drugs. I need to just live a sober life and do do the things that I used to do and get back into things with my family and working and just living life. Like I like to do stuff and I like to have fun. You know, the outdoors and fishing and hiking. And I just want to get back into that and get out of this repeat system, you know, and just get out of it and stay out of it, you know.
Well, thank you for your comments and thank you for your written submissions as well. They helped me in preparation. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what you and I talked about today in that report, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow. There's 5 members of the board. They make decisions by majority vote. So 3 out of 5 have to agree. Usually that takes, we say, between 2 to 4 weeks. Sometimes it takes a few days. Sometimes it does take a few weeks. You'll get notice of that decision in writing through the mail when it's made, and it will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website for anyone in the community that would like to access it. So with that, thank you for being here and answering my questions. I wish you the best of luck, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. This is a parole violation and original hearing for Stephen Reese, number 40062. Is that you, sir?
Correct.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today. I am going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you get your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
So I think you know that disclosure packet contains the information that the board members will consider as they make a decision in your case. I've reviewed that. We're going to talk about quite a bit of that.
Okay.
So what I'm planning on doing, first we need to discuss the parole violation allegations that you came back. We'll have you enter pleas on those. I'll kind of explain what's going on as far as criminal cases related to them and everything. We'll do that first. After that, we need to discuss your new case of jurisdiction. I think it's the possession or use of a controlled substance, marijuana spice, the July incident. We'll talk about that case that resulted in board jurisdiction.
Yes.
From there, I have some questions for you about what happened on parole. We'll talk about what you've been doing since you arrived here, you got back from the facility. We'll talk about your plans moving forward. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word and you can say anything else you'd like to, okay?
Sounds good.
But part of the purpose of today's hearing is to let you point out any errors in the disclosure packet. Are there any errors at this point you'd like to talk about before?
Yes, there is, sir.
Okay.
I signed for standard parole conditions, and I hadn't been on parole for 21 years. I stayed out of prison for 6.5 years, almost 7, and I'm not trying to justify or make any excuses for my behavior, but I did sign for standard parole, and she had me on ISP off the get-go.
ISP?
ISP, intensive supervised parole, and that's not fair to me. That's not what I signed up for.
Okay.
And I usually ask for terminations.
I think you've had 4 or 5 of those in the past.
Yes, and this next time, I plan out staying out the rest of my life. And, you know, humanity, I'm an asset to humanity. And my parents are both alive, but they're getting old. I mean, they're getting ready to pass. And I must do right.
Okay.
My life is very important to me. My values, my freedom, my family, the law. It's all important to me.
And I'll note those things. Thank you for those comments. And then I'll give you another chance at the end of the hearing to say anything else you'd like to. So there's 6 parole violation allegations that you've not entered pleas to up until now. I do note in August of 2024, you were convicted in case 2419-01995 of possession or use of a controlled substance, marijuana spice, misdemeanor A. That's the new case that we need to talk about. That corresponds with allegation number 6, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to recommend that the board take judicial notice of that new conviction. That new conviction in and of itself is sufficient for the board to revoke your parole. So they could solely based on that conviction. I do note that there's a parole violation allegation 3. It is for possession of marijuana or spice, misdemeanor B, from an incident dated June 30th of 2024. I looked this morning, there's a pending charge in case 241000062 related to that allegation. I think you've pled not guilty in the case. I think there was an appearance scheduled in August, but I don't see anything being updated to that point. The reason I mention that is because there's the parole violation system and the criminal system are 2 separate systems.
I get
okay?
it. And
So
I took care of that.
Oh,
I did take care of that.
okay.
I had them run the misdemeanor. I pled out to it.
Okay.
And I had them run it with the 0 to 5 felony that I'm currently in prison for
Okay.
now.
Okay, well, I'll double check on that and I'll note your comments, but the reason I'm bringing it up is,
That's been squashed, sir.
okay,
And the matrix timeline that they have set for me to parole,
yeah,
if I was to receive a favorable parole date of February 18th,
uh-huh,
I would go for it.
okay,
Then I could save my SSI, see?
okay,
If they go off their matrix line, the July deadline for the matrix for the Class B misdemeanor that we're discussing,
uh-huh,
then I will lose my SSI.
Okay.
And if that's the case, then I'd rather do the other 8 months and terminate March 4th of 26.
well, I'll note that for them.
That's what's going on.
But the reason I mentioned that case is just, as you're entering pleas to the parole violation allegations, I wanted you just to be aware.
I met all allegations with an explanation.
So I'm going to have you, at this point, just enter pleas. I do note you have the right to force the Department of Corrections to prove each of the allegations by a preponderance of the evidence at an evidentiary hearing.
I know,
If you admit or plead no contest, you'll be waiving that right, okay?
I know.
So what we'll do here, allegation number 1 is by having failed to report to adult probation and parole, or report as directed or absconded on July 15th of 2024. Do you admit, deny, or plead no contest?
I admit.
Okay. Number 2, by having failed to establish, reside at, or change without prior approval your residence of record on or about July 10th, 2024, admit, deny, or no contest?
No contest with the explanation.
Okay, what would that be?
Because I was living at my mother's house. I never moved away.
Okay.
And there was a girl I was seeing that lived 20 trailers up from my mother's. I never moved.
Okay. Number 3, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, possession of marijuana spice, misdemeanor B, on or about June 30th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
Number 4, by having failed to complete mental health substance abuse evaluation and comply with recommendations from that evaluation on or about July 15th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest?
No contest was the explanation.
Okay, and what would you like me to write for explanation?
My Medicaid, for some reason, my SSI, it wasn't, they wouldn't accept it. They wanted more money or something.
Okay.
And it just wasn't, I don't know what it was, but, and then they didn't have enough room for me or something at mental health.
So I'll note that you tried, you put in the effort, and you ran into those issues.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Number 5, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violating court order, possession of a controlled substance within a correctional facility, misdemeanor A, on or about July 17th, 2024. This did not result in conviction, I believe. Let's see. It's related to that separate incident. Do you admit, deny, or plead no contest?
No contest.
And this is, it's the same incident as this.
Yeah, I had a cannabis card, sir.
Okay.
And it's kind of hard to explain everything, but I will.
We'll talk about it in just a minute. All right, so, and then number 6, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violating court order, possession of marijuana spice, misdemeanor B, July 17th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest?
Contest.
I find your pleas knowing and voluntary. I'll recommend that the board accept them, and based on your admissions and no contest pleas and the new conviction, I recommend that the board revoke the March 5th, 2024 parole. And that will allow us to move forward. So at this point, you have a maximum expiration date of June 12th, 2028. That's the maximum amount of time the board retains jurisdiction. Your parole guideline, based on this new conviction, is 12 months, which would lead to you being released on parole July 17th, 25. The board is not bound by that guideline. They'll consider the case as a whole with all relevant factors to determine whether a parole is appropriate. If you were to request a termination, whether that is appropriate. They also could set a rehearing. After today's hearing, they'll make that decision. The new case, so it looks like July 17th, 2024, an officer pulled you over. I think you were riding your bike.
Yes.
You had you had warrants. On the way to the jail, you told deputies you didn't have any weapons, drugs, or controlled substances. At the jail, they found marijuana on your person. Is that accurate?
Accurate.
Okay. All right, so what happened? I have a report here from this most recent parole, but just wanted to ask you, what do you think went wrong or what happened on this most recent parole that led to us being here today?
Adequate transportation, my SSI, and some friends that were in Ogden are kind of toxic to me, peer pressure. And then the mental health thing, my family's been dysfunctional, having issues.
What mental health thing? What do you mean by that?
Well, the counselors there and that, I just couldn't get into my day treatment, and there was just too much put on me with my SSI and my disabilities. I mean, I do have an income and I do good, but they were expecting me to ride 15 miles from out in the country all the way into town to see my PO. And sometimes it'd be raining and storming, and I'd ask my mother, and she's 80 years old, and she won't drive in bad weather, and I don't blame her.
Okay.
So that's my excuse.
Because I think when I was reading the APMP summary.
As far as the medical marijuana thing in the jail, that's very expensive stuff, and I should be able to keep it and put it in my locker or something. But they blew up, and I just let them have it, whatever. And I just minded my P's and Q's.
Looks like, because you had 7 UAs, I think, tested positive.
Yeah, and I had my medical marijuana card, so that all came back clean. I only tested positive twice, and I don't know where that came from. They even said I was on ecstasy, and I was on no ecstasy.
Because I show it's alcohol twice, methamphetamine twice, and then ecstasy once. Did you use methamphetamine or alcohol?
I did drink once.
Okay. What led to you using those?
Well, I was self-medicating. I realized that's not the correct way to do things. That's why I got the cannabis card and that.
Self-medicating what symptoms?
I'm ADD, HD.
Okay.
So therefore, my psychiatrist, when I go through him, he gives me disoxin, which is pharmaceutical methamphetamine, not amphetamine.
Okay.
So yes, it makes me focus and I do good on it. But everything in moderation. There's time and place for everything.
In the methamphetamine, were you self-medicating the ADD symptoms with that? Is that something that was happening, or what led to that?
Yes, that's what happened.
Okay. And I think the report I reviewed says the plan was to live with family for a month or so and then try to transition somewhere else. Was that the plan to start? What happened there? So I guess you said you stayed at that with family the whole time. What?
Yeah, I was doing good. Then my brother, he was staying there and he was having problems with his relationship with his girlfriend. And I was trying to not fight with him because he's insecure and he blames her for cheating on him and that. And I did not want to fall into that. I've never did that to him. Even though he slept with my girlfriend, I would not do that to him. I have higher standards than that.
Okay. And then I think I was looking at your past history. You've received, I think this is your second parole overall. You've had, I think, 4 terminations. In the past, it seems like falling back into substance use has led to the criminal convictions, and then not reporting sometimes while on supervision are the issues I'm seeing. What do you think needs to change moving forward so that we can break that cycle and establish some stability and success in the community?
What needs to change?
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think needs to be different so that we can, that cycle can stop and we can, you can achieve a different
I'm going to
result?
stop it. Nothing can stop that cycle except for myself. Nobody can make me change except for me.
Okay.
Now, I just turned 58 years old. I ain't got no time for these kid games. Or toxic family members, or friends, or these behaviors.
Okay. You've been in the SOLID program. You've done Captain Your Story, so you've been involved in classes and programming. Housing staff gave a positive report of what you've been doing as well. You've done 97 seminars, 2 presentations and seminars, many core classes, etc. So what have you learned in that?
I'm being a mentor. I am building these youngins up, teaching them not to do bad things and have dysfunctional lives or the criminal mentality. It gets you nowhere. You're supposed to have a functional life, employment, shelter, a house, your health, the things that you need. Good food, your health, your family, your partners, your coaches, your teachers. Whatever you want in this life, that's what you're supposed to have. Not drugs. Drugs ain't going to get you nowhere. Guns ain't going to get you nowhere. And that's not me.
Have you done substance use treatment in the past?
Yes, I have.
When did you do that? Do you remember where it was?
No, it's been a long time.
Been a number of years. Was it a good experience?
It hasn't been a number of years. I mean, I've done it at mental health.
Okay.
I did pre-hope. I've done hope. I've been in Conquest.
You did hope and conquest?
It's not going to get me anywhere.
What do you mean? Or are you willing to do you want to engage in treatment in classes? You don't want to?
Absolutely not.
But you like SOLID? Is it different?
Yeah, Solid's a good program. I was in Stride before and did really well.
So what's the why are you hesitant to want
Some
treatment?
people I cannot be around. I'm at my age now where I don't have no time to waste. None.
Okay. Looks like you don't have any disciplinary violations. I show there was a positive test in September. Was that from before?
That was from me being out on the streets and having my cannabis card. It still wasn't out of my body. I was using cannabis with my card every day.
Yeah, because generally, when it happens in the facility, I'll see a disciplinary, and I don't see any disciplinary, so I
No.
just wanted to check with
No.
that. So you haven't used drugs or alcohol
No.
since you've been here?
No.
All right. And I read your written submissions to us about your release plan, so thank you for submitting those. Wanted to give you a chance today. If you're granted parole, what would your release plan look like?
My release plan would look like me staying with my mom, having my SSI reinstated, going to day treatment, using my sister, she's a licensed clinic social worker, using my father as my support system and my mother. My health problems, I really, really need to take care of right now. I have some serious health problems.
What are your physical health problems?
Oh my gosh. I have a broken clavicle. I have infections in my fingers. I have ulcers. I'm supposed to be on medication, and it's just so understaffed and behind right now that I have grievances in on the prison right now because they won't give me the medication I need, and I have documentation I'm supposed to be on these medications. But yet they'll give other people Suboxone, but won't give me my meds that I'm supposed to be on from the U of U and that. That's not fair. It just doesn't make sense. And I've never been written up for cheeking my meds or any of that stuff. I've always done the right thing because I need it. I know me. I know my body.
I've read your written submissions, in generally in the file, some reports regarding mental health. What's your understanding of your, any past or present mental health
I'm
diagnosis?
done with mental health.
You're done with mental health?
I'm done with mental health.
How do you mean?
I like mental health, but mental health can be a poor thing unless you get the right doctors. You know what I mean?
Okay. So I guess, are you willing to talk to me about your diagnoses or medications you've taken, any treatment you've done?
With my mental health?
Yeah, are you willing to discuss with me any diagnoses that you've had in the past, or what do you understand are your diagnoses?
Bipolar, ADHD.
Okay. And are you taking any medications for mental health right now?
No.
Okay. Have you in the past?
Yes.
Do they help with your
No.
mental health? They don't? And have you done mental health treatment in the past?
Yes.
But you're at this point, you don't want to do mental health treatment?
Don't need it.
And what helps you with your mental health?
Exercising. Definitely jogging.
And if the board wanted to have I'm not saying they're going to do this, but sometimes they do. If the board wanted to have like a mental health evaluation, would you refuse to do that, or would you be willing to do that?
I'd be willing to do it.
You'd be willing. Okay. And how's your mental health right now? Did I ask you that?
No.
How's
My
your
mental health is stable, and it's okay. I'm just upset at the medical here. And I am working with mental health here.
What do you do for that?
I meet with the workers, Faith and Taylor, and we discuss my emotions, my feelings, and my cognitive, my mental thinking, and I'm doing fine. I'm journaling. And I'm taking care of my diet, and I do yoga, and
Okay. Okay. Let me just make sure I've answered everything that I had here, and then I'll give you a chance to say anything else you'd like to. Yeah, so those are the questions I have for you. What else would you like the board to know?
well, I'm 58 years old, just turned. My parents are alive, and they're getting up there. They're not going to live much longer. And before they pass, I want them to know that I'm doing good so that they can go at peace. And I need this opportunity to do this, not stay in here forever. If I receive a favorable parole date, say February 18th, I will take it and I will conquer it and I will achieve and prevail. However, the July deadline for the matrix and the parole, if they're going to give me the July thing, then the parole, then I'd rather not, because I'm going to lose my SSI if they don't, and they give me that parole. So I'd rather just do the other 8 months and terminate.
So if the board were to offer a parole guideline, you would refuse that and say, you'd request a termination?
I'd request a termination.
Okay.
Versus the February parole I would take. The July, no.
Okay.
So I'm trying to save my SSI, because if I'm incarcerated over a certain amount of time a year, then I have to go through this whole waiting game over and over, be denied. And I need to save my Medicare too. If I could receive a favorable parole date to say February 18th, then I could get my Medicaid upgraded to Medicare, which is even better. And I could turn my SSI into SSDI because of my father. And I could live comfortably and achieve what I need to achieve. But if they want to do the July thing, I just might as well, terminate.
Okay. Well, after today's hearing,
Might be better. But
what I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today. I'll include what we talked about today in that report, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board. They ultimately make the decision. There's 5 of them. They make decisions by majority vote.
yes,
That usually takes between 2 to 4 weeks for a decision to be made. Sometimes it's a few days, sometimes it is a few weeks. We'll send it to you in writing through the mail. It'll also be posted to the board's website. I will note that your request for that favorable parole that you'd be willing to accept. Note that if they were inclined to grant a parole in the guideline, you would prefer a termination. From there, the board really has options. They could grant a parole. They could.
I know. There's Scott, Dan, Melissa, and Mr. Hills.
Yeah, and then they could, do a termination as you requested. They could schedule a rehearing to come back and talk again if that's what they decide is appropriate. They could maybe want to come back and talk about the potential parole first termination. It really is up to the board on what they'd like.
For you?
Scott Manning is my name. So with that, thank you for being here. I wish you the best of luck, and we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Okay, board members, thank you. Thank you, Scott.
This is an original hearing for Bruce Spring, number 61662. Is that you?
That's correct.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting. I'm going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
So that disclosure contains the information that the board will consider in your case. I've reviewed that. I've prepared some questions and things to discuss from that. But really part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors with that information. Are there any errors you'd like to discuss before we proceed?
Not that I've noticed, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to start by giving an overview of your case, talk about how today's hearing works. I think there's 2 cases in which you were committed to prison. We'll briefly talk about what happened in those cases. From there, I've prepared some questions for you about what's brought us here, what you've been doing since you arrived at the facility, and your plans moving forward. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll let you have the final word, and you can state anything else you'd like to.
Thanks, sir.
Your commitment offenses are receive or transfer stolen vehicle, felony 3, possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person, felony 3, and attempted theft, receiving firearm or operable motor vehicle, felony 3. You're serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 0 and up to 5 years. As of now, that will expire on October 6th of 2028. So that just means that's the maximum amount of time the board will have jurisdiction. Your guideline calls for 17 months. That would lead to you being released on February 16th of 2025. The board is not bound by that date. They'll consider all factors in your case to decide what's appropriate from there. I do note that in July of last year, 24, the board scheduled today's hearing, scheduling review. They said they expected cap compliance and no disciplinaries. They returned the cases to the sentencing court to determine any restitution and have that restitution forwarded to the Office of State Debt Collection. So that brings us to today. The first case, 231500104, May 2023. I think you were driving an SUV with a trailer. Police responded. I think there was a report of it sliding off the road. The trailer was stolen. I think the plates were registered to you. You and another occupant had warrants. I think inside the vehicle, officers found drug paraphernalia and a handgun with 5 rounds loaded in the chamber. The other occupants of the vehicle stated that they knew the gun to be yours. I think you left the area and went kind of off the roadway for various periods of time. Eventually a canine came. There was discussion about what had happened potentially with a moose, et cetera, in the side of the road. Did you steal, I guess I can just start here. Did you steal that trailer?
No, my mother purchased it off of KSL.
Okay.
And
did you know it was stolen?
no, we didn't know it was stolen. In fact, I'm still working on in the phone that is in custody in Ogden. I was able to compile some evidence, but they were never even allowed us back in the trailer, even with a court order where they was holding it. They wouldn't let me back in the trailer to even get the receipts to where, and it was a big mess, but you know, I took responsibility for it. I wasn't gonna let my mom go to jail for buying something, you know, off KSL. Like we'd had it for like 2 months. We hadn't registered it yet because of the weather. I was stuck up in Eagle Mountain doing a transmission repair on the vehicle that was pulling the trailer.
And then what led to, why were you in possession of a loaded firearm?
That was it's my mother's firearm. It was her vehicle, her
You know
trailer.
it was there?
Yeah, I mean, she
And
had it.
you
in
were
the
aware,
glove
because
box.
as a restricted person, that was not something that you were to have in your possession.
Right,
Did you know that?
it was in the glove box of the vehicle.
Mhm.
Of her vehicle registered to her. It was never actually like in my,
And was the drug paraphernalia yours?
no. That was to the it was a guy and a girl occupants.
Okay. And what led to you fleeing, hiding from police? That was a multiple hour
Yeah,
incident.
it wasn't a fleeing. The sheriff showed up. We'd been stuck there for 2 days. The sheriff showed up. He told me to go up the hill to see if I could get a cell phone. He was going to have to go back down the hill to try and get emergency services to come, a tow truck. And so I got up the hill, got a hold of the tow truck that he gave me to call. I called him back. On my way back down, I got attacked by a moose and was
unconscious in the woods for like 5 hours before they came in, did search and rescue, and found me nearly dead, laying in the woods.
Okay. And then
At that time, I didn't have any warrants or anything. It was the two occupants that were, it was a guy and a girl. They, I guess, both had warrants, but I wasn't under any type of warrant or anything at that time.
Okay, well, I'll note your comments for the board on that case. The next case, 2319-02566, August 23. A woman reported her son's car was stolen. I think so. They suspected that individual's girlfriend had stolen the car. It was listed as stolen. I think the next month, you and another individual were in the car. They followed it to a residence. You were on probation at the time. The other individual had warrants. I think that other individual had methamphetamine, heroin, marijuana, and various drug paraphernalia. That other person admitted that they knew the car was stolen, but you denied, I think, knowledge that it was stolen. I think it said you denied being in the vehicle, but I think you were seen on video in the vehicle. But then there was a Molotov cocktail in the car. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it wasn't even, it was stink bait. The owner of the vehicle, there's fishing equipment and everything was sitting there, and it was like a glass. I don't know. It wasn't my vehicle. The
Is this
girl
described as a glass cup with gasoline and a rag hanging out of the glass?
Yeah, and it wasn't gasoline. I know there was a smell of gasoline because a gas can was sitting in the back and had tipped over, and I had used it to clean it up, and then just kind of stuffed the rag, but it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't a Molotov cocktail.
And then in your residence, officers found 1 gram of methamphetamine, drug paraphernalia, bags with residue, and a pipe. So I guess your statement is you did not know the car was stolen?
I didn't know this car was stolen. The girl, Carol, I guess her name was, her boyfriend was in rehab.
Yeah.
She asked if she could keep the car there because she was staying at her mom's while he was in rehab. And I was like, okay, yeah, I don't care. I mean, it's only 2 blocks away. So she would call me, I would drop her off the car, and she would take me back to the house. The car was only parked in my driveway for like 2 days. We asked my landlord, the guy across the street, and, it wasn't ever an intent to steal this guy's car. I've wrote to him since my incarceration and explained the situation to the individual.
Okay.
I've never heard anything back from him, but I apologized. and all that.
Yeah, okay. And then the drugs in your residence, were those yours?
Those belong to the girl that was there.
All right, I'll note your comments, and I've read your written submissions from the PSR as well, so I've included those, and I'll include what you said today. Also, I apologize if I ever cut you off. We have limited time, and there is a lot to cover, so if at the end of the hearing, I'll allow any other comments you have. All right, so it looks like you served about 22 years in federal prison prior to being released. The reports I reviewed says you had some violations on federal supervision in 2020, 2021, and then the first case happened in May 23. You were placed on probation, but then the second case happened almost immediately thereafter. Then you've remained incarcerated since then. So after you were released from federal prison, what led to the violations? And then I guess, these new convictions, what do you think in your mind, what happened there?
I got released 40 years early from federal prison, was a complete shock, and was not trained for living in society. And I developed, I guess, the fight or flight. And whenever an officer would get behind me, I would run. And I've had a problem with that, and I've dealt with it, and I'm fairly certain I've resolved that problem. I started a company called Innovative Solutions Incorporated to help people in my situation from transitioning successfully, and that's what I've been working on extensively for the last several months, in fact.
Okay. Yeah, and it looks like, so you've done MRT, Ideas for Better Communication, Victim Impact, Captain Your Story. You've been in the SOLID program. The report I reviewed, CAVA Talks as well that you participated in. Housing staff gives a very positive report of your behavior in the SOLID program. I actually reviewed your written submissions were pretty thorough regarding your plans moving forward as well. So I've taken some notes on that. Also, some of your thoughts on, the transition and what happened there. So just want you to be aware, I'm aware of that. But what have you learned, in the classes that you've done since this commitment started?
I had a problem with with dealing with, incarceration, coming back, I went to prison when I was 18 years old, and, I was there for, 30 years. And I didn't realize that, that I had that problem, that if blue and red lights went on behind me, I ran. And I finally sat down one day when I was in the county jail and was like, man, why do you do this? You just get yourself in trouble, and it's just a traffic ticket. Stop. And now that I've, I've had an arrest or two, and had a time to sit and realize, and taken some of these, I wasn't prepared for the streets, and that was the problem. I had spent all those years in prison. I was not prepared. Now I have a vision. Captain, your story has really helped me focus on, my plans are to come right back here to prison within the next month, to teach seminars and to be a motivational speaker to help guys see what can happen if you are positive in your rehabilitation.
And you're wanting to participate in the SOLID program. I think you also said potentially maybe in the community, if that's something.
Yes, we're working on a Solid Out program right now, and I'm part of that, and we're dedicated to doing some serious stuff for the community.
It seems like you did quite a bit of education while you were in the federal system as well, with college and in high school. What was the plan as far as job? What were your goals when you were released previously? What was the
At that time, I didn't have any, and I started Innovative Solutions Incorporated in 2019. It's still a corporation, although I haven't paid my dues in the last 17 months. And that was to help people transition. And I called out to Draper. I'm a national facilitator for the Alternatives to Violence program. And I wanted to bring that program to Utah because of all the violence and everything. And I couldn't get in the door. I didn't know who to talk to. I mean, I don't know anybody. Finally, a Mormon family took me in. That's who I was staying with when this happened. And we'll be returning to, but they're currently renting out my room. But eventually I will get back to their house. And that got me going on the correct path. I've built a trailer to go around and start employing people to do jobs, oil changes and stuff. We were going to go into like Meta and Tyson up in Eagle Mountain. My trailer's up in Eagle Mountain at the Healing Heart Horse Ranch. I converted a pull-behind trailer into a mobile shop. And now that I've met all these guys and seen with the SOLID program and everything, I now can see what I can do. I can help these guys that are now just coming out of prison and help them transition by giving them a meaningful job and teaching them a meaningful skill that they can get involved in. I have all this training and I wasn't putting it to good use. Now I have a focus and where to put all this training I've had.
Okay. I do know you had a disciplinary May 17th. It was an A13 substance abuse. I think the report I said you were, I think it was maybe your medication or a medication that you had modified, or you were smoking it. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I had a heart attack and got pulled out of the house, and I even wrote down the dates. I took multiple drug tests, all from that day, and blood tests and everything, and they were all negative. I didn't have, so I don't know what happened in the cell after I was removed, but I took a blood toxicology test on May 17th, a UA on May 17th, another UA on May 18th, one on June 6th, one on July 18th, and one on July 29th. And these are all negative UAs. I don't have a drug problem. Like I said, what happened in that cell when I was gone, what my cellie did, that was my first day here. I don't know. I had a heart attack and woke up in the University of Utah.
So that was the same day when you had the medical incident?
Yes. So what happened, what transpired, I've never seen the guy again. I've never spoken. I don't know what happened in that cell. I went to sleep and woke up in the hospital. That was...
Okay. I can check on the UAs and verify that and include anything I find in my report to the board.
Right.
The institutional progress report does list some positive C notes for helping with commissary, et cetera. Says you've worked continuously since June, ADA helper, and then in the, like the coordinator, I think, for seminar. So housing staff gives a positive report. I've read your written submissions regarding, where you plan to live, the individual you mentioned previously, some of your work plans that you've talked about as well, some of the things regarding wanting to be a facilitator and things of that nature. But wanted to, obviously, I've got the notes and I appreciate the written submissions because it allows me to come prepared, but wanted to give you a chance. If you're granted parole, what would your release plan look like?
The Frasers have me set up for a sober living at, I have the address, 8230 Redwood Road.
In Salt Lake.
Yeah, it's staying there, which is perfectly located since my trailer is up in Eagle Mountain. And then it's kind of halfway between Kyle's up in Ogden, where I have my vehicle, all my tools, pretty much everything I own is at Kyle's house in Ogden. And then my trailer is up in Eagle Mountain. So it's kind of excellent to start out there and work with this Gerald Lee lady at her sober living. And then I have a trust. My parents left me with a trust. So I have like $2,000 a month income. So income is not something that is a problem for me. And with all the things that I have planned with the SOLID program and meeting with Captain Your Story and the guys with Day One, who is a very good friend of mine. We're both national facilitators for the Alternatives to Violence program. Des, he's a former incarcerated individual. He created this Day One program and hires ex-felons and for employment all over Utah. So I was we've already talked and about hooking up and starting to help other guys get out and transition and be successful. So I think that's going to be the best thing for me because I'm not possession oriented. I'm 54 years old. I have a comfortable place to stay right now. I don't have any children. I don't have a significant other that I'm worried about. I'm kind of hyped on leaving a legacy that helps people.
I don't think you reported any mental health diagnoses or ever taken mental health medications. Is that?
No.
Okay. And physical health issues, it sounds like some with your back, blood pressure, but it doesn't sound like any physical health issues you think would prevent you from being successful.
No, I'm still good at getting under a car and enjoy it. I like working on vehicles and stuff.
Well, those are the questions I have for you. What else would you like the board to know?
That's pretty much it. I have a lot of people are asking about original hearings and getting the time off, the earned time credit through the 77 statute.
The time cut
Yeah.
program?
And a lot of guys are like, well, we can't get it because we can't get the original hearings. And if you could comment on that I could bring that back to, it doesn't count for me. I'm not really concerned, but to help
Just
these
to-
other
yeah.
guys, they like I said, that's my whole thing is to help these other guys transition.
So the time cut, you get a time, if you have a parole date and you qualify, you complete a program, the 4 months comes off that parole
Right.
date.
It's just the original hearing. So these guys
Yeah.
that got 20-year original hearings, they can't do anything about it yet.
Yeah, so as of now, the process is the board notes the time cut completion, and then it is considered at their next hearing.
Okay.
I can understand the frustration of not seeing a 4-month earlier original hearing,
Right.
but generally, my experience is when the scheduling review happens, that's something the board will consider. So they'll say, we're going to set an original hearing at X date. We're going to incorporate potential time cuts into that, right? So once that the time cut is recognized, when the hearing happens, they can say that's already baked into the cake.
Right.
That's my understanding of how it's being done. Obviously, I'm not going to claim that's perfect. but
Right,
That's the
Yeah.
philosophy behind it, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of guys, their parole dates or their hearing dates are like a year ahead of their guideline dates.
Yeah.
So that's giving them that 8-month window that they can possibly get. So
And
yeah.
Ideally, generally, even if that hearing is above the guideline, the board has done that consciously. They said that above guideline is justified. We're making that decision. And even with the potential programming, the time cut can be baked into the cake generally. But obviously, I don't want to make a claim that that's always perfect, but that's how it's approached.
Oh, sounds good.
Okay,
That's kind of
anything
what
else
we
you'd
figured.
like to?
No, that's really it. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you for being here, Mr. Spring. What I'll do, I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today. I'll include what we talked about today, and then I'll submit that hopefully by tomorrow.
Okay.
The board makes decisions by majority vote. That usually takes between 2 to 4 weeks. Sometimes it's a few days, sometimes it's a few weeks. We send it to you in writing through the mail, and then it'll also be posted on the board's website. So
Okay.
with that, best of luck to you, and,
Yes.
and we'll go ahead and conclude.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
This is an original hearing for Jacob Rutherford, number 186126. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
So the blue packet contains the information that the board will be considering in your case. I've read that. I'm going to go over quite a bit of that with you today. But part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with that disclosure. Are there any errors you'd like to discuss before we go forward?
The only thing I was wondering about was, okay, so on these charges, before I got picked up and brought to Utah, I was in Nevada.
Mhm.
In Nevada, Utah had put a hold on me,
Mhm.
and I did 19 months in Nevada. And then I got released from Nevada's custody and got picked up and brought to Utah and spent another 30 days in Utah, but they're trying to say that that doesn't count toward time served because I was in another state. And I was also doing another state's time when they picked me up and brought me to the county jail.
Okay.
So I was wondering if that's,
So I have currently that you've been awarded of 170 days of credit for time previously served. When the general rule, though, is to get credit for time served, you have to be serving that time on the specific case. So if you're in another state and it has nothing to
well,
do
no,
with this
what
case.
I was asking was, they had brought me back from Nevada and I still had 30 days left on my prison sentence for Nevada.
Mhm.
And I was doing time, they brought me from Nevada to Utah. And I was doing time in Utah still on Nevada time and Utah time, but they didn't count that as part of time served.
I can check on that. And that was immediately before the prison commitment? Is
Yes,
that-
that was back in 2019
Yeah, I can take a quick peek at it.
or 2018, I mean,
In 2018.
yeah. 2018, 2019 was around the time that I went to Logan on these charges.
I can double check credit for time served. If something looks off to me, I can ask our staff to double check it. The rules for credit for time served are pretty stringent to contest credit for time served. There is, the rules put the burden to you to provide documentation of those things. But what I can do is after today's hearing, I'll double check it. I'll look back and see if I can notice any clear errors. If there's a clear error, I'll have it corrected. But I think ultimately you'll need to write a letter contesting that credit for time served, and I think you do need to provide documentation
Okay.
of it. Does that make sense to you?
Sir.
But I'll give it a peek tomorrow and see what I can see.
All right.
I mean, being that it's, I guess, 6 years before, so it was in 2018, like right when this happened?
2019, well, 2019, because I spent 2018 in prison, so it would have been the end of 2019. Would have been November. I spent all of November in Logan County Jail, Cache County. They come and pick me up from Ely State Prison in Nevada.
That was before probation started?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take a look at it. Sounds like it's pretty complicated as well, so I'll have to look at it, see if I can see anything. And that, I guess, so this is in 2019, Nevada prison, but then came back to Utah and did jail time
In November.
before probation started?
Yes.
In November 2018.
2019.
2019. I'll look at that and see if I can see it. Anything else? Any other errors?
One other thing is, I have pending charges. I have pending charges in Nevada that I'm trying to get taken care of. So I was wondering if I could get released from here to Nevada custody because I have drug charges. I have felony drug charges in Nevada.
So as of now, we do not have a detainer. If the only way that would happen is if Nevada submitted a detainer to us to request that we transfer your custody to them. We can't do that on our own.
Okay, the only thing, what I'm thinking is I know I have one, but I don't think they're showing a detainer as of right now because they're waiting to see if I get paroled or not.
Yeah, and ultimately that's going to be with Nevada. We can't. It's going to be up to them whether they request it or not. If you are released, yeah, it would have to be something you talk to your agent and say, hey, I've got this going on in Nevada. How can we address it? Maybe the agent calls them and tries to figure it out. That'd probably be the best way if the Nevada doesn't request the transition directly.
Well, after this hearing, I was going to call my lawyer this following week and see because from the deal that I made, they were going to wait until I saw the board to find out what was going on with me before they hit with the detainer or not.
Yeah, so whenever if a detainer is submitted, we'll get it and then we'll know about it and you'd be released to that.
All right.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, that's it, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm going to give an overview of your case to start. There's one case in which you were committed to prison. We'll talk about what happened in that case and I have some questions for you about what's brought us here, what you've been doing recently, your plans moving forward. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word. Your commitment offenses are forgery, felony 3, and theft, felony 3. You're serving a maximum sentence of between 0 and up to 5 years. As of now, that sentence will expire on January 28th, 2029. I'll check on the CTS that, if something changed there. And that's the maximum amount of time the board has jurisdiction. Your guideline calls for 15 months, which would lead to being released on April 28th of 2025. The board can choose to, it's not bound by the guideline, can issue before then or after that date. They'll consider your case as a whole to determine what's appropriate. The case is case 181101047. Looks like April 2018. The victim's checkbook and iPod and various other items were stolen from the house. There's an itemized list of what those things were. I think you and other individuals had been at the house with a family member, something of that nature. It looks like you cashed a $200 check that was written out to yourself using one of the victim's checks, and you attempted to cash a second check of about $545. Another person was found in possession of the stolen checks in a backpack, and that person told officers that you were the one that took the checks and had cashed them. Is that accurate? So did you steal the items from the victim's house?
No, I did not steal the items.
Okay. How did you become in possession of
I became in possession of the check because I was helping the daughter of the owner. I went there with her and her boyfriend to help her clear out her stuff and clean up the yard. And she said that I was going to be paid, that she was going to make sure I got paid by her dad for it. I don't know if she had talked to her dad previously. I've never met him. But a couple days after I'd helped her I received a check, and then a few days after that, she had brought me another check with my name on it.
Okay, so you deny you don't know anything about the stolen items or?
I didn't even know there was any stolen items until I got my blue packet to say the list of what was stolen and stuff.
Okay. All right, so, and then after that case, you were placed on probation in December 2020, and your statement is you were in Nevada, incarcerated in Nevada until November of 2019?
Yeah, they filed these charges in 2018. I went to prison, spent the rest, I think I went to prison in June or July or something like that of 2018. And I spent almost all of 2019 in prison in Nevada.
And just so the 2019,
Yeah.
this is from the, okay, these out-of-state cases
Yeah.
that are listed here in the pre-sentence report, those
Yes.
ones?
I was currently residing in Nevada.
Okay. Then looks like you had a quickly in probation in Utah, a warrant for absconding. Probation was restarted, I think multiple times, kind of didn't report upon being released from jail. And at one point went to Nevada. Your agent didn't know about it. There's 3, maybe 4 chances there with probation restarting. December 23 was restarted. Looks like you were at a detox in March 2024. Then it seems like APMP didn't know where you were. You're having residence kind of instability. Then in May, told your agent you were in Nevada. And there's some details about your arrest in Nevada in July 2024. I guess so. You were given multiple chances at probation here. It seems like the struggles were reporting, having the required residence, doing treatment, communicating with your agent.
The struggle was the fact that I had a place to live and all of my ID, my social, my birth certificate, all of that stuff's in Nevada. And I had reported that to my agent, and I had tried to get my agent's help to get a birth certificate, a social, and an ID. And they told me that there was no way they could help me if I didn't have any kind of proof of who I was. And I was like, well, you guys got proof. You guys got pictures of who I am. You got my fingerprints. You guys got a copy of my social. You guys know all of that. Why can't you guys help me to get that? And they had told me several times that I was on my own on getting all of that. And I had requested a few times to go back to Nevada to meet with my family and have my family bring it to me from the Nevada side to the Utah side. And
Okay.
ultimately, I just went to Nevada.
And then just didn't come back, the frustrations from
Yeah.
that. Did you work during this time? Were you working a job? leaving
I
a
was
job?
working part-time job with a friend of mine that owns a mechanic shop.
All right. And I guess, if you're granted parole, it's similar to probation, right?
Yes.
And those issues, if they're still around, would be issues. If you're granted another parole, or what do you think needs to change so that you can have a different result?
Well, if I'm granted parole, I'm gonna request to have an interstate compact back to Nevada. I have my wife and my daughter out there. That's my support system. I have family here, but they're not really as supportive as what I need.
Okay. Interstate compact to Nevada. Are you familiar with what that process entails?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I've had an interstate before.
Okay. That just, if you're granted a parole, I think there's at least a 90-day window where you need to submit the applications. Your contact would be your case manager. And
Yeah.
if you have an agent on APMP to work with that. And then while we're on that, so interstate compact, Nevada, live with family. What else would your release plan be?
I already have a job lined up working for West Wendover, Nevada, the city.
Okay, what are you going to be doing?
Working for the city department.
Okay.
A friend of mine has got that lined up for me, so when I get out, I have that opportunity to go to work right away.
Okay. Do you plan on doing any treatment or
Yeah,
classes?
I plan on doing intensive outpatient treatment.
Okay. Did you do any treatment while on probation, either in Nevada or Utah? Was that something you did?
No, I did treatment before all of this. Like while I was on probation, before I went to prison in Nevada, I was doing treatment for drugs.
Okay. I know you didn't have convictions from 2008 to 2017, and I think you
Yeah.
had a successful probation during that time.
Yeah, that's because I had met my daughter's mom while I was on, well, so I'll give you a quick rundown. I met my daughter's mom while I was on the run in 2008, 2009. She got pregnant. I went back to jail, spent 10 months in jail, got out because I got my GED. They released me, and then to Nevada, or to Tooele, APMP, and then I got it transferred to Nevada to live with her. And I did good that whole entire time. Like I had my daughter, I had my daughter's mom. That was my great support system. And that's, now that I'm married to another woman, not my daughter's mom, I have that support system yet again to help me where I've messed up, to keep me from doing the stuff that I've been doing to cause my legal problems with the law.
It sounds like you want to kind of do what you did back then again, and then try to just find a way to maintain that. What do you think needs to change so that you can maintain that over time?
To maintain that over time, to be honest with you, I think I need intensive I need some kind of drug treatment, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm a drug addict. It all leads back to drugs. When things start to go bad and things get too hard for me, or I think they're getting too hard for me, instead of asking for help, I tend to go to drugs.
Okay.
And I know if I have that system where I'm constantly doing drug rehab and have a counselor or somebody that I can talk to when I know it's getting hard, it'll keep me from going toward the drugs.
Okay. You've been in MRT for about a month and a half. Well, you weren't able to complete it. Wasn't your fault. You're in Ideas for Better Communication. What have you been learning and engaging in?
That Ideas for Better Communication actually starts tomorrow.
Starts tomorrow.
Yeah. I got the message on my tablet Monday, and they told me it starts Friday.
Okay. How was MRT? What'd you get out of that?
MRT, I've realized that you gotta accept the things that you do wrong, and you gotta look back at the triggers and what causes you to act the way or think a certain way and do things not thinking. Like there's things that you don't think it through. Like when it comes to certain situations, me being a drug addict and everything, I don't think things through. I just tend to go with the quick option instead of trying to go with what I know is going to be a little bit harder of an option, but it is the better option. I tend to go the easy route.
Okay. Looks like you did have a disciplinary November 24th, 24. It was a B11. I think you put a bag of homemade alcohol in a trash bin. Were you
Yeah.
using alcohol, or
No.
what happened here?
I was removing it from my cell and had put it in to the trash bin.
So it was in your cell, you weren't using it, but
No.
you're just getting rid of it?
Yeah. I was cleaning the cell out, and it had come across it and was placing it in the trash can, and then they hit me with it.
You had a disciplinary December 11th, 24. You had a tattoo motor. Were you getting a tattoo, or?
No, it was just a motor that was on the under the edge of my mattress on my bunk.
You weren't using it? Was it yours?
No, it wasn't using it.
It was
No.
just there?
Yeah, it was just, I don't know whose it was. Like, to be honest with you, it's mine because it was under my bunk, but I don't know who placed it there.
Okay. Looks like you've been, had a job as a unit worker with a good rating. Yeah, housing staff gives a positive report of your behavior and attitude. I've read there's some, the pre-sentence report, some of your written submissions. What, regarding your mental health, what are the diagnoses you've received in the past, or your idea of current?
I'm bipolar schizophrenic, and I got really bad anxiety and depression. On top of I have seizures. So on top of all of that, it's just, and a bad heart. So it's just a bunch of issues stemming from drugs.
And you say the bipolar schizophrenic symptoms, they get worse when you're using substances, or is it?
They get a lot worse when I use substances.
Okay.
And then I tend not to take my meds, and I tend to do things that are out of character.
What are the symptoms that you experience?
It's a lot. It's hard to explain. I'm disconnected. force myself to be disconnected from family, from loved ones, from those who offer help, because I feel like that I'm not worthy of it.
Okay.
And so being bipolar schizophrenic, part of me is like, what are you doing? You're doing something wrong. And then the other part of me is like, well, just do what, just do what feels good, feels right at the moment. Even though it's wrong, I tend to go that route.
Okay. And are you taking medications right now?
As of right now, no, I'm not. I need to get them fixed. I need to see a psychiatrist and get the medications fixed, because the levels that they're giving me, I tried to tell them when I was in RNO that they weren't high, the levels weren't high enough, and they told me that I had to wait to see a psychiatrist, and I've put in several times to see one to try to get my medications fixed. So as of right now, I just quit taking all my medication.
How are your symptoms right now without the medication?
It's a little bit hard for me. Like I don't really interact with a bunch of people because I'm not taking my meds. I usually just sit on my bunk and read a book or write letters to my wife. Listen to music on the tablet. It's hard for me to interact with a bunch of people when I'm not on my meds.
What are the meds you take? What are you should be taking? Or what are they for the bipolar and schizophrenia?
Yeah, bipolar, schizophrenic, and depression and stuff, and anxiety.
Okay. And medication has helped you in the past?
Yeah.
If the board were to order a mental health assessment of some kind, would you be willing to do that?
Yes.
Okay. And are you active STG?
I'm not active. I haven't been active since I got to prison in Nevada.
Since that first time around on probation?
Since my first prison sentence in Nevada, yeah. I dropped out.
All right, let me just make sure I've touched on everything here. Okay. Well, those are the questions I have for you. What else would you like the board to know?
That's about it.
Okay, so what I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what you and I have talked about today in that report, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board. I will look into the credit for time served issue to see if I can identify any errors that have happened. If not, you may need to write a letter to the board, and our staff that does credit for time served would look into it in more detail.
Okay.
But I'll give it a glance tomorrow and see what I can see. Once I get that report submitted to the board, there's 5 of them. They make decisions by a majority vote. Usually that takes, we say, between 2 to 4 weeks. Sometimes it's a few days. Sometimes it is a couple weeks before the decision's made. We'll send that decision to you in writing when it's made through the mail, and it will also be posted to the board's website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So
Okay.
with that, thank you for being here. Wish you the best of luck, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Thank you.
This is a rescission hearing for Matthew Madsen, number 225455. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you, so if you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
And did you get your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
I'm going to go over the information that's in that disclosure packet generally, but part of the purpose of the hearing is to allow you to identify any errors in the disclosure. Are there any errors you'd like to discuss at this time?
Not necessarily errors, just.
Okay. Do you mind, maybe if what I'm planning to do is go over the reason why your date was rescinded. We'll talk about what's happened leading up to today's hearing. I have a couple questions for you about the reasons why the date was rescinded. And then I'll give you a chance at the end of the hearing to state anything else you'd like the board to know. Does that sound okay?
Yes.
All right, so your parole date looks like procedurally, you had an original hearing in June 2017. You also had a rehearing in 2020. After both of those hearings, the board set an expectation that you complete the sex offender treatment program. You had another rehearing in 2021, and then another rehearing in March 2023. Looks like after that most recent hearing in March 2023, the board granted parole of March 18th, 2025. It was contingent on you completing the sex offender treatment program. I've reviewed all of those hearings, what happened at those hearings, what was said at those hearings. We're not going to go over all the details today, but I'm familiar with those things just so you're aware.
Okay.
In November of 2024, the Department of Corrections submitted a report to us that said you would not meet your sex offender treatment program contingency in time for your parole date. It notes you had been removed in 2019, and I'm familiar with all the comments that have been made previously about what happened there. And then you have not reapplied to the program since. They said they've sent yearly reminders to do that, and an in-person reminder during an assessment in December 2022. It says they've encouraged you to reapply, communicated with your case manager. And they also said they responded to a grievance that you submitted outlining to you how to reapply. But it says you haven't returned any communication. It says you would need 17 months to complete the sex offender treatment program. Based on that report, the board rescinded the March 18th, 2025 parole and scheduled today's hearing so we could discuss what was happening. So why have you not started the program?
Do you have this paperwork that I submitted?
Is it a grammar request?
It's a copy of a grammar request that I sent to you guys.
What
But
is
it
it?
also
Yeah, what is
came
it?
with a lengthy letter.
When did you submit that?
November 2024.
Okay. I may have, I don't think I read that. So I'll double check that. I'm sorry that I haven't read that. Let's talk about it today. What's going on? Why have you not entered into the program?
Well, I've actually attempted to communicate with them several times. They've not really responded to my communications.
So you disagree because they said they've continually communicated with you and you haven't responded.
And yet I actually have evidence that I submitted to you guys prior to their rescission request that proves I have communicated with them, certified letters and everything else.
And you're telling them you will you're requesting to get into the program?
I've requested them. I can actually read from you the exact words of the letters.
Okay.
I just have to find it real quick in this paperwork.
And I'll read that after today's hearing as well. I will check on that, but
yeah.
What's the date again on those?
11/5. So I was told that some of this was happening, and this letter and all of this information was submitted to the SOTP people and was supposed to be submitted as part of the rescission request, and they failed to do it. My
caseworker instead sent it in on his own. And the rescission request included none of the information that I attempted to provide.
Yeah, because the rescission request pretty clearly from the SOTP folks say they've continually, and that, this is going back on your past hearings. This seems to be a pattern. They've continually said, we've tried to invite you back, explain how to do it, and you haven't done that. So are you, I guess, I'll read those submissions. Your statement is that you have repeatedly requested to be put into this sex offender treatment program. Because, I mean, now it's been 4 separate times. Each time the board has specifically set the expectation of treatment. I listened to your last hearing, and the board member was very clear with you, I think, about their position on that. So after today's hearing, the board will revisit that determination and decision.
And if I recall, said he was also very concerned at the fact that his responses from I believe it was a November or a December 2022 hearing, which you didn't mention the December hearing at all.
Yeah, so you had a December 2022. Yeah, you've had 5 or 6 hearings. What about that one?
He said he had attempted to contact SOTP, and he was himself, from what I recall, very frustrated with the delays that they had.
Okay.
And his follow-up questions.
So you are willing to you want to do the SOTP program? So if you're allowed into the program, you will do it?
I would very much like to do the program. I would like them to follow through on what they were asked to do.
And that's as far as the accommodations that have been discussed?
They won't even meet with me to discuss any of them.
Won't meet with you to discuss the accommodations? What accommodations would you like?
My biggest issue is with my autism and my general problems is I do not do well in environments where I have no way to have time alone. And the large dorm settings do not physically work for me. Every time I have been put in one, I have had essentially nervous breakdowns and either attempted suicide or had some sort of other issue. I just can't be in a dorm house situation.
So what would the accommodation be? You'd need alone time every once in a while?
No, I would need to live in an environment that is not a dorm.
So you can't do a program in a dorm?
That's it.
Okay, but the program here is in a dorm?
And they refuse to put it anywhere else.
And you want to, okay.
And
you need to live in your individual cell. You would walk to the program and the classes each day. You just don't want to sleep there?
I would, as long as I didn't have to live there, that would be perfect. And that is actually one of the requests I suggested and asked for, because I am very aware that they have inmates from other buildings traveling to other buildings to do therapy or programs or classes or peer support groups. I have asked, and that was actually one of the very things I asked was, why can't I just continue living where I am and walk?
Okay. And I'm not, I don't run the program, and I really have nothing to do with the program. The board can't make orders like that either. Any accommodations would need to come through the program, folks. But thank you for your statements. I think it's important that the board have a general idea of what's going on. So as long as you're not required to live in a dorm, you would be willing to complete the program?
I've been willing to try it even when I was living in the dorm. And the problem is part of the time I was living in one, I made it almost 2 years living in one of their dorm environments, and they simply never started it.
So even if you're required to live in a dorm, you will do the program?
I would very much try, yes.
Okay.
And my biggest frustration with that is I have contacted them so many times now, it is beyond ridiculous. Even in including this grievance request here, where my remedy sought is, please come meet with me. That's it. Come meet with me, discuss accommodations. And they denied it.
Okay. Well, we have limited time today. We are out of time actually at this point, but I do want to give you the final word to speak. My thoughts on it, though, are the board has set that expectation really over and over and over that you do the sex offender treatment program. So I would encourage you to do everything within your power to participate, to be willing to do those things, and to get into the program when it's offered to you. I will note your statements and your frustrations or grievances. I will read the letters that you've referred to today that have been sent to us. But really and I will note pretty clearly, that was my one takeaway I wanted. You want to do the program, you will do the program, whether you're living in a dorm or not. You'd prefer to not live in the dorm, but you are willing to do it. Am I understanding that correctly?
I would very much prefer not to live in a dorm. I would almost say I'm not willing to.
You're not willing to do the because
I don't want to live in a dorm. I don't want to end up killing myself.
So if you would not do SOTP if you had to live in a dorm?
I would not live in a dorm. I can't be around that many people. It causes me way too many issues. And they won't even talk to me. And I've requested it so many different times and ways, I don't even know where to begin. I've sent them certified letters. I've certified inmate mail and sent it to my case worker to have them document it and forward it for me. I've done all sorts of things. I provided all the evidence that I was able to generate from that, and they simply won't even acknowledge that the letters exist.
Yeah, I'll read those letters. I'll read the documents you've submitted. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've prepared a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include in that report what you and I talk about today at today's hearing. And then I will, after today's hearing, submit that report to the board. From there, board members will make a decision about a potential release. They could, like they did last time, grant a parole. It could be made contingent on you completing a program. They could also schedule a rehearing to come back and talk about these things. They have various options with that. I'll submit that hopefully by tomorrow or the next few days. Once it is submitted, it usually takes a couple weeks for the decision to be made. It'll be sent to you in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted to the board's website. But do want to give you the final word with anything else you'd like the board to know.
Couple quick things, actually. In this letter that you're going to review, the last page of it, page 404, is what I had it written in the corner on it. I had a section 8. That release date and the situation I requested there would no longer work because it's not long enough to finish the program due to the delays that have taken here.
Okay, so just the dates, and I would imagine if the board were to grant a parole, they would calculate it with sufficient time to complete the program. But I'll read that and take any input that you give from there for them. Does that make sense?
Mind you, and also in this, I discussed financial issues that would impact me upon release. And I just want to say that the amount of child support that I was owing and the amount of issue that I would have with that, I have dealt with quite a bit of it. And instead of owing nearly the $100,000 that I had owed when I wrote this letter, I have it down to only $728, and that's it. So I would be able to not even have that debt that would impact me anymore on parole.
I'll note that as well. And I'll review the letter. I apologize for not having read that before today's hearing.
It was essentially, this letter was supposed to be me requesting a special attention to modify the parole date, but nobody would give me.
To give more time?
Well, I was trying to file a special attention, and I had read all of the board policies on it, and it said right in the board policies that I was able to request a special attention at any time, yet nobody knew what paperwork to give me.
Okay.
They just didn't know how to let me.
We got that special attention done, and that led to
Oh,
today's
that wasn't
hearing.
me.
Okay. What I'll do is I'll submit that report to the board either by tomorrow or the next few days. I'll review that letter before I do that. The board will be aware of that and consider it. So with that, thank you for appearing today and answering my questions. I do wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, perfect. We'll get on the record here. This is an original hearing for Jordan Hill, number 229195. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today. I am going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did, sir.
So I'm going to go over with you a lot of the information that's in that disclosure packet. That is the information that the board will consider as they make a decision in your case. I'm planning to basically give an overview of your case to start. There's 6 cases in which you were committed to prison. We'll briefly talk about those cases. From there, I have some questions for you about what's brought us to now, what you've been doing since you arrived at the facility, what your plans are for the future. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word, and you can state anything else you'd like to. But one of the main purposes of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with that disclosure packet. At this point, are there errors you'd like to discuss with me before we move forward?
No, sir.
Okay. Looks like your commitment offenses are robbery, felony 3, entice a minor by internet or text, felony 2, 2 counts of retail theft, felony 3, 2 counts of unlawful possession of a financial card, felony 3, and possession or use of a controlled substance, misdemeanor A. You're serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 1 and up to 15 years. That sentence, as of now, will expire on August 6th of 2034. So that means that's the longest amount of time the Board of Pardons will retain jurisdiction over these sentences. Your parole guideline calls for 72 months, which would lead to you being released on parole on January 17th of this year, 2025, so in about a week from now. Obviously, the board is not bound by the guideline. After today's hearing, they'll consider all relevant factors to determine what's appropriate from there. I do note that in December of 2022, the board recognized an earned time credit because you completed the Kane County Substance Use Treatment Program. And then in December of 2021, the board scheduled today's hearing. They requested a sex offender treatment program memo. We'll talk about that memo in just a few minutes. They noted an expectation that you complete substance use treatment as evaluated to be appropriate, which you did with Kane County, and comply with your case action plan. So I note in the packet that you submitted to us, you wrote out a very detailed summary of what happened in each of the 6 cases. So I'm not going to go over those details today because I appreciate you doing that, and that really gave me the information that I need on each of the cases. Just to review, I think in short, you agree that the official versions from the pre-sentence reports are accurate, but there's some minor differences about the 2013 robbery case, specifically your statement that you were selling marijuana, not a cell phone. I think you seem to also deny knowing that the co-defendant was going to take the money without providing the marijuana, and you said you were driving and you sped away in that case. But are there any further comments about what happened in those cases you'd like to talk about today?
No, sir.
Okay. So just in reviewing your case, so the first case happened in August of 2013. I think in 2014, you had a California conviction, the sex with minor. You had a California probation at that time. Then in 2016, you, let's see, pled guilty in the first case in January of 2017. Then you were on probation for about 4 years prior to arriving at the prison. During that time, various commitment cases occurred. You had violations at times for not doing classes as ordered, not maintaining a job as required, having some residence issues as well. I think most recently, and then in 2020, you had some violations, drug use related violations, also treatment related violations. Based on those violations, you were committed to prison in February 2021. So I guess my point with that, you were given multiple chances at probation prior to prison. in your mind, what prevented you from being successful at that time?
I've had a lot of time to think about this, and just through everything that I've been learning in here, I wasn't really ever getting to the root source of what my issues were. I was doing a lot of things that were trying to treat the addiction itself, which I've learned is really just a symptom of my underlying issues. And I don't think I ever really knew why I was doing what I was doing. And so I didn't really know how to fix the problem. You know, I kept trying to throw Band-Aids on, and those Band-Aids just didn't last very long.
Okay. And since you've arrived at the facility, so you've done Kane substance use treatment program, various education and leisure classes, thinking errors, impact of crime. You completed the pre-SOTP program, and you've been in the core program since March. Are you still, I think you're scheduled to complete it sometime early February, so early next month. Is that still right?
Yes, sir. February 6th.
Okay. I think also I saw you've obtained a bachelor's degree, I think through a correspondence school. Is that correct, in psychology?
Yes, sir.
I reviewed a letter from Mr. Nording and Mr. Finicum from the Focus program. It speaks very highly of your performance in the program, says you've taken responsibility for your actions, describes you as a mentor and leader in the program, says you impressed the program providers with your participation and what you learned. It also says you were a strong contributing member, not only with yourself, but in assisting others. So very positive review of the programming that I've reviewed. Wanted to ask, you said earlier you had Band-Aids, didn't get to the root causes. In the programming that you've done and done really quite well in, what have you learned?
So it all really goes back to my childhood. Obviously, there was some sexual abuse that took place when I was a kid, and I didn't talk to anybody for probably 10 years about any of that trauma. And what I've kind of learned from what happened when I was a kid is my belief system, all this trauma that I experienced, it started to alter and create a mistaken belief system. And I mean, within that belief system, there was all this shame that I felt around things, and it just totally destroyed my self-worth. I had no self-compassion for myself. I thought it was my fault. And as time went on, I kind of just grew this victim mentality where my whole life was happening to me and not for me. And I don't know, I just always seemed to be a victim. And as long as I was a victim in my mind, I could never really heal and move forward. And through a lot of my own pain and trauma, I continued to lash out and hurt other people. I tried anything, drugs, anything that I could to try and mask this pain and I don't know, numb it, I guess you could say. But I really realized that, you know, my core belief system, I had a faulty belief system. And so I've been able to, between my education, that's actually one of the things that guided me to going back to school, was because I had no purpose before. And that was another thing. I lacked purpose in my life. I had no direction. And I think that plays a huge part in anybody's life, with you know, decisions or when they're already dealing with trauma. And while I've been down here in King County the last 3 years, I've kind of found my purpose. I've realized, wow, like in order for me to really recover, I've got to make my life about recovery. It can't just be something I do here and there. Like, it's got to be a lifestyle change for me. And I realized I wanted to be a therapist. And the therapists here have kind of helped guide me in the direction to getting back into school and the things I need to do to make that happen. And I mean, it's just between my education and the programs, it's completely opened my eyes to everything. You know, I've been able to get to the root of that trauma and talk about it. I've had the blessing of being in treatment communities that aren't like anywhere I've ever been, where, you know, the peers are holding each other accountable. We're constantly supporting each other, but not letting each other off the hook with anything. And when these old beliefs and these behaviors start to come back through, and I start resorting to maladaptive coping strategies, my peers let me know. And so I've really been able to, for a long period of time, consistently challenge these beliefs and these thought processes that I've had, and basically cognitively restructure myself. You know, the way that I react to things, I'm not reactive anymore. I'm now proactive. I've just really healed. I've been able to finally forgive myself for the things that I've done in the past. And because that was a lot of what continued my cycles to start over again, is I just carried all that shame and wouldn't let it go and wouldn't forgive myself. And so believing that I was worthless, I continued to do things that would, a worthless person would do. And I had to really allow myself to just heal and move forward. And I've finally been able to do that. And I can't tell you how freeing it's been. I feel like a completely different person. I feel like I'm finally seeing the world through a different set of eyes. I don't know if that makes sense, but.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your comments. I think your success in those programs, your education, your participation, not only with yourself, but in helping others, that has been verified through letters, that needs to be recognized. So thank you for your comments. I know you don't have any disciplinaries. Housing staff gives a positive report of your behavior and attitude. We did receive sex offender treatment program summary dated October 24th, 2024. Do you have any questions or concerns about that document?
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay, I do note it identifies a well above average risk using the stable 2007 and static 99R, the standard assessment tools based on your demographic, your criminal history, victim history, age, etc. It discusses your program participation. I won't go in detail of all of that. It gives a positive report of your participation, talks about risk factors that you've identified, your plans moving forward, continued care recommendations, living situation and potential issues that may arise with that, and plans to address them. It gives some thoughts on concerns to be addressed in future treatment. It recommends that you complete, if you're granted parole, aftercare with all other requirements that are required of you. Implement the success plan that you've worked on and will be completing as you finish treatment. And it says you're on track to complete the program by February 2025. Do you have any questions or concerns about that document that you'd like to discuss with me?
Again, I don't believe so.
Okay. We have, I reviewed your written submissions about your release plan if you're granted parole. I think wanting to rent a room in Salt Lake, potentially live with family, but the situation, I believe, with your daughter with Group A conditions, it sounds like you've talked about what may happen with that. And while we're on that note, I think if you're granted parole, it will almost certainly include Group A conditions. Those are, getting an assessment, completing any recommended treatment, not having victim contact without without prior approval, not being around or having association with children under the age of 18 without proper approvals, not going to places where those individuals would congregate, having random polygraphs, having your employment and work approved as well as residences. Sounds like I think you've reviewed those and generally familiar with them. Do you have any questions or concerns about those conditions?
No, sir, I don't.
And with the situation that you've raised, I think it's important, if you're granted parole, to establish the communication, right? Because certainly the situation, those things, you build trust over time, develop a plan with your treatment provider, your supervisor, to have sponsors, to have a success plan to keep things safe. So I would just encourage you to maintain that communication, work on those plans as you're moving forward. But I've read your written submissions. Frankly, they're very thorough, detailed as far as treatment, work plans, etc. And I have notes on those, so thank you for that. But wanted to give you a chance today. If you're granted parole, what would your release plan look like?
Yeah, my family, I guess they just found a room for rent with the sex offender friendly housing sheet that they have in the section. There's a room available beginning at the very beginning of March. And they actually have that reserved for me. It didn't cost them any money to reserve it, so they're able to kind of have that on standby just in case. So I've got a place to go lined up. I've got multiple different job opportunities. One of my good friends is the owner of his own credit business called Credit Economics, and I used to work for him on and off in the past, so I can go back to that. I have a friend that's in general contracting. He also owns his own business that I could go work for right away. I've got a number of connections. I got a connection with Kennecott, but then my main goal is to try and find something that's kind of part-time. My family's agreed to kind of help me a little bit. because they want to see me finish school. I've got my schooling, my master's degree program lined up with University of Phoenix already, and all my reference letters have been submitted. They said they'll accept me. I just need to get out and get financial aid going, and then I can jump into the clinical mental health counseling program. And that's going to be my main goal is, just comply with parole, do everything, keep doing treatment, keep doing individual therapy, even after aftercare, because I want to continue to maintain just a line of communication with another therapist, even after I become one. I think it's important that I always continue to receive my own therapy as well. But I just want to focus on school and rebuilding relationships with my family. And, and realizing too that these things do, like you said, take time. I need to be patient this time and just work the process and trust the process.
Okay. I do know I've read letters of support from a friend, I believe, and a sister, various family members. So I've provided a summary of those things for the board, and they'll consider those as they're making a decision. I've read some reports and your written submissions regarding mental health. I think it discusses some diagnoses from when you were in your teenage years, but currently you don't feel like you have any diagnoses, mental health diagnoses. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate. I did get put on medication as a teenager. There was like bipolar and ADHD, but I think a lot of that was just doctors trying to throw medications at, again, the symptom, and there was just so much other stuff going on. In fact, when I got taken off the medication, I actually improved. And so, yeah, I definitely don't think that there's any diagnoses, really. I mean, I've got PTSD from my time in the military, but I've been addressing that. I don't think medication is required for that. I think that that's just another Band-Aid, and I'm just going to keep working the things that I've been working to deal with that day to day.
Okay. Sometimes the board includes mental health conditions on a parole. That requires a mental health evaluation, completing your recommended treatment. They may do that. Certainly, even if they don't do that, if that were to be something you wanted to do, obviously that's something you can. So if when things arise, going back to that communication with your agent to find resources, and just would encourage you to do that. It doesn't sound like any physical health issues that you imagine would prevent you from being successful on parole.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, those are the questions that I have for you. What else would you like the Board of Pardons to know?
Just that, I mean, in regards to the chances I've had in the past, I know I have had a lot of those, and I'm sure you guys hear a lot of people come in and talk the talk, and I've done that my whole life. And so, I mean, the main thing I just want to say is I'm ready to go out and walk the walk now. I've done a lot of talking, and I just hope you guys will give me the opportunity to go show you the person I've really become today, and turn my life around, and not just my life, but now being able to go out and be a productive contributing member to society. I'm ready to give back for everything I've taken away. I know I don't want to just go back out and just maintain and not be a problem. I want to give back. I want to contribute. And that's what I'm going to make the rest of my life about.
Okay. Well, thank you for your comments. At this point, I'll take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of everything I reviewed before today's hearing. Again, I want to thank you for the written submissions that you provided. Those do help me as I'm preparing and to provide accurate information to the board. I've prepared a report at this point. I'll include what we talked about today in that report, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow. 5 board members, and they make decisions by a majority vote. Usually that takes between 2 to 4 weeks for a decision to be made. Once it is made, we'll send it to you in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted to the board's website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So with that, Mr. Hill, thank you for being here and answering my questions. I wish you the best of luck, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
This is a rehearing for Joshua Campbell, number 201889. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you today. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you
Yes,
swear
sir.
that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah.
So that disclosure packet contains the new information that the board has received since your original hearing. I'm going to be going over some of that information. Really, what I have planned today, I'm going to give a review quickly of what's happened leading up to today's hearing. From there, I have some questions for you about really what's new since your last hearing that you had. We'll discuss your programming, what you've been doing, your release plans if you're granted a parole. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word, and you can state anything else you'd like to on the record. But part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with the disclosure that you received. At this point in time, are there errors that you'd like to discuss with me?
No, I believe everything was there.
Okay. Looks like you arrived at the prison in April of 2011. There's one case, 3 counts of attempted rape of a child, 3 counts of attempted sodomy on a child. I think that all 6 sentences were concurrent, 15 years and up to life in prison. The facts of that case have been discussed at past hearings. I'm familiar with what was discussed at that past hearing. The board also will consider those things. I'm not going to focus on the facts of the case and discuss that with you again today, but the board will consider those things. So if you have any questions or comments about that, you please feel free to make those today, even though I'm not asking you questions about it. Based on my calculations, the minimum 15-year sentence will pass on December 17th of 2025. Your parole guideline calls for 288 months, which would lead to you being released on parole on December 17th of 2034. The board is not bound by the guidelines, and after today's hearing, they will consider all relevant factors in your case to determine the appropriateness of a release, and if so, the timing, contingencies, or conditions of that release. I think for my review of past hearings, the board member that conducted your past hearing was quite clear about those factors that they were considering and how that all works. So I believe you understand that. You had an original hearing in May of 2018. After that hearing, the board scheduled today's hearing with the Sex Offender Treatment Program memo. We'll talk about that memo here in just a minute. The board said they expected you to complete the Sex Offender Treatment Program, Building Trades Program, and Culinary Arts Program before today's hearing. At the time of the original hearing, I think you had completed the Kane County Substance Use Treatment Program, and then you received earned time credits in August of 2019 for the Building Trades Program, and then in August of 2021 for the Davis Tech Culinary Arts Program. I think there was a redetermination request submitted in August of 2023. At that point, the board made no change. They noted that today's hearing was scheduled at or around the statutory minimum sentence. They encouraged you to complete the Sex Offender Treatment Program and continue to comply with your case action plan. And then in November of 2024, the board recognized an earned time credit because you completed the Sex Offender Treatment Program. So that leads us to today. The board will consider that information after today's hearing. I have some questions for you about the programming that you've done, what's new since your last hearing. But to start, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to speak about anything you'd like the board to know or anything new that's happened since your last hearing.
I think it's just been much of this, just focusing on the personal development, and accountability. That's what I've focused this whole time on since the beginning, is being accountable, to myself and for myself and for my actions. And, you know, what that looks like, for me is, really, trying to understand, why, you know, I did the things that I did, you know, and I've put in a lot of time and effort in that. I've put in a lot of time and effort in resisting the peer pressure of this place. You know, there's a subculture here that it really doesn't support personal development. And I've spent a lot of time resisting that. You know, I've been very determined to succeed in here and out there. I live my life as if I were out there and here, you know. And I've gotten to a place to where, you know, I've been focusing on connecting with people. I've been focusing on, you know, empathy, compassion, and I've had tons of opportunities, as you've noted, you know, in my work history and stuff, to help others, you know, learn the things that I've learned. And currently, about 3 years ago, Kane County Jail called and asked me if I wanted to come and help facilitate the sex offender treatment program, which really gave me an opportunity to create a safe environment, you know, for my peers, to where guys don't have to live in fear, and guys could feel emotionally and physically safe in here to get to the bottom of what they got going on. But what that's done for me, I think far outweighs, you know, what I may have helped other people, because I don't know, I've lived a life of fear and you know, isolation, and a fear of connecting, and, you know, a very selfish life prior to my incarceration that lacked compassion and empathy. And so I really centered these last several years around developing those things for myself, and using these opportunities to help me practice that. So.
Yeah, you've completed many classes, programs, treatment. You've had no disciplinary violations. Institutional progress report lists 11 different jobs since 2018. About 5+ years of work, all good or excellent ratings. Says you're currently working as a jail tutor. Housing staff gives a very positive report of your behavior and attitude. Describes you as a leader in the program. Talks about you. Says, quote, he's put countless hours into helping us facilitate, update, and create life skills offered here at Kane County. He exercised great patience and willingness to work with inmates in our program that struggle. We, as a facility and staff, have had no issues with him. I reviewed a letter from Mr. Finicum. It's a very, very positive letter. Describes you as a leader in the program, really expresses gratitude for the work that you've done as a facilitator with the SOTP program, talks about what led to that happening. I was really taken aback. He said, as a direct result of Mr. Campbell's efforts, the culture of safety, support, honesty, and trust in our current SOTP community has reached levels that this counselor has never before seen in any group, community anywhere, let alone within an incarcerated population. Talks very positively about what you've done for that and your progress that you've made. I think that should be recognized, and the work that you put into those things should be recognized, and you should be congratulated for that. What's helped you engage in this positive behavior, and how do you plan to continue to build on that?
So when I think at my first hearing, usually they ask about, how you feel about, the crime you committed, or, something to that nature. And I don't know, when I first came into prison, there was a lot of shame. There was a lot of disappointment. There was a lot of anger toward what I've done, But at the same time, those emotions led to me being determined. I cultivated the determination, and part of my determination, like I said, it primarily for the better half of this last decade and a half almost, it focused on me learning, picking all these things up. And then it just got to a point to where not only am I practicing them, but I started getting opportunities from the prison staff, you know, because I've done most of my time at CUCF, and I started getting opportunities from these people to step up to these roles, and that right there in itself, like, I don't know, man, like they say that the best way to learn is to teach. And that just helped me with my character. It helped me with my discipline. It helped me with like I said, the empathy, the compassion. It helped me to really humanize people. It helped me to get external, because a lot of the reason why, you know, I did what I did, I was purely internal, man. And you know, I'm dealing with this shame. I'm dealing with fear. I'm dealing with pain from my last life. And when you're in that kind of condition, all you're concerned with is protecting yourself. And that fear and everything manifests itself externally, and you go to desperate measures to soothe that. And that's what I did a lot. But these opportunities, I've been able to really like humanize people around me. I've been really able to develop compassion and empathy, and really understand how my behaviors, my actions, and all this stuff will really, it really affects people, man. It affects the world around me. And it's really important for me to deal with my stuff, and to be open to connect to others. And so once I started experiencing that with these opportunities, I don't want to say I couldn't stop, but there's just too much value in it, you know, and I plan on keep doing, you know, something to this nature when I get out. But also yeah, I mean, I don't know, I can go on forever about what these things have done and why I do it, but and one of the biggest things, and I'm not going to say this, I have a strong belief behind this, and I think that's why Guy wrote that part of that letter, because I've seen this for almost 15 years in here, and I know this from the things I've studied, is that the things that we're expected to do in here is very hard for people to do, because people don't feel safe emotionally and physically. People have to front, people have to hide these things, they have to put up pretenses just to survive. And so again, when Guy Finicum in this jail asked me to come here and to facilitate this, that was my first and my main objective, was I need to create an environment where not only can I be safe emotionally and physically, but all the rest of these guys can, to where we're not getting out of here victimizing other people, and people can really address the underlyings, and nobody has to live in fear. And that's what I've been trying to do, man. And I had the courage to do it within the housing units I lived at CUCF, but a lot of people, it's really hard to do. It's really hard to do in here. So.
I know we did receive a sex offender treatment program discharge summary. It identifies an average risk using the standard assessment tools. It gives a very positive report of your participation in programming, talks about risk factors, treatment details, gives some thoughts on areas to continue working, recommends that you have clinical and supervisory support in implementing, really maintaining your success plan that you've developed. Do you have any questions or concerns about that document? Do you agree with the opinions that it gives and recommendations it makes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've read your written submissions. They're quite detailed about what your release plans are. Thank you for submitting those. It helps me to prepare. I have notes on those things, but wanted to give you a chance today. If you're granted parole, what would your plans be as far as where you plan to live, work, treatment, anything else you'd like the board to know?
So right now I have a really, really solid foundation, you know, in the Jehovah's Witness community throughout the whole state of Utah. I was actually baptized here in this jail in 2016 as one of Jehovah's Witnesses. So part of my key plan, and this is something I had to learn the importance of in here, is staying closely connected, you know, to the good associations, the people that are promoting and are living the kind of life that I want to live. And so, and I have a friend that he's already got a job. You know, if I were to be let out of here in the next month or 2 or 3 or whatever, I already have a job lined up, and I'll be framing for a minute. I plan on staying here in Kanab, Utah. And I also have several friends that are willing to help me over the next year and a half to develop a business plan so I can start up a food truck. You know, because I'm from Tennessee, and you know, I really want to do like the soul food and barbecue thing out here. And I'm also familiar with a therapist. I don't have his name right off the top of my head. I'm familiar with a therapist over in St. George that, you know, I could possibly be able to use as a therapist for continued aftercare treatment and things like that. And yeah, I have a place lined up. They've worked on getting several addresses for me.
Okay.
And so, sorry.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to note, I read numerous letters of support, volunteers at the jail, others who have come to know you and have I've read those letters and provided a summary in my report as of now. But sorry, please continue if there's more you'd like to say about your release plan.
Yeah, and then also just because, and this isn't in that paperwork you got because I've been fighting this, but Guy Finicum and the therapy staff here and my peers for the last several years, they've been really pushing and encouraging me to get into the mental health field. And so I also am planning on going back to school and trying to get a master's in mental health counseling. And it's not something it's something I resisted a lot, but it's kind of hard to resist something when you have a lot of people that are, you know, trying to show you a part of you that, you know, I have to fight through some insecurities to accept, you know, what they're saying.
Okay.
And so that's part of my plan as well, man. So.
Okay. I'll note that as well in my report. Did want to quickly, if you are granted parole, it will almost certainly include Group A sex offender conditions. That includes doing an assessment, completing any recommended treatment, obeying curfew as ordered, no victim contact without prior approval, no contact or association with children under the age of 18 without prior approval, not enter places where children congregate or will likely be. I think it's important if you're granted parole to maintain communication with your supervisors, to have appropriate approvals or success plans, safety plans in place with sponsors for any activities that you'd like to engage in. But submit to random polygraphs, have residences, employment improved. Do you have any questions or concerns about those conditions?
No, that's pretty much what I expected just from seeing other guys. And again, as shown by my history, I don't have any problem with, you know, following what's expected of me. So, and I understand, you know, that's one of those things too. It's the, you know, public safety, and, you know, I get it. So it's not personal.
Well, those are the questions that I have for you. We have a minute or two left on the schedule before our time is up, but is there anything else you'd like the Board of Pardons to know?
You know, I just, and I thought about this, and I even talked to my caseworker. I really don't know how to say this, and I'm not trying to sound entitled to anything, but I really would like to be given a chance as soon as possible to turn the next page in my life. And like I said, I've lived almost a decade and a half of making sure that I'm being fully accountable for my actions in here. And what that looks like is me learning and focusing on myself and doing as much as many programs as available to me to gain the tools and the knowledge and, you know, the discipline and just address all this underlying stuff, man, that I can, to where I can be safe to return back to the public, but also succeed, you know, and the things I want to do out there. But yeah, I really would like that opportunity. I really would, man. I'd be very grateful for it. So.
Okay. Well, thank you for your comments today and for your written submissions. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what we talked about today at the hearing in that report, and I'll submit that to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow. There's 5 board members. They make decisions by a majority vote. Usually that takes between 2 to 4 weeks for a decision to be made. Sometimes it is quicker than that, just a few days. Sometimes it does take longer to have a decision made. Once it is made, we'll send it to you in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted to the board's website for anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So with that, Mr. Campbell, thank you for being here and discussing these things with me. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Yes, sir. Thank you.